Story 1 of Hugh Walpole, Selected Short Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Hugh Walpole, Selected Short Stories. Story 1, Major Wilbraham, 1922. I am quite aware that in giving you this story just as I was told it, I shall incur the charge of downright and deliberate lying. Especially I shall be told this by anyone who knew Wilbraham personally. Wilbraham was not, of course, his real name, but I think that there are certain people who will recognize him from this description of him. I do not know that it matters very much if they do. Wilbraham himself would certainly not mind did he know. Does he know? It was the thing above all that he wanted those last hours before he died, that I should pass on my conviction of the truth of what he told me to others. What he did not know was that I was not convinced. How could I be? But when the whole comfort of his last hours hung on the simple fact that I was, of course I pretended to the best of my poor ability. I would have done more than that to make him happy. It is precisely the people who knew him well who will declare at once that my little story is impossible. But did they know him well? Does anyone know anyone else well? Aren't we all as lonely and removed from one another as mariners on separate desert islands? In any case, I did not know him well, and perhaps for that very reason was not so greatly surprised at his amazing revelations, surprised at the revelations themselves, of course, but not at his telling them. There was always in him, and I have known him here and there loosely in club and London fashion for nearly 20 years, something romantic, something sentimental. I knew that because it was precisely those two attributes that he drew out of me. Most men are conscious at some time in their lives of having felt for a member of their own sex an emotion that is something more than simple companionship. It is a queer feeling, quite unlike any other in life, distinctly romantic, and the more that, perhaps, for having no sex feeling in it. Like the love of women, it is felt generally at sight, but unlike that love, it is, I think, a supremely unselfish emotion. It is not acquisitive, nor possessive, nor jealous, and exists best, perhaps, when it is not urged too severely, but is allowed to linger in the background of life, giving real happiness and security and trust, standing out, indeed, as something curiously reliable just because it is so little passionate. This emotion has an odd place in our English life because the men who feel it, if they have been to public school and university, have served a long training in repressing every sign or expression of sentiment towards any other man. Nevertheless, it persists, romantically and deeply persists, and the War of 1914 offered many curious examples of it. Wilbraham roused just that feeling in me. I remember with the utmost distinctness my first meeting with him. It was just after the Boer War, and old Johnny Beamister gave a dinner party to some men pals of his at the Phoenix. Johnny was not so old then. None of us were. It was a short time after the death of that old harpy, the Duchess of Rex, and some wag said that the dinner was in celebration of that happy occasion. Johnny was not so ungracious as that, but he gave us a very merry evening, and he did undoubtedly feel a kind of lightness in the general air. There were about 15 of us, and Wilbraham was the only man present I'd never seen before. He was only a captain then, and neither so red-faced nor so stout as he afterwards became. He was pretty bulky, though, even then, and with his sandy hair cropped close, his staring blue eyes, his toothbrush mustache, and sharp, alert movements, looked the typical, traditional British officer. There was nothing at all to distinguish him from 1,000 other officers of his kind, and yet from the moment I saw him, I had some special and personal feeling about him. He was not in type at all the man to whom at that time I should have felt drawn. My first book had just been published, and although, as I now perceive, its publication had not caused the slightest ripple upon any water, the congratulations of my friends and relations, who felt compelled, poor things, to say something, because they had received copies from the author, had made me feel that the literary world was all buzzing at my ears. I could see at a glance that Kipling was probably the only decent author about whom Wilbraham knew anything, and the fragments of his conversation that I caught did not promise anything intellectually exciting from his acquaintanceship. The fact remains that I wanted to know him more than any other man in the room, and although I only exchanged a few words with him that night, I thought of him for quite a long time afterwards. It did not follow from this, as it ought to have done, that we became great friends. That we never were, although it was myself whom he sent for 3 days before his death to tell me his queer little story. It was then, at the very last, that he confided to me that he, too, had felt something at our first meeting different to what one generally feels, that he had always wanted to turn our acquaintance into friendship and had been too shy. I also was shy, and so we missed one another, as I suppose, in this funny, constrained, traditional country of ours, thousands of people miss one another every day. But although I did not see him very often, and was in no way intimate with him, I kept my ears open for any account of his doings. From one point of view, the club window outlook, he was a very usual figure, one of those stout, rubicund, jolly men, a good polo player, a good man in a house party, genial-natured, and none too brilliantly brained, whom every one liked and no one thought about. All this he was on one side of the report, but on the other there were certain stories that were something more than the ordinary. Wilbraham was obviously a sentimentalist and an enthusiast. There was the extraordinary case, shortly after I first met him, of his championship of X, a man who had been caught in an especially bestial kind of crime and received a year's imprisonment for it. On X leaving prison, Wilbraham championed and defended him, put him up for months in his rooms in Duke Street, walked as often as possible in his company down Piccadilly, and took him over to Paris. It says a great deal for Wilbraham's accepted normality and his general popularity that this championship of X did him no harm. It was so obvious that he himself was the last man in the world to be afflicted with X's peculiar habits. Some men, it is true, did murmur something about birds of a feather. One or two kind friends warned Wilbraham in the way kind friends have, and to them he simply said, "If a feller's a pal, he's a pal." All this might, in the end, have done Wilbraham harm, had not X most happily committed suicide in Paris in 1905. There followed a year or two later the much more celebrated business of Lady C. I need not go into all that now, but here again Wilbraham constituted himself her defender, although she robbed, cheated, and maligned him, as she robbed, cheated, and maligned everyone who was good to her. It was quite obvious that he was not in love with her. The obviousness of it was one of the things in him that annoyed her. He simply felt, apparently, that she had been badly treated, the very last thing that she had been, gave her any money he had, put his rooms at the disposal of herself and her friends, and, as I have said, championed her everywhere. This affair did very nearly finish him socially, and in his regiment. It was not so much that they minded his caring for Lady C. After all, any man can be fooled by any woman. But it was Lady C.'s friends who made the whole thing so impossible. Such a crew! Such a horrible crew! And it was a queer thing to see Wilbraham, with his straight blue eyes and innocent mouth and general air of amiable simplicity, in the company of men like Colonel B. and young Kenneth Parr. There is no harm, considering the later publicity of his case, in mentioning his name. Well, that affair luckily came to an end just in time. Lady C. disappeared to Berlin and was no more seen. There were other cases into which I need not go when Wilbraham was seen in strange company, always championing somebody who was not worth the championing. He had no social tact, and for them, at any rate, no moral sense. In himself he was the ordinary normal man about town, no prude, but straight as a man can be in his debts, his love affairs, his friendships, and his sport. Then came the war. He did brilliantly at Mons, was wounded twice, went out to Gallipoli, had a touch of Palestine, and returned to France again to share in Foch's final triumph. No man can possibly have had more of the war than he had, and it is my own belief that he had just a little too much of it. He had been always perhaps a little queer, as we are most of us queer somewhere, and the horrors of that horrible war undoubtedly affected him. Finally, he lost, just a week before the armistice, one of his best friends, Ross MacLean, a loss from which he certainly never recovered. I have now, I think, brought together all the incidents that can throw any kind of light upon the final scene. In the middle of 1919 he retired from the Army, and it was from this time to his death that I saw something of him. He went back to his old home at Horton's in Duke Street, and as I was living at that time in Marlborough Chambers in Jermyn Street, we were in easy reach of one another. The early part of 1920 was a queer time. People had become, I imagine, pretty well accustomed to realizing that those 2 wonderful hours of Armistice Day had not ushered in the millennium any more than those first marvelous moments of the Russian Revolution produced it. Everyone has always hoped for the millennium, but the trouble since the days of Adam and Eve has always been that people have such different ideas as to what exactly that millennium shall be. The plain facts of the matter simply were that during 1919 and 1920 the world changed from a war of nations to a war of classes, that inevitable change that history has always shown follows on great wars. As no one ever reads history, it was natural enough that there should be a great deal of disappointment and a great deal of astonishment. Men at the head of affairs, who ought to have known better, cried aloud, "How ungrateful these people are, after all we've done for them!" And the people underneath shouted that everything had been muddled and spoiled, and that they would have done much better had they been at the head of affairs, an assertion for which there was no sort of justification. Wilbraham, being a sentimentalist and an idealist, suffered more from this general disappointment than most people. He had had wonderful relations with the men under him throughout the war. He had never tired of recounting how marvelously they had behaved, what heroes they were, and that it was they who would pull the country together. At the same time, he had a naive horror of Bolshevism and anything unconstitutional, and he watched the transformation of his brave lads into discontented and idle workmen with dismay and deep distress. He used sometimes to come around to my rooms and talk to me. He had the bewildered air of a man walking in his sleep. He made the fatal mistake of reading all the papers, and he took in the Daily Herald in order that he might see what it was these fellows had to say for themselves. Its bland assumption that Russians and Sinn Feiners could do no wrong, but that the slightest sign of assertion of authority on the part of any government was wicked tyranny, shocked his very soul. I remember that he wrote a long, most earnest letter to Lansbury, pointing out to him that if he subverted all authority and constitutional government, his own party would in its turn be subverted when it came to govern. Of course, he received no answer. During these months I came to love the man. The attraction that I had felt for him from the very first deeply underlay all my relation to him, but as I saw more of him I found many very positive reasons for my liking. He was the simplest, bravest, purest, most loyal, and most unselfish soul alive. He seemed to me to have no faults at all, unless it were a certain softness towards the wishes of those whom he loved. He could not bear to hurt anybody, but he never hesitated if some principle in which he believed was called in question. He had not, of course, a subtle mind. He was no analyst of character, but that did not make him uninteresting. I never heard anyone call him dull company, although men laughed at him for his good nature and unselfishness, and traded on him all the time. He was the best human being I've ever known, or am ever likely to know. Well, the crisis arrived with astonishing suddenness. About the 2nd or 3rd of August, I went down to stay with some friends at the little fishing village of Raphael in Glebeshire. I saw him just before I left London, and he told me that he was going to stay in London for the first half of August, that he liked London in August, even though his club would be closed, and Horton's delivered over to the painters. I heard nothing about him for a fortnight, and then I received a most extraordinary letter from Box Hamilton, a fellow clubman of mine and Wilbraham's. Had I heard, he said, that poor old Wilbraham had gone right off his knocker. Nobody knew exactly what had happened, but suddenly one day at lunchtime Wilbraham had turned up at Gray's, the club to which our own club was a visitor during its cleaning, had harangued everyone about religion in the most extraordinary way, had burst out from there and started shouting in Piccadilly, had, after collecting a crowd, disappeared, and not been seen until the next morning, when he had been found nearly killed after a hand-to-hand fight with the market men in Covent Garden. It may be imagined how deeply this disturbed me, especially as I felt that I was myself to blame. I had noticed that Wilbraham was ill when I had seen him in London, and I should either have persuaded him to come with me to Glebeshire or stayed with him in London. I was just about to pack up and go to town when I received a letter from a doctor in a nursing home in South Audley Street, saying that a certain Major Wilbraham was in the home dying, and asked persistently for myself. I took a motor to Drymouth and was in London by 5 o'clock. I found the South Audley Street nursing home, and was at once surrounded with the hush, the shaded rooms, the scents of medicine and flowers, and some undefinable cleanliness that belongs to those places. I waited in a little room, the walls decorated with sporting prints, the green baize table gloomily laden with volumes of Punch and the Tatler. Wilbraham's doctor came in to see me, a dapper, smart little man, efficient and impersonal. He told me that Wilbraham had at most only 24 hours to live, that his brain was quite clear, and that he was suffering very little pain, that he had been brutally kicked in the stomach by some man in the Covent Garden crowd, and had there received the internal injuries from which he was now dying. His brain is quite clear, the doctor said. Let him talk. It can do him no harm. Nothing can save him. His head is full of queer fancies. He wants everyone to listen to him. He's worrying because there's some message he wants to send. He wants to give it to you. When I saw Wilbraham, he was so little changed that I felt no shock. Indeed, the most striking change in him was the almost exultant happiness in his voice and eyes. It is true that after talking to him a little, I knew that he was dying. He had that strange peace and tranquillity of mind that one saw so often with dying men in the war. I will try to give an exact account of Wilbraham's narrative. Nothing else is of importance in this little story but that narrative. I can make no comment. I have no wish to do so. I only want to pass it on, as he begged me to do. If you don't believe me, he said, give other people the chance of doing so. I know that I am dying. I want as many men and women to have a chance of judging this as is humanly possible. I swear to you that I am telling the truth, and the exact truth, in every detail. I began my account by saying that I was not convinced. How could I be convinced? At the same time, I have none of those explanations with which people are so generously forthcoming on these occasions. I can only say that I do not think Wilbraham was insane, nor drunk, nor asleep. Nor do I believe that someone played a practical joke. Whether Wilbraham was insane between the hours when his visitor left him and his entrance into the nursing home, I must leave to my readers. I myself think he was not. After all, everything depends upon the relative importance that we place upon ambitions, possessions, emotions, ideas. Something suddenly became of so desperate an importance to Wilbraham that nothing else at all mattered. He wanted everyone else to see the importance of it as he did. That is all. It had been a hot and oppressive day. London had been torrid and uncomfortable. The mere fact that Oxford Street was up annoyed him. After a slight meal in his flat, he went to the Promenade concert at Queen's Hall. It was the second night of the season, Monday night, Wagner night. He bought himself a 5-shilling ticket and sat in the middle of the balcony, overlooking the floor. He was annoyed again when he discovered that he had been given a ticket for the non-smoking section of the balcony. He had heard no Wagner since August 1914, and was anxious to discover the effect that hearing it again would have upon him. The effect was disappointing. The music neither caught nor held him. The Meistersinger had always been a great opera for him. The third-act music that Sir Henry Wood gave to him didn't touch him anywhere. He also discovered that 6 years' abstinence had not enraptured him any more deeply with the rushing fiddles in the Tannhäuser overture, nor with the spinning music in the Flying Dutchman. Then came suddenly the prelude to the third act of Tristan. That caught him. The peace and tranquillity that he needed lapped him round. He was fully satisfied, and could have listened for another hour. He walked home down Regent Street, the quiet melancholy of the shepherd's pipe accompanying him, pleasing him, and tranquilizing him. As he reached his flat, 10 o'clock struck from St. James's Church. He asked the porter whether anyone had wanted him during his absence, whether anyone was waiting for him now. Some friend had told him that he might come up and use his spare room one night that week. No, no one had been. There was no one there waiting. Great was his surprise, therefore, when, opening the door of his flat, he found someone standing there, one hand resting on the table, his face turned towards the open door. Stronger, however, than Wilbraham's surprise was his immediate conviction that he knew his visitor well, and this was curious because the face was undoubtedly strange to him. "Ah, beg your pardon," Wilbraham said to him, hesitating. "I wanted to see you," the stranger said, smiling. When Wilbraham was telling me this part of his story, he seemed to be enveloped. Enveloped is the word that best conveys my own experience of him, by some quite radiant happiness. He smiled at me confidentially, as though he were telling me something that I had experienced with him, and that must give me the same happiness that it gave to him. "Ought I to have expected? Ought I to have known?" he stammered. "No, you couldn't have known," the stranger answered. "You're not late. I knew when you would come." Wilbraham told me that during these moments he was surrendering himself to an emotion and intimacy and companionship that was the most wonderful thing that he'd ever known. It was that intimacy and companionship, he told me, for which all his days he had been searching. It was the one thing that life never seemed to give, even in the greatest love, the deepest friendship. There was that seed of loneliness hidden. He had never found it in man or woman. Now, it was so wonderful that the first thing he said was, "And now you're going to stay, aren't you? You won't go away at once?" "Of course I'll stay," he answered, "if you want me." His visitor was dressed in some dark suit. There was nothing about him in any way odd or unusual. His face was thin and pale, his smile kindly. His English was without accent, his voice was soft and very melodious. But Wilbraham could notice nothing but his eyes. They were the most beautiful, tender, gentle eyes that he had ever seen in any human being. They sat down. Wilbraham's overwhelming fear was lest his guest should leave him. They began to talk, and Wilbraham took it at once as accepted that his friend knew all about him, everything. He found himself eagerly plunging into details of scenes, episodes that he had long put behind him for shame, perhaps, or for regret, or for sorrow. He knew at once that there was nothing that he need veil nor hide. Nothing. He had no sense that he must consider susceptibilities, nor avoid self-confession that was humiliating. But he did find, as he talked on, a kind of shame from another side creep towards him and began to enclose him. Shame at the smallness, meanness, emptiness of the things that he declared. He had always behind his mistakes and sins a sense that he was a rather unusually interesting person. If only his friends knew everything about him, they would be surprised at the remarkable man that he really was. Now it was exactly the opposite sense that came over him. In the gold-rimmed mirror that was over his mantelpiece, he saw himself diminishing. First himself, large, red-faced, smiling, rotund, lying back in his chair. Then the face shriveling, the limbs shortening, then the face small and peaked, the hands and legs little and mean, then the chair, enormous about and around the little trembling animal cowering against the cushion. He sprang up. No, I can't tell you any more, and you've known it all so long. I mean small, nothing. I have not even great ambition, nothing. His guest stood up and put his hand on his shoulder. They talked, standing side by side, and he said some things that belonged to Wilbraham alone that he would not tell me. Wilbraham asked him why he had come, and to him. "I will come now to a few of my friends," he said. "First one and then another. Many people have forgotten me behind my words. They have built up such a mountain over me, with the doctrines they have attributed to me, the things that they have said that I did. I am not really," he said, laughing, his hand on Wilbraham's shoulder, "so dull and gloomy and melancholy as they have made me. I loved life. I loved men. I loved laughter and games and the open air. I liked jokes and good food and exercise, all things that they have forgotten. So from now I shall come back to one or two. I am lonely when they see me so solemnly." Another thing he said, "They are making life complicated now. To lead a good life, to be happy, to manage the world, only the simplest things are needed. Love, unselfishness, tolerance." "Can I go with you and be with you always?" Wilbraham asked. "Do you really want that?" he said. "Yes," said Wilbraham, bowing his head. "Then you shall come and never leave me again. In 3 days from now." Then he kissed Wilbraham on the forehead and went away. I think that Wilbraham himself became conscious, as he told me this part of his story, of the difference between the seen and remembered figure and the foolish, inadequate, reported words. Even now, as I repeat a little of what Wilbraham said, I feel the virtue and power slipping away. And so it goes on. As the figure recedes, the words become colder and colder, and the air that surrounds them has in it less and less of power. But on that day when I sat beside Wilbraham's bed, the conviction in his voice and eyes held me, so that although my reason kept me back, my heart told me that he had been in contact with some power that was a stronger force than anything that I myself had ever known. But I have determined to make no personal comment on this story. I am here simply as a narrator of fact. Wilbraham told me that after his visitor left him, he sat there for some time in a dream. Then he sat up, startled, as though some voice calling had awakened him with an impulse that was like a fire suddenly blazing up and lighting the dark places of his brain. I imagine that all Wilbraham's impulses in the past, chivalric, idealistic, foolish, had been of that kind, sudden, of an almost ferocious energy and determination, blind to all consequences. He must go out at once and tell everyone of what had happened to him. I once read a story somewhere about some town that was expecting a great visitor. Everything was ready, the banners hanging, the music prepared, the crowds waiting in the street. A man who had once been for some years at the court of the expected visitor saw him enter the city, somberly clad, on foot. Meanwhile, his chamberlain entered the town in full panoply, with the trumpets blowing and many riders in attendance. The man who knew the real thing ran to everyone telling the truth, but they laughed at him and refused to listen. And the real king departed quietly as he had come. It was, I suppose, an influence of this kind that drove Wilbraham now. Suddenly, something was of so great an importance to him that nothing else, mockery, hostility, scorn, counted. After all, simply a supreme example of the other impulses that had swayed him throughout his life. What followed might, I think, have been to some extent averted had his appearance been different. London is a home of madmen, and casually permits any lunacy so that public peace is not endangered. Had poor Wilbraham looked a fanatic, with pale face, long hair, ragged clothes, much would have been forgiven him. But for a stout, middle-aged gentleman, well-dressed, well-groomed, what could be supposed but insanity, and insanity of a very ludicrous kind? He put on his coat and went out. From this moment his account was confused. His mind, as he spoke to me, kept returning to that visitor. What happened after his friend's departure was vague and uncertain to him, largely because it was unimportant. He does not know what time it was when he went out, but I gather that it must have been about midnight. There were still people in Piccadilly. Somewhere near the Berkeley Hotel he stopped a gentleman and a lady. He spoke, I am sure, so politely that the man he addressed must have supposed that he was asking for a match or an address or something of the kind. Wilbraham told me that very quietly he asked the gentleman whether he might speak to him for a moment, that he had something very important to say. That he would not, as a rule, dream of interfering in any man's private affairs, but that the importance of his communication outweighed all ordinary conventions. That he expected that the gentleman had hitherto, as had been his own case, felt much doubt about religious questions, but that now all doubt was, once and forever, over, that I expect that at that fatal word religion, the gentleman started as though he had been stung by a snake, felt that this mild-looking man was a dangerous lunatic, and tried to move away. It was the lady with him, so far as I can discover, who cried out, "Oh, poor man, he's ill," and wanted at once to do something for him. By this time a crowd was beginning to collect, and as the crowd closed around the central figures, more people gathered upon the outskirts, and, peering through, wondered what had happened, whether there was an accident, whether it were a drunk, whether there had been a quarrel, and so on. Wilbraham, I fancy, began to address them all, telling them his great news, begging them with desperate urgency to believe him. Some laughed, some stared in wide-eyed wonder. The crowd was increasing, and then, of course, the inevitable policeman, with his "Move on, please," appeared. How deeply I regret that Wilbraham was not, there and then, arrested. He would be alive and with us now if that had been done. But the policeman hesitated, I suppose, to arrest anyone as obviously a gentleman as Wilbraham, a man, too, as he soon perceived, who was perfectly sober, even though he was not in his right mind. Wilbraham was surprised at the policeman's interference. He said that the last thing that he wished to do was to create any disturbance, but that he could not bear to let all these people go to their beds without giving them a chance of realizing, first, that everything was now altered, that he had the most wonderful news. The crowd was dispersed, and Wilbraham found himself walking alone with the policeman beside the Green Park. He must have been a very nice policeman, because before Wilbraham's death he called at the nursing home and was very anxious to know how the poor gentleman was getting on. He allowed Wilbraham to talk to him, and then did all he could to persuade him to walk home and go to bed. He offered to get him a taxi. Wilbraham thanked him and said he would do so, and bade him good night, and the policeman, seeing that Wilbraham was perfectly composed and sober, left him. After that, the narrative is more confused. Wilbraham apparently walked down Knightsbridge and arrived at last somewhere near the Albert Hall. He must have spoken to a number of different people. One man, a politician apparently, was with him for a considerable time, but only because he was so anxious to emphasize his own views about the coalition government and the wickedness of Lloyd George. Another was a journalist, who continued with him for a while because he scented a story for his newspaper. Some people may remember that there was a garbled paragraph about a religious army officer in the Daily Record. One lady thought that Wilbraham wanted to go home with her, and was both angry and relieved when she found that it was not so. He stayed at a cabman's shelter for a time, and drank a cup of coffee, and told the little gathering there his news. They took it very calmly. They had met so many queer things in their time that nothing seemed odd to them. His account becomes clearer again when he found himself a little before dawn in the park and in the company of a woman and a broken-down pugilist. I saw both these persons afterwards and had some talk with them. The pugilist had only the vaguest sense of what had happened. Wilbraham was a proper old bird, and had given him half-a-crown to get his breakfast with. They had all slept together under a tree, and he had made some rather voluble protest because the other two would talk so continuously and prevented his sleeping. It was a warm night, and the sun had come up behind the trees surprisin' quick. He had liked the old boy, especially as he had given him half-a-crown. The woman was another story. She was quiet and reserved, dressed in black, with a neat little black hat, with a green feather in it. She had yellow fluffy hair and bright childish blue eyes, and a simple, innocent expression. She spoke very softly and almost in a whisper. So far as I could discover, she could see nothing odd in Wilbraham, nor in anything that he had said. She was the one person in all the world who had understood him completely, and found nothing out of the way in his talk. She had liked him at once, she said. I could see that he was kind, she added earnestly, as though to her that was the most important thing in all the world. No, his talk had not seemed odd to her. She had believed every word that he had said. Why not? You could not look at him and not believe what he said. Of course, it was true, and why not? What was there against it? It had been a great help for her, what the gentleman had told her. Yes, and he'd gone to sleep with his head in her lap, and she had stayed awake all night thinking, and he had waked up just in time to see the sunrise. Some sunrise that was, too. That was a curious little fact that all three of them, even the battered pugilist, should have been so deeply struck by that sunrise. Wilbraham, on the last day of his life, when he hovered between consciousness and unconsciousness, kept recalling it as though it had been a vision. The sun! And the trees suddenly green and bright like glittering swords, all shapes, swords, plowshares, elephants, and camels, and the sky pale like ivory. See now, the sun is rushing up, faster than ever, to take us with him, up, up, leaving the trees like green clouds beneath us, far, far beneath us. The woman said that it was the finest sunrise she had ever seen. He talked to her all the time about his plans. He was looking disheveled now, and unshaven and dirty. She suggested that he should go back to his flat. No, he wished to waste no time. Who knew how long he had got? It might be only a day or two. He will go to Covent Garden and talk to the men there. She was confused as to what happened after that. When they got to the market, the carts were coming in, and men were very busy. She saw the gentleman speak to one of them very earnestly, but he was busy and pushed him aside. He spoke to another, who told him to clear out. Then he jumped onto a box, and almost the last sight she had of him was his standing there in his soiled clothes, a streak of mud on his face, his arms outstretched and crying, "It's true! Stop just a moment! You must hear me!" Someone pushed him off the box. The pugilist rushed in then, cursing them, and saying that the man was a gentleman and had given him half-a-crown, and then some hulking great fellow fought the pugilist, and there was a regular mêlée. Wilbraham was in the middle of them, was knocked down and trampled upon. No one meant to hurt him, I think. They all seemed very sorry afterwards. He died 2 days later, after being brought into the nursing home. He was very happy just before he died, pressed my hand, and asked me to look after the girl. "Isn't it wonderful," were his last words to me, "that it should be true after all?" As to truth, who knows? Truth is a large order. This is true as far as Wilbraham goes, every word of it. Beyond that, well, it must be jolly to be so happy as Wilbraham was. This will seem a lying story to some, a silly and pointless story to others. I wonder. End of Story 1. Story 2 of Hugh Walpole, Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 2, The Enemy, 1923. At 8:15 in the morning, every working day of the year, summer and winter, little Jack Harding left his little house in Ealing for the Charing Cross Road, where he had a little bookshop. A month every year he took a holiday, but even during that month he might be said to go through the same procedure, because wherever he might be, he woke up at 7:30, and lying on his back in bed, went through all the stages of dressing, having breakfast, hurrying to the station, changing at Hammersmith, getting out at Leicester Square, walking up to the little shop, scolding the boy with adenoids, opening his correspondence, and entering happily on the business of the day. It was luxurious indeed to lie on one's back and take this journey, hearing the waves murmur outside one's window, or seeing the clouds pass in lazy procession, or hearing the separator hard at work in some distant part of the farmhouse. He enjoyed his holiday, of course, but he enjoyed still more getting back to work again. He loved his shop, although it made him the barest living in these difficult post-war days, and he could not be said to care very generally for books for their own sake. He was a little man, stout and round like a rolling pin, with very small feet and hands, of which he was immensely proud. He was cheery and optimistic by temperament, loved to hear the sound of his own voice, and although he was 45, was still unmarried. He enjoyed the society of ladies, but liked them in general rather than in particular. An old woman looked after him and his little house, cheated him and robbed him, scolded him and abused him, except when he was ill, when she adored him and took an enormous amount of trouble to make him comfortable. He had only one enemy in the world. Now, the point about this enemy was that he had seldom spoken to him. Some years ago, when he had first come to live in Ealing, he had noticed on his regular morning journey a large, heavy, red-faced man who lived apparently in his own street, always plunged out of his door at precisely the moment when he, Harding, passed it, and so plunged apparently in order to have a bright morning conversation. In fact, it very soon became Harding's conviction that the large, heavy gentleman waited behind the dining-room curtain until he saw him approach and then made his plunge. Now, Harding did not want a bright morning conversation. His mind was busy with the details of the day's work. The catalogue that he was preparing, the cheap lot of books that had come in yesterday, and would most of them find their way into the sixpenny box outside, and the chances of discovering some unexpected find that would add glory to the aforementioned catalogue. Such questions as these made a morning conversation with a stranger extremely irritating, and Harding was English enough to suspect at once of the most abominable crimes anybody who spoke to him without a proper Ealing introduction. This large man was, in Harding's view, exactly the person of whom he would expect a crime. On the first morning, the large man had insisted on walking with Harding to the station. He talked in a great booming voice about the weather, about the neighboring music hall and a dainty little piece who was dancing there, about some shares he had somewhere, about his being a widower, about some geraniums in his back garden, about some horses, about indigestion, and about where he was going for his summer holiday. All these things before they reached the station at all. Then in the train he sat next to Harding, might indeed be said almost to sit over him, and went on with a long, cheerful proclamation about potatoes and beans and cabbages, shouting it all out at the top of his voice, in rivalry with the noisy train. If there was one thing in the world that Harding detested, it was talking against a train, he himself having a rather small, shrill voice, which was not at its best when it was unduly raised, as he very well knew. Then this horrible man stuck closely to him at Hammersmith, marched down the platform with him, pushed past the ticket collector, marched up the other platform, and sat over him once again in the tube. He went all the way with him to Leicester Square, and would, Harding believed, have followed him to his bookshop, had he not managed to lose him in the crowd. Work was spoiled for Harding that day. Whenever he tried to think clearly, that man's booming voice seemed to get in the way, his large, bushy, black mustache seemed to whisk up and down the bookshelves, and his broad, aggressive chest overshadowed the customers. Harding had not been encouraging, but nevertheless, next day, there was the man again, darting down the steps with a, "Well, good morning, how are we today?" so that Harding, who detested to be called "we," was so deeply annoyed that he murmured that he had forgotten something, hurried back to his house again, and was 20 minutes late at the bookshop. This was how it began, and every day now the poor little man was overshadowed by this horrible stranger. This horrible man's name was Tonks, and he had something to do with vegetables. He had no children, and was thinking of marrying again, but couldn't quite make up his mind. He gave his reluctant companion most unpleasant and intimate details of his earlier married life. He had an especially disagreeable habit of putting his hand on little Harding's shoulder. The really strange thing was that Tonks seemed to have no particular liking for any other of the numerous company who went down to the city at that same hour day by day. There were, as Harding complained, any number of men who would have been delighted with Tonks' confidences, but Tonks appeared to wish to have none of them, and Harding, being a modest little man, could only explain this as a quite definite persecution, deliberately indulged in by Tonks for his own especial annoyance. Now, the passion of Harding's life was his bookshop. He thought about it all day, slept with it all night, ate it at every meal, and was never so happy as when he was imagining wonderful plans for its future. These plans were not really of a literary kind. His vision and dream was an enormous shop containing thousands and thousands and thousands of volumes. Room succeeded room, rows and rows of bookshelves towered up into the mysterious mists of the ceiling. There were so many books that nobody knew how many there were, nor ever would know, and with this sense of size and multitude went also a keen pleasure in what might vulgarly be called spotting the winner. Harding never went to horse races. As he once explained to a friend, he did his horse racing in the bookshop. This was just at the time when there was a passion, both in America and England, for modern first editions, and Harding had a special catalogue of modern firsts of which he was immensely proud. This catalogue might have been better, and he would certainly have made more money, had he gone in for quality rather than quantity, but he loved his catalogues to be large and full of important names. He had a list of modern writers, and used to mark them up and down in this list week by week, according to the value of the moment. At one time it would be, we will say, Drinkwater and de la Mare who were going to win the literary stakes, and his modern catalogue that quarter would be full of Drinkwaters and de la Mares, a great many of them of no value at all, but he would put little mystical notes under the items like "very scarce" or "rare in this state," and then hope for the best. Nothing pleased him so much as when somebody came into his shop, asked for some tawdry novel, and was then lured by him into a consideration of rare firsts. He loved to see them open their eyes in wide amazement as he explained to them the wonderful speculation that investing in these mysterious Drinkwaters would be, of them going up week by week, that somebody in his shop had bought 2 years ago a little slim Maysfield for almost nothing at all, and that now £10 wouldn't buy it. Ladies might be seen going from his shop with a little bundle of mysterious poets, when they had intended to purchase only a very unmysterious story to read in the train. Had this been all, he might truly be said to be encouraging a love of real literature among the masses. But unfortunately, those same ladies very often returned at a later date with the same mysterious poets under their arm, expecting him very naively to give them an increased price for these same writers, and being greatly indignant when they found that these books had gone down rather than up. Nothing is perhaps more curious in ordinary daily life than the way in which somebody who has perhaps a very remote connection with ourselves and our affairs creeps in upon our consciousness and dominates it. I remember once staying with a man in a fine country house, surrounded by a magnificent park, shut off most securely from all the world, and worried almost to death by the personality of a certain butcher in a neighboring village. He didn't even get his meat from the man. He was simply conscious of him, of his red face, his stout body, his blood-stained knife, and this man interfered so seriously with his happiness that he sold his house and went elsewhere. That is an extreme case, I dare say, but we must all of us be able to remember times when we have been affected in something of this fashion. Mr. Tonks crept in upon the consciousness of Mr. Harding very slowly. Mr. Harding could not really be said to be a very imaginative man. He had only an imagination about the possible size of his bookshop. With regard to his own daily affairs, he was very practical and sensible. Nevertheless, he found himself, after a week or two, hesitating before he took his walk to the station. Would Tonks be there, springing down the steps towards him? Would his cheery laugh ring through South Ealing? Would Harding this time be ahead of him? He noticed soon that he did not move off to the station with his accustomed alacrity, that he paused a little in his bit of garden, and that once or twice he peered down the street to see whether there were anyone there. He began to have a physical feeling about Tonks, as though he were an egg ever so slightly bad, or a bird just a tiny bit too high. He contemplated the possibility of reaching the station by some other route. He thought that perhaps it would be almost as quick to go from Ealing Broadway, but as a matter of honest fact, he knew that it would not. Then he concocted for himself an elaborate conversation with Tonks. How he said to him very politely, "Good morning," how they started off to the station together, and how on the way he explained very gravely, but with the utmost politeness, that it was quite essential for him to have absolute silence on his journey down to Charing Cross Road, because there were so many business problems that only that morning hour before the morning rush could solve. He saw himself then bowing to Mr. Tonks, saying that he hoped that he understood, that no kind of offence was intended, and that if there was one person in the world with whom he would like to talk at that moment, it was Mr. Tonks, but that, in fact, there must be nobody at all. Harding thought this all out very carefully, and it seemed to him that there was nothing whatever to prevent him from carrying out his desire. There was, in fact, nothing to prevent him, except that the words would not come. Something tied him when he saw Mr. Tonks, just as though a seal had been placed on his lips, and this made him more irritated than ever. "I should have thought," he complained angrily to himself, "that the fellow could see that I don't want him. I surely make it plain enough." However, the fellow did not see, and Mr. Tonks became more and more amiable, more and more voluble, was ever more and persistently there. The next stage in the proceedings was that Harding dreamt about Tonks. He was not a man who dreamt very often. Only occasionally, when he had had a late supper, he fell screaming from an enormous height, and he did occasionally dream about somebody coming into his shop with a first Pilgrim's Progress, imperfect condition, and offering it to him for sixpence. But he was on the whole most definitely not a dreamer. One night he saw Tonks standing in his room in his nightshirt. The vision was so vivid, the smile on Tonks' face was so real, the nightshirt so exactly what in real life it would be, that it was hard to believe it was a dream. "What have you come here for?" he asked angrily. "I'm never going to leave you again," the figure replied. Poor Harding woke with a scream. Then the dream came quite frequently. There were different aspects of it. The worst was when Tonks's naked feet could be heard padding up the stairs. Then there was a pause outside the bedroom door, and Tonks' labored breathing came like a whistle through the woodwork. Then the door slowly opened, and first Tonks' head was seen peering round, and then the whole big body came into view. Then the door was softly closed, and Tonks stood there watching. Always Harding said the same thing. "What have you come here for?" And Tonks said, "I'm never going to leave you again." There suddenly came a week when Tonks did not appear, no sign of him at all. Harding absolutely sighed with relief. Perhaps Tonks had gone away. Perhaps he was on a holiday, and would be drowned in the sea, or ridden over by a motor car. Perhaps he had committed some crime and left the country. At any rate, for a week he disappeared, and Harding was astounded and secretly irritated to find that towards the end of the week he missed him quite seriously, just because to have somebody so thoroughly to dislike seemed to give piquancy to the work of the day. But lo and behold, there on Monday morning was Tonks again, hurrying down the steps with his "Well, well, how are we then today?" and then going on to explain that he had had a horribly bad cold, that his throat had hurt him something terribly, and his inside not been at all the thing. On that day Harding could have killed him, and he did manage to say, as they drew near to the station, "Look here, I've got to think something out. Let me be quiet, won't you?" To which Tonks, who had been sneezing hysterically all down the road, replied through his cold, invaded nose, "All right, old feller. Forgive my sneezing, won't you? Terrible things to get rid of, colds." The next stage of this affair was that Tonks' personality invaded the shop. It can only have been hysteria on the part of Harding, and he was most certainly very far from being an hysterical person. But one morning, opening the door of the shop, stepping in, sniffing as he invariably did the aroma of old decaying books, the beautiful scent of piled up dusty volumes, it seemed to him that Tonks had followed in after him. He whisked sharply around, but of course there was no one there, but for half a moment he could have sworn that out of the tail of his eye he saw the heavy shoulder, the rough red of the cheek, the beginning of that hateful smile. "That man's getting on my nerves," he said to himself. "I really must refuse to think of him any longer." But he could not help himself. There was something about Tonks, as though he had been Frankenstein's monster of Harding's own creation. Harding, like all Englishmen, was, underneath his British exterior, a desperately sentimental man. A little of a sycophant, too, something of a crawler, and the odd thing was that if he had met Tonks just a little differently, that is, on a convivial evening at the house of a mutual friend, he might have liked him very much indeed, so close are love and hatred to one another. As it was, he hated him, and every day with increasing fervor. He was perhaps working too hard, bothering himself too strenuously about his new catalogue. Perhaps he was taking too little exercise and eating things that did not agree with him. Whatever the explanation, certain it is that Tonks's shadow was always now appearing in the shop, hiding behind the counter, squeezing itself in between the covers of books, balancing itself precariously on ladders, always turning up in the most unexpected places. And then one day came the climax. Tonks did make a real appearance in the true flesh. He came in one morning about midday, sauntering in, one hand in his pocket, smiling all over his face. Harding was alone in the shop at the time. "Well, well, how are we?" he called out. "I've caught you in your lair at last. You never would tell me where you worked, and I've had to find it out for myself." So he'd been spying on him? Harding's face crimsoned. He had to bend over a book that he was examining to hide his agitation. Yes, he'd been spying on him, the beast. Tonks waited a moment for a reply, and getting none, went on most genially, "Well, well, I'm sure you're busy today. I've come in to buy a book from you." "Oh, what sort of a book?" said Harding, almost in a whisper. "Well, it's for a young lady friend of mine, and she's taking a long journey up to the north of Scotland, and wants something to read. Why, I said to her, I know the very man. He's a great friend of mine, and very clever, and I'll ask him to advise me." Harding suddenly looked up and leaned across the counter, his face pushed forward. The two men were very close to one another. "I'm not your friend," he said, "and I'll have you know it. I hate the very sight of you. I've been wanting to tell you this for a long time." The smile suddenly left Tonks's face, as though it had been snatched away by somebody standing behind him. His eyes were wide with surprise. "Well, I never," he said. "Do you really feel like that about me? I wonder why." "Never mind why," said Harding furiously. "The fact's true, and that's enough. You've been irritating me for months, walking along to the station with me, only I haven't had the courage to tell you so. I should have thought a man would have seen it." He bent down, his face still crimson, staring into his book. The puzzled expression deepened on Tonks's countenance. His whole body seemed to grow puzzled, too. His waistcoat developed new creases, his hands seemed to wrinkle. Then his great chest heaved a mighty sigh. "It's strange," he said. "I wonder if you know anything against me. Not that there is much against me that I can think of, but it's curious because I took a liking to you, a great liking to you. Most unusually quick it was, at the very first sight of you, as one might say. I suppose I'm slow to notice things, but there's never been a man I'd have liked for a friend so much as I'd have liked you. There's something about you sort of appeals to me. I suppose you couldn't explain a little?" "No, I couldn't," said Harding ferociously. "I just don't like you, and that's all there is about it. We're better apart, if you'll excuse me for saying so." "Oh, I'll excuse you," said Tonks, shaking his head slowly, pulling himself together. "But it's a great pity, a terrible pity. I'm a lonely sort of man. Being a widower's a bit difficult, because, you see, if you've liked the first woman, it's most improbable you're going to be pleased with the second. And if you haven't liked the first woman, why, you're off matrimony altogether, so to speak. If you understand what I mean, I'm sort of lonely in that house. I've been wanting to ask you in for weeks past. I've got an organ in the dining room you'd love to hear. It's as good as a church. You've never seen my dog, have you?" "No, I haven't," said Harding, "and I don't want to." "Well, well," said Tonks slowly, "that's the end of that. "I'm glad I've got the dog, though," he said as he went out of the shop. There began after this an even worse period for Harding, because although Tonks never actually met him now on the way to the station, never spoke to him, indeed, he was always just round the corner. Harding could never pass his house without feeling sure he was hiding behind the dining-room curtain and longing to rush out and speak to him. At Hammersmith their paths were sometimes crossed, and then Tonks had a mixture of pride and pleading on his large, round face that was terrible to see. Harding had now a curious sense that in one way or another he was in the wrong. Absurd, of course, but there you are. He only hated the man the more for it. The man became a proverb in his mind. When he was talking with his friends, he would quote him as an instance of the depth of his feeling. "There's a man I know," he would say, "whom you wouldn't believe the way I hate, and I really couldn't tell you why. Just his face or his smile or something. Case of Dr. Fell, I suppose. Really gives me the creeps. You might say there's nothing against him, and yet, in a way, there is. His being alive's against him, if you understand what I mean." And then all the friends would laugh together and say that they understood perfectly. There was one morning a most difficult moment when Tonks came down the steps with his dog, the most hideous mongrel you ever saw, kind of a fox terrier with a black spot on its nose, and one ear half bitten off in a dog-fight. The awkward thing was that the dog leapt upon Harding as though he were an old friend. "Come here, Spot, come here!" Tonks called out, looking extremely embarrassed, but Spot persisted in claiming Harding for an old friend. He simply wouldn't leave him alone. The two men stopped and looked at one another, and Harding had the most curious feeling, as though he would like to go up and embrace Tonks and put his hat straight. A most curious and un-British feeling, as everybody will allow, and Tonks and the dog went one way and Harding went another. Bah! How he hated that man! Why couldn't he go and live somewhere else? Nevertheless, all the way to the shop he felt ashamed of himself and couldn't settle down to anything for the rest of the day. 3 days later, about 6 in the evening, he was returning home. He left the shop a little earlier than usual because it was so fine and pleasant. He wanted to get into his little garden and do some digging. He got out at South Ealing Station and walked briskly down the road homewards. Outside Tonks' house there was an agitation. Several people were hanging about, and a policeman was looking into space. "Oh, excuse me, constable, is there anything the matter?" asked Harding. "Gentleman been run over by a motor omnibus," said the policeman, "just round the corner here. No use taking him to hospital. He done for." "Done for?" gasped Harding. "Dead as mutton," said the policeman. Harding turned white. It was as though he himself had killed him. "Beg pardon, sir," said the policeman. "Are you a friend of the gentleman?" "Why?" asked Harding. "Why, because he don't seem to have anybody in the house who does belong. Nobody but an old woman who comes in and does for him, and a dog. The dog won't leave his bed. Must have been a lonely sort of life for a man." "Yes, I am a friend of his," said Harding suddenly. "A very great friend." He pushed past the policeman and went into the house. There was a doctor there, an old woman crying, the dog sitting on his hindquarters at the foot of the bed, and not moving. There was Tonks himself, in a nice clean nightshirt, with his hair brushed, looking very calm and quiet, a suggestion of a smile hovering about his mouth. "Caught him in the stomach," said the doctor. "Instantaneous. Are you a friend of the deceased?" he asked. "Yes, I am," said Harding, "a great friend." "Well, there doesn't seem to be anybody else," said the doctor. "Must have been a lonely sort of life." The old woman sobbed. "Oh, he was a kind gentleman," she said. "I was his best friend," said Harding. "We used to go into town together every morning. I'll see to everything." He did. For weeks he worked at Tonks' affairs, which were in a curiously complicated state. There seemed to be no relations. In the end, when everything was sold and all debts paid, there were a few £100, and these Harding gave to the old woman. No one seemed to question for a moment that Harding was Tonks' best friend. The action of the dog only confirmed it. He refused to go near anyone save Harding. Harding had to take him home to live with him. "No, he's not much of a dog," he would say, "but you see, his master was my best friend, so there you are." And the funny part of it all was that was true. End of story 2. Story 3 of Hugh Walpole, Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 3, The Dog and the Dragon in Reminiscence, 1923. Rachel Seddon sat on the 4th floor of the Titan Hotel in New York, trying to read Marquette's Humpty Dumpty. The heavy, clumsy volume fell onto her lap, and she turned her eyes to the window. In the light of the spring afternoon, apricot purple tinted, the cars buried deep in the black, shadowed canyon of Fifth Avenue looked from where she sat like a vast army of black slugs, waiting for an order from some officer. The traffic lights, watchful eyes of red or green, suddenly changed. Across the ribbons of street, numbers of little black figures scurried in fear for their little lives. The lights changed again, and slowly the army moved forward, bent on its secret, inevitable purpose. Rachel, tired of the muddied contents of Mr. Dumpty's mind, stared about the pretty pink and white, soulless room. The room was close and heavy with the scent of flowers. The windows could not be opened because the noise from the street was so great. On the table were several brightly bound volumes, not foolish either, the last word in culture perhaps, young Mr. Eliot's Wasteland, old Mr. Pound's collected verse, the poems of Edna St. Vincent Millay, the last word and the next word, hovering even then above those so innocent victims, waiting eagle-like to strike. Rachel did not care. Her intelligent young friend, Mamie Doherty, had brought the books and said that Rachel must read them. Rachel had attempted a page of Humpty Dumpty, and that was sufficient. She was not clever enough to understand. She could hear Mamie's shrill tones, "But you must keep up, my dear, you must keep up." She did not want to keep up. She was not modern at all. She was early Victorian. She always had been. Her eyes moved wearily back to the cars slithering through the faint yellow light. Faintly through the closed windows came the shrill cry of the electric hammer. Open those windows and the confusion that would come rushing into the room. A matter of life and death to keep them closed. But the room was warm. Her hands closed on her lap. Her eyes fell. H.D. slipped to the floor, and there wallowed in his own grime. Her son had been married only a fortnight before. It was for that she had come to America. He was now on his way to Japan. Roddy, like his father, so kind, so good, so unimaginative. And now she was alone in the room. Rich, good-looking for 46, popular, and alone. Quite alone. No one at all. Comfortable in health, position, secure as very few, perhaps, were secure in this new, uncertain world, and alone. In half an hour Clarice would arrive to take her. Her eyes closed. 2. Her eyes closed, but she was not asleep. Her dress of dark purple silk spread its skirts about her like a cloud. Her face, still sharp with some of the austerity that the early years of her married life had given her, lay back against the amber-colored cushions of the long, easy chair. Her hands closed in her lap, receiving at once the lifeless outline of wax. Her bosom slowly rose and fell. Beyond the window she heard the dim voice of the metal hammer. Someone in the next room was speaking at the telephone. No, she was not sleeping, but she seemed to be narrating to someone an earlier experience, an experience of so long ago that it belonged to quite another life than hers, and not only another life, but another age, another world. To whom was she speaking? To Roddy, perhaps. Not to Roddy the second, so young, so modern, so self-assured and restrained, but to Roddy the first, whom at first she had not loved, and afterwards— Her eyes flickered. Her hands for an instant rose and fell again, as though in a gesture of recognition. "Well, Roddy, we did make a success of it, didn't we? In these days, that's something to say. Weren't those last 10 years the happiest possible to man? I like to look back now and see how happy you were. That is, perhaps, now that your son is married and gone, because whatever I may pretend, he is gone. The girl will see to that. The greatest pleasure left to me. Who knows? It may be that so much happiness over so long a time deadens us. Certainly, since your death, I have had some good times. I would rather be alive than not, but that morning when I looked at you for the last time, something went, and it was not only because I was losing you. Something went in the world, too. Something has gone out of the world. We all feel it. We all know it. Or is it only that I have reached the dangerous age, the real, true, dangerous age, and it is simply my own youth that I am missing? You can tell me, Roddy. You know me so well. Am I so egoistic as that? I won't believe it. Something gone out of the world that we have got to get back into it, or we perish. Intensity of feeling? The intensity, the pause that came from waiting, from listening, the pause that we can't secure now, try as we may. Why do I feel nothing intensely any longer? Is it because I am forever being moved away from it, pushed on by machines, always something buzzing in my ears that refuses to allow me to listen? Machines, machines, machines! I tell you, Roddy, they're awful. Much worse than when you were alive. Worse every week. More of them. They move faster. They make more noise. I don't care any more. I have no fear any more, nor passion, nor deep, luxurious sense of beauty. The thing that Lizzie Rand used to call putting the key in the lock and feeling that it turns. Do you remember? And if we don't get back these things, we're lost. Life is at an end. We, too, are machines, and the key to the door is lost forever. No fear any more. I told you, Roddy, once about that night when Grandmama Rex found me in her bedroom. Talk of terror! There was intensity of feeling, if you like. That was life. I am back again, savoring it, turning it over on my tongue, trying to find in it something that the world hasn't got any more. Romance. Green and gold and ebony with the dragon's eyes and the mongrel dog. Yes, there was something in that, something precious and deep and splendid. Oh, Roddy, help me to drag it back into life again. 3. You know I've told you often enough that I was only 7 years old when I was taken to live in that Portland Place house. 7 years old, with black, staring, rebellious eyes like a little witch. I hated everybody because I was so desperately frightened. It was not a house, as you yourself know well enough, to encourage a small child's confidence. No, not a house for confidences, and not, as I saw it then, for any romantic fancies either. I was a queer little child. I like, from where I am swinging half asleep, to lean back, stretch out a hand, and pick up that kid with her large, black, staring eyes, her expression half of fright, half of curiosity, her wonder, her loneliness. Oh, it doesn't bear thinking of how eternally lonely small children can be. And that was a house to be lonely in. Those Portland Place houses don't seem so very large now to one's grown-up eyes, though in these after-the-war days they are much too large for any ordinary civilized person. But to a small, lonely child, a desert. That was what it was, a desert. It was divided, I remember, like Caesar's Gaul, into 4 parts. The servants' quarters, the public reception, see your friends at tea-time quarters, Granny Rex's quarters, and the desolate, barn-like rooms where Miss Manch, the governess, and the old nurse Proddy, and myself passed our dreary hours. They were dreary for all of us, and for myself, terrifying. Terrifying, of course, because of my picture of the old lady on the other side of the wall. You saw, Roddy, how, until she died, I never quite recovered my security. To any small child she must have been awful. It wasn't only what she was in herself, but the breathless attitude that people adopted when they were speaking of her. The way Miss Manch herself would sink her voice and throw her eye over her shoulder, and as to Nurse Proddy, at the mere sound of Granny Rex's name, she would quiver all over like a jelly. I, at 7 years old, didn't, of course, know all that the old Duchess stood for. I didn't know any of it. How much more wonderful even than she was would she have appeared to everyone then had they known of the European War? And they didn't know. Lucky for them that they didn't. But she stood for enough as it was. She was a past mistress of pictorial effects, of silences, vanishings, speaking oracularly, sitting between her green Chinese dragons on her golden throne, bullying by proxy, and all the rest of it. Oh, there's no need to tell you, Roddy. Of course, to a small child she was simply terrifying, and doubly, of course, to a lonely, imaginative, sensitive little thing as I was. And I hadn't a friend. I wasn't allowed to play with other children. Adela and John and the others were good to me when they had time, and that, of course, was seldom enough. Miss Manch believed in her good old methods for bringing up children, saying sharply, "Now, don't do that, Rachel," on every possible opportunity, and being absolutely inhuman. According to Lizzie Rand, who knew her afterwards, she had troubles enough of her own. But, of course, she never took me into her confidence, although I was old for my age, and might have been of some comfort to her had she made the experiment. But when I think of Roddy Jr. and the time he had in his childhood, and the time I had, I was punished on every conceivable occasion, and punished generally by being shut up in the dark, because that seemed to have more effect with me than anything else. And indeed it had. I was terrified of the dark in a way that Miss Manch couldn't even begin to conceive of. I generally saw Granny Rex as I hid my face in the bed, and she would come slowly out of the dusk with her waxen face and her fingers stiff with rings, and a little body like a sharp-beaked bird's, her snow-white hair and her claw-like hands. But I suffered more from loneliness than from the dark. My Russian blood gave me a strain of melancholy, as you well know, Roddy, that loneliness desperately accentuated. I had simply nothing and nobody to love. All alone in that huge house. I had an old rag doll that I adored, and Miss Manch threw it into the fire one day because I had been naughty. I bit Miss Manch in the finger. I can feel the grit of the ring on my teeth at this moment. And then I determined that I would never love anything or anybody again, because it hurt so terribly when you lost them. However, I did love something again, and it is just that memory that comes back to me now, a certain night, a terrible moment, and that night, that moment, that passion of love and of rage seemed to me just now romantic as nothing in my life has been since. No, not my love for you, Roddy. That was something else, deeper but not so poignantly romantic. And this modern machine-made world, can it ever give one romantically what the old one gave one? Or is it only increasing middle age? Whatever it is, it's a luxury to capture that moment again, to have it in one's hand, to touch it, feel it, to be aware of the romance stealing up through one's fingers. 4. What I loved was a dog. I don't know why I have never told you about this before. It comes back to me today with more vividness than it has ever had. Tatters, the dog called after a book that I loved when I was small. rags and tatters. Forgotten utterly now, I suppose, and if remembered, considered too desperately sentimental for the sophisticated, cold-blooded, young cradle-Freudians of today. I saw the dog when I was out for a walk with Miss Monch. It was trying to get up some area steps that were slippery with the January morning frost. It climbed a step, slipped back, and then howled. It was a kind of short-legged terrier, nearly a Sealyham, I should think, and it had a black nose, and one ear black, tipped just as though it had been dipped in the ink. It looked at me as I peered over the area railing, and howled so comically, with one flap of an ear spread nakedly back, that I couldn't resist it. Miss Monch had gone on, with her head in the air, as she used to do when she was imaging matrimony, and I was down the steps and had the dog in my arms and was back again in no time at all. And then, when I felt the dog in my arms, his body all soft and warm like a hot water bottle, and his legs hanging down, his tongue licking my glove, I simply couldn't let him go. He was heavy, and when I reached Miss Monch I was panting. I think that she must have just reached the stage in her prophecies when he first drew her head to his breast, because she said dreamily, "What have you got there, darling?" and didn't wait for an answer. I put him down on the pavement, and he trotted contentedly beside me. He must have been washed quite recently by someone, because he looked clean, and he held his head up as though he were a prince. We were near our prison, and he followed me in through the heavy grim doors as though he hadn't a care in the world. The footman said nothing, and Miss Monch apparently noticed nothing. It wasn't until we were in the schoolroom, and the dog went straight for Miss Monch's work-basket, and the reels were all spilt on the floor, that he was really observed. He was, of course, at once condemned. I was scolded, and there were some tears. Then Miss Monch found a letter awaiting her from a favourite brother, and the dog was quiet in a corner with a biscuit that I had found for him, and for the moment he was forgotten. It was then that I had for the first time in my young life a real contact with a human being. No one had ever, as far as I knew, loved me before. Tatters loved me at sight. He loved me, too, with dignity. He didn't make me feel a perfect fool. That January afternoon, as I now see it, how I look back to it and envy myself. Yes, envy. I am swinging now, perhaps, between the two, New York and myself, so comfortable and so wise and so well armored. Do I raise that window an inch, and the roar comes tattering in, the roar so aimless and so threatening? But I have made my terms with this modern world, Roddy, and I know how to deal with it. A mask, a pair of iron gloves, an indifferent heart. No time for deep feeling, no pause for questioning. Our son is off my hands, happily married in the modern fashion. I have friends, money, flowers, security. Don't pity me. Only remember that if you could come back to me, even for an hour, I would throw all of this out of the window, down into that squealing, bellowing Fifth Avenue. And oh, how happy I'd be! But no time for feeling, and that is why I have such envy for that little creature with the black button eyes and the coal black hair, squatting there on the schoolroom floor with the dog resting his nose on his outstretched paws, watching her. I felt in some strange way that that was to be the hour of my young life. It is impossible, I suppose, for a modern child, with its 1,001 toys and its grown-up experiences, to understand what I felt all those years ago. There was the romance of it, not only in my loneliness, my hunger for affection, but in a great house crammed with treasures, gold and silver, jade and ivory, and that old woman sitting on the other side of the wall and receiving the fashionable world like a queen. So completely had she always disregarded me that on looking back now, I am lost in wonder that she bothered to keep me at all. I don't suppose she ever had bothered. In the beginning I fancied that Adela or someone had timorously suggested that it was the right thing for her to do, and on the impulse she had done it, and then forgotten it. Certainly on the few occasions, and you may be sure that they were as few as possible, that I confronted her on the stairs or in the hall, she would glance at me with surprise, and then move away, instantly forgetting me again. And so I lay on one side of the wall with the dog, and she sat upright on the other in the golden chair, and two dragons guarding her. I wonder which of us was the happier. On that afternoon, at least, there could be no question. Perfect peace in the schoolroom. I am there now. Miss Manche busy over her letters, her rings knocking tiny raps on the table as she jerks her fingers, thinking, myself squatting, my hair in my eyes, pulling the dog's ears and whispering to him, the dog looking at me with eyes of love, perfectly understanding that I have been lonely and now I am so no longer, that I have needed a friend, that himself is happy now and warm and comfortable. The snow falls beyond the window with a kind of stealthy approval of both of us. The sky turns from green to purple. The watcher in the sky plants the stars like silver daisies. And then the catastrophe. In the form, as it so often was in those days, of Beldam the butler. I don't know whether I ever told you about him. He vanished long before your time, expelled ultimately for stealing, I fancy. In those days he ruled us like a king. He was large and very stout, with two chins, little beady eyes, bald and shiny. He carried himself as though he had a wooden board down his back, and he used to kick out his feet when he walked, as though he were trying to jerk off his shiny shoes. How I hated him! Oh, how I hated him! At the thought of that hatred, the waters of romance swell upward again. I wish that I could hate anyone as much today, that I could care enough. He was always interfering. Looking back, I can see that Miss Manche hated him quite as deeply as I did, but of course I didn't know that then. I didn't credit Miss Manche with any lively feelings, save sentiment. But I imagined that Beldam spoke to her as though he were her equal. He had social ambitions, I fancy. Like all the servants, he thought me a charity brat. It is true that I was her Grace's quite legitimate grandchild, but as her Grace never paid the slightest attention to me, that distinction of birth went for very little. I had foreign blood in me, was given to tantrums, sulked, was in the way. He stood in the door, looking at us, his shining, gleaming shirt front heaving with his self-satisfaction. He gave Miss Manche some message, and then he saw the dog. He started as though a bee had stung his fat calf. "A dog!" he cried. I should have risen in defense, but the part of me that is Slav made me pause. In another moment Beldam had Tatters by the scruff of his neck and was out of the door. I was after him. I can hear myself crying, "Oh, Beldam, it's mine! Don't hurt him!" Beldam turned and grinned. "Yours, is he?" he asked. "What will you do with him?" I suppose that the agony in my eyes, something lost and desolate in my figure, touched him. "Drown him," he said. "Oh, no, 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 no!" He looked from me to the dog, and from the dog back to me again. His fat face softened. "Not a bad little dog," he said. "We'll keep him until tomorrow morning and see." He departed downstairs, Tatters howling. I went back to the schoolroom and stood, tearless, white of face, staring at Miss Manche. The room was dark now, and my soul was dark too. There was romance again, the sense of finality, a child's utter abandoned despair, an agony rich in feeling. But I saw nothing romantic then. I was simply resolved that I would act in some blind, final, catastrophic way, burn the place down if necessary to get Tatters back again. I stayed there for ever so long without moving. People were used to my long silences, put them down as sulks, and so left them. But on this occasion I was reaching a crisis, fighting my way out and up by myself, and reaching some height, catching some view, now for the first time in my life. Why was I so meek? Why did I allow these others to put upon me, as they would, to order and command me? Had I no will of my own? No personality? Was I nobody? I had never had anything worth fighting for before. And now I had. What would they do to me if I defied them? Put me in prison? Starve me on bread and butter? Let them. Then the Slav part of me crept up, whispered that it was better to leave things as they were. Tomorrow, next week, I might do something. Too much trouble now. Too much trouble now. I was passive all that evening, washed my hands, ate my supper, kissed Miss Manche, said my prayers, undressed, and crept into bed. I even slept. Then I woke with sudden abruptness. I sat up and listened. Somewhere Tatters was howling. I do not to this day know how I heard him. Call it telepathy if you will. My room was at the top of the house, the butler's pantry at the bottom. But I heard him. I got up and went to the door and listened. I had no idea of the time. When a child wakes suddenly from sleep, it is always the middle of the night. I could hear the pulse of the house beating on every side of me. I opened the door and peeped out. The voices of innumerable clocks, the trickling of minute sounds like the whisper of a subterranean stream, and the house vast and desperately cold. I stood there in my nightdress, shivering, but still, so distant and muffled that it was like the ticking of a clock in someone's waistcoat pocket. I could hear Tatters' wails. I put on my soft woolen slippers and my red flannel dressing gown and stole down the passage. I had, of course, never done anything like this before. I was compact of tears and terrors, but in some way that evening a new character had come to me. I had a new soul. I was never going to be frightened by anything again. I stole down the stairs, past the landing, where the huge china clock used to be, you know the one, Roddy, with the moon face and the planets and the winds, down into the hall, swung the green baize door, and Tatters' howls came full upon me. He was soon in my arms, untied from the table leg, licking my neck, wagging his tail like a pendulum, whining with pleasure. I began my return journey, and then on the second landing, bewildered by the cold and the weight of Tatters in my arms, I passed through the wrong door. I didn't realize it until I had gone through 2 rooms, and then I almost slipped and fell. In my woolen shoes I was sliding on the black ebony floor of the green drawing-room. You remember that room well enough. How hideous by our modern standards, with its heavy statuary, huge black fireplace, gold ceiling, and faded tapestries. In the night, with the moonlight flickering in through the shutters, it was ghastly. I was terrified out of my senses, rushed through a door, then another one, fled panting into a 3rd room. Tatters slipped from my arms, a small table crashed to the floor with a terrifying noise, and a voice said, "Who's there?" I was in Granny Rex's bedroom. That would make something of a subject for a painter, I think, even in these clever days when subject pictures are so completely out of fashion. The small, terrified child in her nightdress, the match suddenly struck, the candle lighted, revealing the high 4-poster bed with its dark red hangings, and the old woman sitting up, her nose sharp like a pin, her eyes flashing fire. So, at least, those eyes seemed to me. That is the impression that I finally carry away with me. 2 fiery eyes, the cruel, sharp line of the mouth, the untidy hair, the long, skinny hands. Frightened, terror beyond any words to describe descended and wrapped its icy cloak around me. Agony of fear piled up by endless hours of imagination, picturing her never like this in her blue bed jacket and her gray hair tumbling over her shoulders. But this new figure was more fear-creating than the recognized one. I don't know what I expected. Instant death, I fancy. To the repeated, "Who's there?" I answered, "It's me, Granny, Rachel." I had never conceived of her, I suppose, as at any time sleeping. She always had, as you know, to the very day of her death, a love of fantasy and color, and the bedposts were of dark red lacquer. There was a heavy Chinese image of dull gold staring, unblinking at me across the room, a mirror of old silver sparkling in the candlelight. The ugly old woman with her scrawny neck, her yellow skin, her scattered gray hair, was strange enough in that setting. I took it all in, I think. I was observant enough from the earliest times, but what principally occupied me was my determination to overcome my own terror. I wasn't going to show her, and yet it was all I could do to force my legs to support me, and my teeth were chattering so that I was resolved to speak as little as may be. We stared at one another. She was, I fancy, frightened too, startled out of her sudden sleep, not so easily won at her age. "What are you doing here?" Not very far removed, that question from "Who are you?" "I came the wrong room." It was then that Tatters played his part. He suddenly from nowhere sprang onto the bed and barked at the old woman for all that he was worth. He had never, I suppose, seen anything so hideous before. At any rate, he was bewildered by the candlelight, dazzled by the silver mirror, and barked to give himself courage. Well, she was frightened then, indeed and indeed. A child from nowhere, a dog from the bowels of the earth, in the middle of the night, in the very holy of holies? She stared, and then suddenly her terror yielded to rage. She seized Tatters and shook him to and fro with her old whipcord hands, the while her gray hair, like Medusa's locks, waved in the breeze. The strangest curses came from her lips. I was too young at the time, but looking back, I fancy that there were words there, real stable-door, barnyard words, that years of artificial decorum had checked, that only possibly poor Adela had ever heard. Back to her 18th century forebears, and not such a great distance at that. In any case, I didn't listen. When I saw Tatters shaken like a rat, and caught a glimpse of his astonished eyes, something happened to me. I rushed at the bed, screaming, "You shan't hurt him! You shan't hurt him!" I cried. "You're wicked! You're wicked!" She turned, and releasing the dog, slapped my face a stinging, hurting slap that I can feel to this day. "You bad, bad child!" she panted. And then, suddenly, it was over forever for both of us. Never again would she pass me in the hall, and have to pause before she remembered who I was. Never again would she be unaware of me on the other side of the wall. Gone forever any hope of friendship or even armed neutrality. She would never forget. She never did. We gave one another a long, quiet look. She patted, I remember, the edges of her bedgown. Her look at me was almost furtive. My look at her was defiant, and in that defiance I discovered my own true personality, never to lose it again. I picked up Tatters and went. Rachel Seddon woke with a start. Someone was in the room. Clarice Horby. Dear, darling Clarice. "Oh, no, I was asleep, dear. Well, not exactly asleep. Half dreaming, half remembering. Those were romantic days. Nothing like them any more." "What days?" Clarice bent down and kissed her. "Oh, no time at all. Have you the car outside?" "Yes, we were due in 71st Street 10 minutes ago." "All right, but can't we go to Madison? There's a dog shop there." "A dog shop?" "Yes, I thought I'd just to look. Not to buy, of course. But dogs are such darlings, especially mongrels." And Story 3. Story 4 of Hugh Walpole's Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 4, Red Amber, 1923. Once upon a time there lived in the city of Polchester 2 old ladies. One was called Mrs. Sarah Haney, and the other Miss Margaret Buck. They were alive and active in the good old days, before Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, before Archdeacon Brandon's death, and the Seatown scandals, and the Boer War, and the telephone, and the reign of the silver screen. In those good days Polchester was as completely shut off, for many of its inhabitants, from the rest of the world, as though it were a palm-tufted island in the middle of the African seas. Many of those inhabitants had never seen a train in their lives. Mrs. Sarah Haney was one of these. In spite of her being a widow, which implied, of course, an earlier experience of marriage, she was one of the least sophisticated of human beings. She had been nowhere save down Orange Street, into the market-place of High Street, and into the cathedral, and she may be said to have known no one save the late Mr. James Haney, and not to have known him very well. It was perhaps on account of his character that she had always lived so circumscribed a life. He had been a linen-draper, and his little shop had been at the corner of the market just before St. James, where the hill runs down to Seatown. Not a very good location, but he could never afford to move to a better. He was a conceited and self-opinionated man, spare, with large spectacles, carroty side-whiskers, and a bald, shiny head. Things had never gone well with him. He was self-opinionated at the wrong times, obstinate when he should have been yielding, yielding when he should have been obstinate. He was a man with bitter grievances. Mrs. Haney's life had been no very happy one, but when he died, leaving her nothing but debts, in spite of his loss, her condition could not have been said to have improved. She had a relation who had made money by selling hats in Drymouth, and he very reluctantly gave her a small allowance. He wrote to her at times, telling her how reluctant he was. Mrs. Haney was a small woman, like a ripe strawberry. She was fond of dressing well, but had, of course, no opportunities. She was good-hearted, very quiet in her manner, and minded her own affairs. Those same affairs consisted in managing on the hat-maker's allowance, and this was no easy thing. She took a bed-sitting room in a side street off Orange Street, a side street closed in as resolutely as though the other streets were elderly relations protecting its virtue. You might have been in the very heart of a great city for all that you saw in Robin Street, of skies and fields and nibbling sheep. And this was a pity, because Mrs. Haney loved the open country. 2. The only other lodger in the little house in Robin Street was Miss Margaret Buck. These 2 ladies were cared for by Mrs. Pascoe, a very good woman, who loved the sound of the harmonium and was married to a railway porter. She was so busy a person that the harmonium only truly had its fling of a Sunday. Mrs. Haney loved the harmonium, and Miss Buck did not. Miss Buck was a thin, fair, tall, queer-looking woman. She resembled, although the comparison is unkind, a stick of rhubarb. Perhaps that is not unkind. There is something fresh and virginal about a stick of rhubarb. There was something fresh and virginal about Miss Buck. She was a very delicate woman, always suffering from colds in the head. Her eyes were forever a-stream. She had also a weak heart. Her digestion was miserable. On the other hand, she was fond of good music, which was why she disliked the harmonium. Her voice was fresh and virginal, like everything else about her. She sang the dear old songs like Annie Laurie, Robin Adair, and Drink to Me Only. She was very ladylike. She had connections in India. She was cultivated. She liked the books of Mrs. Lynn Linton, Mrs. Oliphant, and William Black. She confessed that she enjoyed a novel once and again. She was very poor, depending entirely on a married brother for support. She sought economy in many ways, chiefly, I fear, by starving herself. She heated cocoas over a gas ring in her room, and was especially fond of gingerbreads and preserved ginger. It was natural enough that these two ladies, Mrs. Haney and Miss Margaret Buck, being the only two lodgers in Mrs. Pascoe's house, should become well acquainted. They were not naturally suited to one another. True friendship depends so much upon what you have in your eye. For one, it is a golden pen; for another, a canary singing in a cage; for another, a well-browned cutlet; for another, the Book of Common Prayer. Miss Buck had culture and refinement. Mrs. Haney had only the desire to make two difficult ends meet. Culture and finance are worlds apart. Nevertheless, although for a long time Miss Buck was not aware of it, Mrs. Haney had something else in her eye, and that something else was color. Color of anything. Color of sunsets, color of clothes, color of shop windows, color of harmonium, color of 2 tomatoes on a plate, color of beads, color of a ribbon or two. In her own self, Mrs. Haney could not indulge this passion. Black is so much your cheapest wear. Will not one black bonnet last forever? At any rate, it must. But Mrs. Haney sometimes had flowers in her room. Primroses and snowdrops in the spring season, a carnation or so, once or twice a year, a rose. She thought Miss Buck very beautiful, because she liked to wear pale green. Miss Buck had 2 water-colors hanging on her wall, that Mrs. Haney adored, and she had her piece of red amber. This piece of red amber was thick and solid, like a little box, and stood on Miss Buck's mantelpiece with a strength and independence that Mrs. Haney could not sufficiently admire, and beautiful lights shot through it. It was 4-cornered and square, but it had, stuck on to the top of it, a dragon cut out of lighter amber, thin, gold color, like fragile glass, and there was something in the contrast between the thick, deep blood color of the block and the thin, pale gold of the dragon that was to Mrs. Haney supremely fascinating. Sitting in the armchair in Miss Buck's room, Mrs. Haney's eyes would grope up through their large spectacles until they found the red gold on the mantelpiece, and then there they would stay. "Yes," said Miss Buck, between her genteel sneezes, "my brother brought me that from China. Very pretty, I think, and valuable, too, I'm told. Real amber. A fine piece." "I should like to visit China," said Mrs. Haney. "Well," said Miss Buck, her thin body swaying with her sneeze like a poplar in a driving wind, "I'm sure China is a nice place. Our missionaries are doing fine work there. I'm always expecting that Lucy to knock that bit of amber off the mantelpiece. I'll give her something if she breaks it." "Breaks it!" cried Mrs. Haney. "Oh, no, oh, no! That would be terrible! Why, Miss Buck, it is one of my chief pleasures coming in and looking at it. I think of it of a morning before I get up. It's very kind of you to let me." "Yes, it's a pretty piece," said Miss Buck. The thought of that beautiful thing lying smashed into 100 pieces by the red, careless hands of Lucy, the maid of all work, was too terrible to Mrs. Haney. She had not very much to think about. This thought began now to dominate the others. The color patterns that she saw, the sloping red roof beyond her window, the pink sheen upon her bedroom wallpaper, if you laid your head a little to one side, the blue in 2 vases on her mantelpiece, a little dark red box on her table in which she kept buttons and thread, all these began to surrender to the deep blood color of the amber. The thing seemed to her alive, to know her and to recognize her when she came into the room. 3. One day, when Miss Buck was out, she picked it up and rested it in her hands. Until that morning she had never ventured to touch it. It was a cold, blustery, smoke-blowing March day. Primroses under the hedges, perhaps. Yes, and a glint on the wood-slipping streams, their waters ruffled like the rumpled gray feathers of a bird. These were not Mrs. Haney's thoughts. Dear me, no. She thought that it had been bacon and tomatoes once again for breakfast, and that she must positively speak to Mrs. Pascoe about it, and about also how the wind whisked behind the wallpaper in her bedroom, like a man spying upon her as she dressed of a morning and laughing at her. While these thoughts were occupying her, almost unconsciously she took down the piece of amber from the shelf, and as soon as her fingers felt its cool, sliding surface, she started. She had done something wicked, something she should not, something most certainly that would offend Miss Buck, should she know. She looked out through Miss Buck's windows onto all the gray clouds hurrying along, as though some angelic housemaid were hurling out of celestial windows acres of unnecessary bedding. The bending chimneys tried to catch the bolsters and blankets as they passed. The sky was dirty and discontented. Mrs. Haney's old gnarled fingers passed lovingly again and again over the smooth surface. She may be said to be in a trance. Someone has somewhere said that romance is a state of hallucination, one of those easy statements that mean nothing at all. Well, Mrs. Haney is now in a state of hallucination. She does not see the gray marble slab of Miss Buck's wallpaper, nor the gaping coal scuttle, nor the rain now spinning spider webs on the window-pane. No, she feels the wind in her face. The ground is carpeted with golden primroses, the sun is setting in a blaze of amber splendor, she is 20 years of age, and lovely. "Oh, I didn't know it was you, Mrs. Haney." This was Mrs. Pascoe. The piece of amber for a moment trembles, it had almost slipped, then it is back again on the mantelpiece. Mrs. Haney had been caught in a crime. But what crime? A crime to feel 20? Well, perhaps. A crime, at any rate, that Mrs. Pascoe will never commit. "Didn't know you was in here, Mrs. Haney." "Hardly knew I was myself, Mrs. Pascoe. Miss Buck is so friendly in a way of speaking." "And why shouldn't she be? There's a friendly atmosphere in this house, as I have often myself noticed. That's a handsome bit of jewelry Miss Buck has there." "Oh, yes, her brother brought it to her from the East. I'm always telling Lucy that she's got to be extry careful with they foreign articles. Twice as brittle, I say to her, as your home-made goods. Break as soon as look at yer." "Oh, it would be terrible!" Mrs. Haney's hands clung together. "Should anything happen to it? 'Tis the prettiest bit of color I've seen in many a day. I like just to look at it. If it was broke, I don't know whatever I'd do." "Why, Mrs. Haney," said Mrs. Pascoe, looking at her curiously, "what a color you're turning." "Oh, if anything were to happen like—" Mrs. Haney looked at Mrs. Pascoe with wide, detached eyes. And the next thing that happened was that Miss Buck was suddenly ill and had to take to her bed. 4. Miss Buck was not a good patient. From the very first she was certain that she was about to die. Something on her lung. Her cough was a disaster, her eyes piteous. She suffered. She was afraid of death. As she told Mrs. Haney, dying wasn't for her as it was for others. There was no one on the other side to whose company she was greatly looking forward. Her mother and father were nothing much, as company, you understand. There had been someone once, but he was not dead. Far from it, married with 2 children. "Might have been mine," said Miss Buck, "had things gone—" She had the piece of amber brought in and put on the table near her, where she could look at it. Mrs. Haney looked at it, too. Soon Miss Buck was too ill to care. It looked all blurred to her, she said. To Mrs. Haney it grew clearer and clearer, burnt with a more living, more brilliant flame every minute of every hour. "I know I'm going to die, dear," said Miss Buck for the 1000th time. "I feel it. One can always tell." Slowly in Mrs. Haney's heart there began to grow an animosity toward Miss Buck. This was strange, because Mrs. Haney had never in her life before felt an animosity towards anyone. And Miss Buck had been very kind to her always. She admired, too, the pale green colors and the rhubarb figure. Nevertheless, dislike boiled up as she sat there, staring at the bed, with its thin, unsatisfactory shape beneath the sheets, its watery eyes, its pale, querulous nose. "Why don't she," thought Mrs. Haney to herself, "up and fight this thing? She's simply lying down under it." And suddenly she said so, in a voice so new and startling, so harsh and severe, that Miss Buck herself was amazed. "If I was you, Miss Buck, I'd resist this illness of yours, instead of just lying down and letting it throttle you. You're not standing up to it. Indeed, you're not." Miss Buck was so deeply startled that it brought on a fit of coughing. Then, as she lay there, drawing strangled breaths, little Mrs. Haney wondered at herself that she could have been so cruel. "I believe you want me to die," said Miss Buck at last. "I haven't a friend." Then she added surprisingly, "My own fault, no doubt. There's something in what you say. But the trouble with me, Mrs. Haney, is that I don't rightly care whether I live or die. It don't make as much difference to me as it should. What am I, anyway, living or dead? Only an encumbrance." Mrs. Haney wanted to say no, that she wasn't an encumbrance to anybody, but the words stuck in her throat. "It's almost time for the doctor," she said, looking at the piece of amber. Miss Buck's eyes followed hers. "You can have that piece if I go, Mrs. Haney," she said. "I know you like it. I've seen you looking at it." 5. After that, Miss Buck got worse. She became very ill indeed. One night, when the green-shaded lamp beside her bed was burning low, and the strangest shapes were about the house, high, elm-fingered figures dark above the roofs, white, round patches of moonlight across the road like silver pieces, horses spectral against the lighter gray of the night sky, witches riding broomsticks in a fitting cloud, Miss Buck leaned toward Mrs. Haney, and holding the old lady's arm with a skinny finger, whispered, "You can take that piece now if you want. I'm not going to live through to morning." Mrs. Haney took it. I'm not defending her. There is not much defense to be found for her. She did wait until Miss Buck had crawled over onto her side and hid her white face in her long, bony arms. Then she took it. She took it to her room. For months she had been trying to see what it would look like in her own room among her own things. She put it on her chest of drawers. Oh, the pretty! Oh, the pretty! There it was, lit by 2 candles, with the red stud-box near to it, shining and gleaming and glittering, and the gold dragon on top, like honey, like primrose, like sun of the early morning across a field of wheat. But it was the place where it was blood red that Mrs. Haney liked the best. There, in the heart of the thick, sturdy independence of it, there was this pool of liquid, quivering red. Alive, it seemed. Oh, surely alive, as it looked down upon that old, crinkled, strawberry face, the pasty, snub nose, the watery eyes, the clasped and pleading hands. Oh, surely alive, as it proceeded to devour the heart and soul of that old lady, to draw them into its own pool of liquid red gold, to absorb them twice, and then to stare about for more that it might devour. Oh, the pretty! Mrs. Haney could not sleep all night, but lit a candle and lay there watching. She forgot about Miss Buck, and in the morning was quite startled to find that she was yet alive. She had certainly supposed that Miss Buck would die. She regarded the piece of amber with a new alarm in her eye. She stood there in her woolen dressing-gown, her gray hair tousled, her eyes questioning. She took it down from the chest of drawers and fondled it with her rough fingers. It was not quite so much hers as it had been the night before. Then it had seemed absolutely hers. It had been as though Miss Buck were altogether dead. Now, well, Miss Buck was certain to die before the 24 hours were out. Then Miss Buck began to get better. Her illness took a turn. As Mrs. Pascoe so frequently remarked, "Whoever would have thought it? She with no more resistance in her than a chicken bone." The weather took a turn, too, at the same time, lovely, warm, soft spring days, the woods above the town shining with rivers and lakes of bluebells, and the cuckoo heard across the dimpling waters of the Pole. The weather seemed to help Miss Buck. The warm sun poured into her room, and Mrs. Haney, sitting there, could often discard her shawl. Mrs. Haney looked upon her, hated her. What did she want to get well for? Who wanted her to get well? Why, she didn't even wish it herself. And think of all this trouble she had given. Trouble to Mrs. Pascoe, trouble to Mrs. Haney, trouble to Lucy, trouble to the doctor, and all for nothing. Why, even the precentor had come in to see her one day, the precentor of the cathedral itself, poor Mr. Ryle, who was always so anxious to be in well with everybody. And he said that Archdeacon Brandon himself had been asking about her, him with all the troubles of the diocese on his mind, to think of Miss Buck. And after all, she hadn't died. Mrs. Haney sat there hour after hour in the stiff green chair, her shoulders hunched, staring resentfully. Miss Buck was conscious of her stare. "Oh, I wish you wouldn't look at me so," Miss Buck weakly remarked. "Ah, that's all one gets," began Mrs. Haney. Upon which Miss Buck shed tears. She was in that weak, convalescent state. There was now terror in Mrs. Haney's heart. The moment would surely arrive when Miss Buck would ask for the amber back again, and then what would Mrs. Haney do? She could not live without it. No, she could not. In your eye now, that is all that is there. Only the amber. Once you saw heaven and its glories, and again the food and the clothes of Mr. Haney, and again primroses and the running brooks, and again a chop tenderly cooked, and a strange, uncertain pain just above the left knee. But now only the quivering red and gold of that square of ruby. Without it there is no life. Better dead. It is a question of Miss Buck dying or Mrs. Haney. 6. The trouble with Miss Buck now was, as she became stronger, her heart. Her illness had strained her heart very severely. She must be extremely careful. Miss Buck felt the interest of this. She lay in a long chair that kind Mrs. Cumberman had lent to her in front of her window, and watched the spring sweep the country. The precentor came again to see her, and actually Mrs. Sampson, the dean's wife, brought her some magazines. This was all, thought Mrs. Haney savagely, because Miss Buck had once done some cathedral work. Ugh! Anybody could do church work, had she a mind. Mrs. Haney slept now with a piece of amber in her hand. She could not go to sleep, did she not have it. She knew every part of it now by heart. Small though it was, it had a varied personality. Here it was smooth, and then suddenly it slipped beneath the fingers into a groove, and then it rose again until your hand touched a thin ridge, over which it slipped into a little hollow of coolness. Mrs. Haney held it against her cheek, and so slept. The blow fell. "Why, Mrs. Haney," Miss Buck murmured. She spoke delicately now because she was an invalid, because her heart was bad, and because the dean's wife had been to see her. "Where's my piece? My piece of amber?" "Oh, when you were very ill," began Mrs. Haney. "Oh, yes, I remember. Said you could have it when I was gone. But I'm not gone yet. You're keeping it safe for me, I expect." "Yes, I am." "Well, that's good of you. I wonder whether you would mind bringing it to me. I shouldn't wonder whether a bit of color wouldn't do me good." Mrs. Haney went and brought it. That night she didn't sleep, nor the night after, nor the night after that. She was possessed. Why should she not admit it? She had longed once for a child in those days far back when she had been young with Mr. Haney. A cousin of hers had allowed her little girl, chubby with red hair, to stay with the Haneys for a day or two. In the same way then, Mrs. Haney had been possessed. After the little girl had gone, she had lain awake crying, and Mr. Haney had said, never mind, that was all over. She was a lonely old woman, and must have her piece of fire to warm her breast. Must have it. Must. Miss Buck became now afraid of Mrs. Haney. She was always creeping around and staring. Miss Buck felt that Mrs. Haney did not like her, knew, indeed, that she did not. But then, if she did not like her, why was she always around? Tell me that, Mrs. Pascoe. And Mrs. Pascoe said that she was silly. There was nothing wrong about Mrs. Haney. Nothing wrong, said Miss Buck, staring at her wallpaper. I just feel she don't like me. A sick woman's fancies, Mrs. Pascoe called them. And indeed, Miss Buck did not get well as quickly as she should, didn't make the right sort of progress, and that was such a wonderful spring. The orchards were blushing with flowers, the birds sang for Mad, and the sunsets from Miss Buck's window were a riot. It was Miss Buck's heart that was so queer, jumping like a live thing inside her, and giving her so queer a pain, and whenever Mrs. Haney came near her, the pain was twice as bad. You know what a sick woman's fancies can be? Well, then, that was the way Miss Buck soon came to feel about Mrs. Haney. She saw her in the dark in bed, saw her twice her natural size, and making faces at her. Funny old woman, like a strawberry, with her bent shoulders, her groping fingers, and her slip-slop slippers. Miss Buck hated to see her in the dark. And the strange thing was that she never connected her creeping around with the red amber. Miss Buck had almost forgotten it. I dare say if Mrs. Haney had asked for it, Miss Buck would have given it to her. She had never put the value on it that Mrs. Haney did. It all depends on what you have in your eye. Miss Buck had Miss Buck in hers, but of course Mrs. Haney did not know this. She was very sure that Miss Buck would never let the piece out of her eye while she lived, and now, dying, would probably give it to somebody else. The trouble was that now Miss Buck was never out of her room, and so where the amber was, there was she, too. "I hate her," said Mrs. Haney. "The nasty, mean thing, I hate her." Then suddenly one evening Mrs. Haney had a horrible vision of herself. She saw what a bad, wicked woman she was coming. She fell on her knees behind her bed. "Oh, God, help me! I've terrible thoughts and desires. I'm as good as a murderess. Oh, God, come down and help me!" But God didn't come down. 7. Mrs. Haney could live without it no longer. She would steal it. She hoped Miss Buck was asleep. She pushed open the door. Miss Buck was sitting in front of her glass, brushing her hair by the light of a candle. Miss Buck, in her night-dress, was herself like a long tallow candle. She could not see the door through her mirror. Miss Haney stole across the floor in her woolen dressing-gown. Miss Buck turned and saw her. With hair-brush raised, she screamed, "Mrs. Haney! Why, whatever—" Mrs. Haney advanced to her. "You let me have it now. I must have it. Do you hear? Give it me! Give it me!" She caught Miss Buck's hair in her hand. The two women stared at one another. Miss Buck rose in her full height, turned gray under the candlelight, then crumpled like an empty pillowcase on the floor. Miss Buck was dead. No doubt about it. Dead this time, dead of fright and a weak heart. Mrs. Haney saw that she was dead, picked up the red amber, clasped it to her thin breast, shuffled across the floor, went into her room, climbed a chair, placed the amber on the chest of drawers, where it had been before, stood back, looked at it, climbed again and altered its position, sighed, then went to the head of the stairs, and screamed down for help. End of story 4. Story 5 of Hugh Walpole's selected short stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 5, The Garrulous Diplomatist, 1924. On a beautiful afternoon in May, as I was walking down Piccadilly, just in the arcade of the Ritz Hotel, I was touched on the arm, and turned round, saw the round, highly polished countenance of Palm Banting, uplifted towards me. "Hello, Palm," I said. "How goes it?" "Oh, it goes very badly," he answered. "The bankruptcy court sees me next week, and a pauper's grave the week after. Meanwhile, young Johnson, you're just the man I want to see. Are you out walking, or is your nurse waiting somewhere round the corner with the pram?" "I'm allowed to take a little gentle exercise on condition I don't go too far and wear myself out. Meanwhile, that famous club, the Saucepan, is all agog with excitement because I'm about to lunch there, and the windows are hung with flags." "That being so," said Palm, "we will walk along together. I have something extremely important and mysterious to impart to thee." "Impart on," I said. "Well, old cream and custard," Palm continued, "is it truth or not that some months ago you and one or two other innocents scattered broadcast a letter, the import of which was that you would remove bores from the heart of society at a moment's notice, demanding but a modest fee in return?" "I don't know about the modest fee," I answered. "We've been such a success during the few months we have been at work that our fees have gone up." "The devil they have," said Palm. "What are they, anyway?" "£75 in any case," I answered, "and £150 if we succeed." "Well, it might be worse," said Palm. "Several of us would be willing to give more than £150 if you helped us in our present trouble." "Who's us?" I asked. "Us," said Palm, "are me—" "Good heavens!" I interrupted. "In what language do you imagine you're speaking at the present?" "Oh, hang English!" said Palm. "Don't you know I went to Eton? Well, anyway, there are Millie Drake, Huckster, Crashaw, and a lot of others in this, and we'll raise the coin all right if you'll do the job." "Well, what is the job?" I asked. Palm dropped his voice into a mysterious and secretive whisper. "Do you know old Marcus Pendyce?" he asked. "What, Pendyce, who was minister at Constantinople and all sorts of other places years ago, who published his Reminiscences last year? People who have seemed to me worthwhile?" "The very same," said Palm. "Yes, what about him?" I asked. "Have you ever seen him?" Palm asked. "No," I answered. "Then the Lambs must entertain you very seldom," he replied. The Lambs, I need scarcely mention, was that famous and most exclusive of clubs, entering which was far harder than camels piercing the eye of a needle, whose wine is a miracle, whose history goes back almost to the days of Adam, Eve, and the serpent. "I've been to lunch there a lot of times," I answered, "but I don't know old Pendyce by sight. Describe him to me." "5 chins, 2 stomachs, and a face like a beetroot," said Palm. "But the strangest thing about him is his voice, which is now deep like the rumbling of a gun, and suddenly shrill as a peahen in anger. He is the greatest bore that the world has ever seen, not forgetting George Washington and Mr. Longfellow." "Tell me more," I asked. "How old is he? Is he married?" "He's well over 70, said Palm, "and ought to be silently contemplating his latter end. He's a widower with no children. He's the greatest bore—" "Yes," I interrupted, "you've said that already. What is it you want us to do?" "Why, to remove him, of course," cried Palm. "Didn't your old letter say that you'd remove anybody so that they'd never come back again?" "Do you mean to tell me," I replied, "that there are all you strong and healthy men, and you're unable to deal with one poor old one, over 70, and a widower? Ought to be ashamed of yourselves." "One poor old one!" ejaculated Palm. "You wait until you see him. He's got the strength of 500 horsemen, and then some. He's absolutely unbeatable. He's eternal, inevitable, everlasting. Why, do you mean to say in your clubs you haven't got bores whom no one can get rid of?" "Well, try being rude to him," I said. "I've known rudeness work wonders before now." "Rude!" cried Palm. "You can't be rude to him. He says he's deaf, which of course he isn't, and when you say anything to him especially nasty, he thinks you paid him a compliment, thanks you for it, and clings closer than ever. The fact is, Johnson, that he's ruining our club. Like everyone else, we're in need of money. At the same time, we try to keep our membership as decent as we can, but half the fellers we'd like to have now have got wind of old Mark My Words, as we call him, and half the other decent fellows don't come into the club simply because they're terrified of finding him there." "But what does he actually do?" I asked. "In the first place, he sits on all the papers. Then, when he's read them, he wanders about seeking whom he may devour. Then he begins, 'I remember in '72, he says, and then you're done. Of course, you can get up and leave him, but before you know where you are, he's at your elbow again, and it's a silly thing to see members wandering through the club like lost spirits, with that old thing pottering after them. It's ludicrous." "It's very difficult," I said, shaking my head, "to cause to disappear one of our most prominent men." "Well, there you are," said Palm. "Take it or leave it. You might in any case come and have a look at him. Come and take lunch with me there tomorrow." That the Lambs is a very agreeable lunch, everybody knows. Its old rooms, its aroma of Russian leather, and the best cigars. The spirit of peace that broods over it make it one of the best escapes from this new democratic world conceivable. Palm is an excellent companion. I enjoyed my luncheon enormously. It was when we went into the smoking room afterwards that Palm suddenly whispered into my ear, "Look, that's him over there talking to those two unhappy youths." I looked across the room and saw a stout, red-faced man with white hair slightly on end. This gave him a cockatoo appearance, holding forth to two young men who were staring at him with the fascinated absorption of rabbits in front of a snake. He was leaning forward a little, and every once and again I caught the boom of his voice, and then a reassuring murmur, as though his audience were trying to placate him. "We will join them, then," said Palm firmly. We went across, and Palm, in his sweetest voice, said, "Pendyce, I want to introduce you to a clever young friend of mine, Mr. Seymour Johnson, the future leader of the English novel. I hope we're not interrupting you." "Oh, no, indeed," said one of the pale young men, rising with exceeding eagerness. "I must be going, I'm afraid, of appointment," and the rest of his sentence took place in his boots. "No interruption, said Sir Marcus, heartily fixing his eyes upon the other pale young man, as though defying him to move a finger. "I was just telling our young friends here about the eruption in '78. "The eruption?" said Palm, rather puzzled. "Oh, yes, of Mount Paphiatos in the Fijis." "Oh," said Palm, "I beg your pardon. I thought you meant that something was the matter with somebody's face. Very silly of me indeed." The remaining pale young man feebly giggled and made an attempt to move, but Sir Marcus's red, gout-thickened fingers were on his arm in half a second. "Just a moment, my dear fellow," he said. "Allow me to finish my story. It was a perfect miracle of luck that I was there at all at the moment. If it hadn't been for old Casey of the Bellerophon turning up just at the nick of time—" "I beg your pardon," said the pale young man, rising now firmly. "I really have an appointment. I'm a quarter of an hour late as it is. You must excuse me." Sir Marcus's red-veined eyes nearly started out of his head. "Oh, very well," he said huffily. "Good day." And when the young man had gone, he turned round to us, saying, "What's happened to these young fellows nowadays? Haven't got any manners, and haven't got any interest in things either. Why, that was a most remarkable affair, that eruption. I remember it as though it was yesterday. I can see now just the shape of the island, with the bay running from east to west." "Yes," interrupted Palm, "there's nothing I'd like better than to have your account of it, Pendyce, but I see Blackstone over there waiting for me, so I'll just leave you with my young friend for 5 minutes and come back." Palm rose and started across the room with what I afterwards found was known as the Pendyce shuffle, that is, the walk that was common to all those escaping from the embraces of Sir Marcus. Left now only with myself, he was forced to consider me, and he turned round, moving with some difficulty, and his face slowly fell upon mine. I was, as it were, dragged gradually into his comprehension, first a nose, then a chin, then an eye or two, and finally all of me, caught, fixed, nailed down. "Well, well," he said, "everyone seems very busy today. And so you're a painter, young man?" No, I hurriedly retorted. "I am a writer." "What do you write?" he asked. "Blue books?" "I wrote a blue book once on the condition of the potato disease in eastern Manchuria. I remember at the time—" "No," I said, very loudly and distinctly, "I couldn't write blue books. I have a very inaccurate mind. I write novels." "Oh, novels!" he exclaimed. "Novels, novels, novels! Now that's a funny thing. What do you write novels for? Aren't there enough in the world already?" "Oh, yes, there are," I agreed with him fervently. "Unfortunately, it's the only thing I can write. One has to earn one's living, you know." Has one, he replied. I may remark in parenthesis that I was already discovering two of Sir Marcus's most irritating peculiarities, one being that he said everything 3 times over, the other that he was curiously absent-minded, except when he was talking about himself, so that when you were at the most thrilling point of your own narrative, you could see his eye wandering like a greedy pirate, wondering upon what new victims it could seize. "Talking of novelists," he went booming on, "I used to know a feller called Trollope, who wrote novels. Big, heavy, stupid man. Went out hunting a lot, and had the worst seat on a horse I've ever seen on anybody." Here he began to chuckle over some joke which was slowly coming up to the surface of his mind, which he already perceived in the dim blue waters far below. "It must have been in the late '80s," he sputtered, "that I said a good thing to that same feller Trollope. I was in the Garrick one day lunching with old Bonnie Hackett. Bonnie couldn't stand writing men, and when Trollope came up and joined us he was as rude as he could be. When I was introduced to him, Trollope snorted, and that put my back up. I wasn't going to be snorted at by one of those writing fellers, so I said something about novels, you know, hadn't any time to read 'em, better things to do, and all that sort of thing, and Trollope got as red as a turkey-cock, and said to me some cheek about thinking that diplomatists had plenty of time for everything, and I said—" Here he began to chuckle again, and chuckled such a long time that all the clocks in the club were able to take breath, strike the hour, and recover their breath again before he'd finished. I said, "Heavens! What did I say? Well, I don't know. It was something clever about writing and all that sort of thing, and I remember old Bonnie Hackett was devilish amused, and told me afterwards he hadn't heard anything so funny for ever so long. The writing feller didn't half like it, I can tell you. Wish I could remember what it was I said. I'll remember in a minute. It was something about writing, and I know it must have been funny, because Bonnie told 2 or 3 fellers afterwards, and they all thought it was jolly good. I'll remember what it is in a minute. Oh, yes, I know. No, that wasn't it. Anyway, I could see Trollope didn't half like it." Here I felt compelled to interrupt. "Must have been very interesting," I murmured, "knowing Anthony Trollope and all the men of his time." "Well, yes, it was interesting," said Sir Marcus. "Not that I think much of writing fellers as a whole, you know. They're a lousy lot. When I was minister in Constantinople, there was a chap there said he was going to write his memoirs. Furnival his name was, or Furbanks, or Turnbull's, perhaps. I can't remember exactly, but I know he had an awfully pretty wife. She was pretty, by Jove. We were very good friends, she and I. I remember one evening dancing with her at old Crawford Romain's, and she had a rope of pearls on as big as pigeons' eggs. Finest pearls I ever saw in my life. She asked me whether I liked her pearls, and I said, 'I like the neck they're on better, ha, 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 ha.' That was good, wasn't it? Ah, one was young in those days. The things one could do then, swim, hunt, shoot, ride. Swim? Why, I swam 5 miles one night with the water so hot it fairly blistered you. That swim was talked of afterwards, I can tell you. I remember a young cousin of mine there, a Bertie Pendyce. Poor fellow got eaten by a shark afterwards, lower half of him bitten right off, left a wife and 4 children. Pretty little woman she was, and they hadn't a penny. She married afterwards young Sparks, who ran off with that opera singer in Paris. What was her name? Large, fat, red-faced woman. She was always unlucky. Mrs. Sparks, I mean. Devilish pretty, too, but never seemed to hit on the right man. She married a 3rd time. Here I was compelled to interrupt. I saw Palm making signs to me from the other end of the room. "Very sorry," I said, feeling weak as water, but determined to prove my courage, "but I must be off. I've enjoyed very much what you've been telling me, and hope we'll have another talk one day." "We must indeed," said Sir Marcus, rising too, and putting his arm through mine. "I haven't had such an interesting conversation for a long time. Come along and have a meal with me one day. 5 Half Moon Street. Always glad to see you, and you shall tell me more of your doings. Hello, Banting. Just been hearing all your young friend's adventures. Very interesting, very indeed. I was just telling him about poor Millie Sparks. Did you ever know her? Married a young cousin of mine. Eaten by a shark, poor feller. All the lower half of him bitten off. She married again afterwards. Some woman in the opera at Paris. Can't remember her name. Large, fat woman. No, said Pomeroy. I never knew her. Well, so long, Pendyce. Glad to have seen you." We left the diplomatist staring after us in indignant surprise. When we reached the hall, I gripped Banting by the arm. "I'll do what I can," I said. "I don't know that we can bring it off, but it's a public duty. We'll do our best." "By Jove, you'll be a public benefactor," said Palm, "if you do. What are you thinking of? Leaving him on a Scotch moor or something?" "It will need considering," I answered, "but I have an idea. We'll see." 2. The week that followed was one of the most miserable of my young life. I saw that to carry this through successfully it was absolutely necessary that I should make a thorough study of my subject. It was not difficult to climb into the affections of Sir Marcus. I telephoned on the morning following my first meeting with him, and asked him whether I might see him again. He cordially invited me to dine with him that night. His rooms in Half Moon Street must have been among the smallest and the untidiest in London. He was in his bath when I arrived, and the table in the little sitting-room was laid for 2. I will honestly confess that my heart sank when I saw that I was to spend the evening alone in his company. He shouted to me from his bath, and I saw through the open door a large red face, a large mottled red arm, and an enormous sponge. He talked then for the next 10 minutes through the sponge, into which he seemed to bury his face in successive frenzies of excitement. Then, as he dressed, he continued to shout at me, and arrived at last in the little sitting-room, his white hair all on end, struggling with his collar and shouting for the valet. "Where's Crundle? Crundle! Sorry I'm so late. Met an interesting feller as I was coming along from the club. He was just back from India. What he said reminded me of a thing that happened in Bombay once. What the... Oh, this collar's too small. Where's that man got to? Would you mind helping me a moment? Just slip your fingers in there. Give the stud a push, will you? That time in Bombay... Oh, look out, the thing'll go if you don't take care. Got it. Take care, don't pinch my neck. Oh, heavens, it's gone. Wait a minute." I then enjoyed one of the strangest sights I have seen for a long time, namely Sir Marcus standing in his shirt and trousers, and shaking himself up and down like a danseur, learning the latest and most erratic developments of the shimmy, his eyes, as usual, bursting from his head, both of us watching in agony for the appearance of the stud. There was a little tinkle as something struck the floor, and we were then both on our knees searching the carpet. But I will not continue through the varied eccentricities of that amazing evening. Some bores are bores because they remember so much. Some are bores because they remember nothing at all. Some are bores because they say the same things over and over again. Some are bores because their views of life are so simple that they reduce everything to nothing, and then reduce it all over again. Some are bores because they love you so much. Others because they hate you so much. Others again because they are not thinking of you at all, but only of themselves. Others yet again because they think of you so much that your natural modesty is disgusted. Some are bores because of a trick of the voice or a movement of the body. Some because they're industrious, some because they're lazy, some because they're ugly, and certainly some because they're handsome. All these bores, except the very last, was Sir Marcus Pendyce. When, after our not very appetizing meal, we were seated in front of the fire, I began to suffer with that strange desire to scream, hit somebody with a mallet, or burn the house down, which is supposed to arise only from the condition of overwrought nerves. My nerves were excellent, but there was an inevitability, a monotony about Pendyce's voice that was like the howling of a dog in the night time, or the screaming of a peacock upon the walls of the ancestral home. Pendyce's exultation as he discovered that he had here at last a victim apparently willing, helpless, and invertebrate, a victim for whom he had been searching through so many years, was an awful thing to witness. He led me from Constantinople to Berlin, from Berlin to the Caucasus, flung me from the Caucasus into the National Sporting Club, and thence back again to the waters of the Bosphorus, then, taking me by the hairs of my head, breathless and exhausted, took me to the highest peaks of Mount Everest, hurled me thence into the purlieus of Whitechapel, then dragged me, broken and beaten, into St. Peter's at Rome, gave a final stamp across my prostrate form, then boomed away like the sea on a rocky coast. Well, well, it's pleasant to have a chat and find out what a man really thinks. You've opened my eyes to a lot of things tonight. One day I'll tell you a few things, too. After all, there's something in age and experience. We old uns know a thing or two. What says Horace? There began, then, the most dreadful pursuit of the Latin language, which, ending in a kind of apoplectic convulsion, produced only the words Eton, education, classics, fine thing for a boy. The result of this evening was that I was determined to put the plan that I had conceived into execution as soon as possible. "Look here, Chippet," I said, "have you seen Charlie Black today?" "No, I haven't for a long time," said Chippet. "Why?" "He's got to help me," I said. "I suppose he's in the same old place?" He was. I paid him a visit that very afternoon. Mr. Charles Black was a remarkable man of enterprise, who started in the haberdashers, had been most things from a stoker to a dancing instructor, and was now safely landed in quite a successful business as a lecture agent. It is well known that in the United States of America there is a passion for lecturers on every conceivable subject, and very often on no subject at all. Here, in the less intellectual British Isles, lecturers are less in demand, and it is generally considered that a lecturer is sufficiently rewarded by being allowed to speak for an hour or so in a hall or drawing-room on the subject nearest his heart, without the addition of financial profit. Mr. Black was changing all that. He had now a leash of excited lecturers at his heels, who went yapping and barking about the country, and he had roused quite enough interest in many of the larger provincial towns to make a small profit possible for his lecturers, and quite a large one for himself. He was an honest, agreeable, faithless haberdasher, who considered his lectures exactly as he had, in an earlier period of his career, considered collars and handkerchiefs. "This is a very good little thing that we're doing," he would announce to Newcastle or Liverpool, in the haunted homes of England style, as we have a line in the Poets of Scotland we can thoroughly recommend. "These Princesses I Have Known articles are wearing very well indeed, and these denizens of the deep are meeting a long-felt demand." Some of his lecturers, I understood, objected to the atmosphere with which he surrounded them. He was quite frank with these superior persons. "If you don't like it, Morum," he said, "you can jolly well lump it. Here am I, creating a new style of business, and you will kindly allow me to do it in my own way. Good afternoon, Morum. I expect your life in the cities of Europe will be most successful without my aid. No one will be more glad than I shall be if it is so." As he explained to me, he sounded a sarcastic fellow. He was not nearly so sarcastic as he sounded. He was very glad to see me again. "Why, Mr. Johnson," he said, "this is a sight for sore eyes. Are you thinking of lecturing yourself?" "Do you think I'd be any good at it?" I asked him. "Well, you never can tell," he assured me. "We had a woman here last week who looked as if she couldn't say 'boo' to a goose, who was that frightened she told me she'd got a series on the cathedrals of England, and I was going to turn her off, but suddenly the man I'd got going down to Brighton fell through, and I sent her down instead. Lord love a duck, but she'd had him paralyzed. The Royal Pavilion, too, where the old Prince Regent used to carry on anyhow. She made them cathedrals as thrilling as a circus. She had 'em laughing all over the place. The best lecture they'd ever had, they said. Well, I've got a lecturer for you, I said, who's the very thing. He's a retired diplomat who's known everybody in his time and been everywhere. Why, that sounds good, said Mr. Black. Has he done any lecturing? Not in public, I said. Plenty in private. Is he shy or nervous? Said Mr. Black. Not a bit, I answered. Nothing can stop him once he's off. He can give you anecdotes about all the crowned heads of Europe. He's a most amusing fellow. Why, that's the very thing I want, said Mr. Black. It's a funny thing, but in these democratic days, the more democratic people get, the more they want to hear about high life. Mention a duchess to 'em 10 years ago, and they wouldn't look at it. Give 'em a countess today, and they'll eat you. What's he look like? He looks proper old aristocrat, I answered. 3 chins, 1 eyeglass, and what's called a portly presence. He's also got the Oxford manner. He's genial, friendly, and loves a yarn. He's the very man, said Mr. Black, in an awestruck whisper. Send him along. Next day I lunched with Sir Marcus at the Lambs. There is something strange and uncomfortable, not altogether unconnected, I suppose, with a bad sort of snobbishness about being entertained in a club by a man who is immensely unpopular there. If there is some fine and righteous reason for his unpopularity, then the guest may feel all the virtuous happiness of supporting against odds a magnificent cause. But if his unpopularity has no greater basis than intrinsic unagreeableness, it is difficult indeed not oneself to feel unagreeable and justly uncomfortable. It helped me a little to realize that Sir Marcus was completely unaware of the general attitude to him. In the few minutes before luncheon he approached 5 different members of the club with an eager smile and an explanatory finger, and all those 5 men faded away from before him and were not. It was as though he realized that it was an essential condition of his state of life that he should only catch his company after many fruitless throws of the line and hook, and he turned this in some wonderful way to a deep compliment to himself, on the ground, I suppose, that the best of God's creatures are only appreciated by the few, and that nothing that is good comes easily. We were halfway through luncheon when I made my proposal. "Lecture?" he cried, sniffing the air like a horse out for its first morning run. "Lecture, lecture, lecture? Well, now, why not?" "Why not, indeed?" I said. "I wonder that you haven't thought of it before." "My dear young friend," he said, impressively leaning towards me, "I have thought of it on several occasions. To tell you the truth, advances have been made to me, but they didn't seem to me quite worth it, nor indeed, to tell you a little more, quite remunerative enough. Who wants me to lecture?" I told him about Mr. Black, Mr. Black's enthusiasm, and Mr. Black's marvelous powers of organization. "Oh, he sounds a worthy fellow," said Sir Marcus, in his best diplomatic manner, "but of course, you know, it's a ticklish business, my lecturing. Discretion needed and tact. I remember in '64, when I was attaché in Berlin, a feller in the embassy giving a lecture, and he made just the smallest allusion to the wife of young Bonnie Cooper, who was First Secretary just then. Said she had the prettiest feet in Europe, or something, and by Jove, there was a row. There was to be a ball the next night, I remember, and old Blenkinshop Smith, you know his sister probably, Mrs. Crashaw Fitzgerald, she's dead now, poor thing, died of eating too much, if you ask me. She was a wonderful woman for her meals. 'I'll have some more of that,' she used to cry, and would go on hours after everybody else, quite regardless. I called the worthy gentleman back to the business in hand. 'I am sure we can trust your discretion, Sir Marcus,' I said. 'The thing to do is to tell them just enough, you know, and not too much.' Sir Marcus roared at this. 'That's the thing,' he cried. 'I don't suppose,' he said solemnly, looking towards me, 'that there is anyone in Europe at this moment who knows as much as I do about what goes on behind the scenes. Why, the war alone—' 'No,' I interrupted firmly, 'there must be nothing about the war. It is your earlier experiences, Sir Marcus, that will be so interesting to everybody.' He was, I should say, excited like a child by the idea. I didn't know then, but discovered later, that his finances were in a very bad way, and perhaps he felt more lonely and isolated than I had given him credit for. This was what he wanted: unlimited opportunity for speech, audiences impressed and enthusiastic, and money at the end of it. His introduction to Charlie Black was a very magnificent affair. It had about it that curious theatrical unreality that so often occurs in real life. Sir Marcus was unreal. I saw now for the first time, because he was so desperately a survival. His kind had been killed by the war, and if they ever came up again it would be with some new tradition, some fresh exterior, some more modern phrase. He was very magnificent to Charlie Black, treating him with a condescension and patronage that was wonderful to behold. He was magnificently dressed in a high black stock and pearl pin, and his eyeglass superbly balanced, and his attitude was that he had come down from the Olympus of all the aristocracy to greet some trembling mortal who had begged for his presence, and was ready to pay large sums for the enjoyment of 5 minutes of his company. For Charlie Black I had always had respect, but my admiration of him was immensely increased by his attitude on this occasion. He did not resent in the least Sir Marcus's patronage, although it must have seemed very absurd to him. He found out very quickly just what the old gentleman was capable of doing. He flattered his snobbery, listened to his stories, and interrupted them when they were too lengthy, with wonderful dexterity. Finally, the arrangement was made. Sir Marcus was to attempt a tour of 3 months, his lecture being entitled "The Great War as I Knew It." The plan was that Sir Marcus should talk to young Smithers, Charlie Black's most able assistant, for several mornings, pouring out to him all the treasures of his experience, and that from these Smithers should make a collective narrative, which the lecturer should read. Sir Marcus rebelled a little against this, telling anybody who would listen to him that he would infinitely prefer that he should talk straight from the heart. "Spontaneity is my greatest gift," said Sir Marcus, "a gift denied to many. I am my natural self when I am unfettered by notes or pieces of paper. I do beg you, Mr. Black, that you will allow me to talk freely, easily, as though the audience consisted of a few friends of mine gathered together round the club fire." Later on," said Mr. Black. "You'll forgive me for saying so, Sir Marcus, but however natural an orator may be, and I know from your diplomatic experience that you must have had many occasions for public speaking—" "Oh, indeed I have," interrupted Sir Marcus eagerly. "Once in Berlin—" "Quite so," said Charlie Black gently. "All the same, those are my terms, Sir Marcus. Take them or leave them." It amazed and even touched me to see what a child the man instantly became in the hands of some one who knew how to deal with him. He was pitiably anxious about his success. The whole world stopped while he considered every detail of his approaching appearance. He bored me so desperately in the weeks that followed that on several occasions I nearly abandoned the whole affair. He was perhaps a finer artist on the telephone than any one I've ever known. He would ring you up on most inconvenient occasions, when you were in your bath or at breakfast, or engaged upon a serious piece of work. It was of no avail whatever to say that you were out or ill or busy. Against such an excuse he had the simple retort of ringing up steadily every successive few minutes until you were found to be in. Then, once he had you, words came tumbling through the air like flakes of a snowstorm. And if you said good-bye or put down the receiver too quickly, he would be at you again in another 5 minutes with the remark that he hadn't quite finished what he was saying, and somebody must have cut us off. The real cure, however, was already working. During a whole week he only once entered the club, and Palm almost fell upon my neck and embraced me in the middle of Piccadilly, and was anxious to pay me my money there and then. "No, you wait," I said. "He may be back on you in another week or two. Nobody knows how this lecture tour will develop." 3. Never, never, never shall I forget that first lecture. It took place in a hall in the wilds of Wimbledon. It had been well billed beforehand. There were posters up and down the streets of Wimbledon announcing that Sir Marcus Pendyce, C.B., M.V.O., would give a lecture on The Great World as I Have Known It, that nobody now alive had had quite the experiences that Sir Marcus had had, that he was a noted raconteur, and that although efforts had been made for many years to force him on to the lecture platform, it was only now that, bowing at last to the insistent public demand, he had consented to appear. The hall was packed, the walls were lined with standing people, the gallery almost shed perspiration upon the heads below it, so hot and pressed and excited was it. The chairman of the evening was Sir Muttlebury Hatt, J.P., for the district, a gentleman so curiously like Sir Marcus on a smaller and more insignificant scale that I once again admired Charlie Black's resource in that he had secured a chairman who should, as it were, prepare the way for the speaker by being just half as grand, half as large, half as impressive. Then Sir Marcus appeared. There was a storm of cheers. The two gentlemen sat on the platform, smiling a little nervously, nodding to one another, and looking at their watches. The chairman was not a man intended by the deity for public speaking, and after he had muttered a few remarks about being amongst friends, everybody knowing everybody, and the great world, and how nice it was to see everybody, and how certain he was that everybody was going to be very happy, he sat down. Sir Marcus rose, and for a passing moment I felt for him all the tenderness and pity that a mother may feel for her only son dispatched for the first time into the brutal world of school life. For once the poor man was terribly nervous, lost, bewildered, and confused. He took out his eyeglass, wiped it, put it back again. He smiled, laughed a little, and then suddenly remembered his paper, which he picked up, held upside down, and then began to murmur to himself. Then suddenly, I suppose, the blood of the Pendyces came to his rescue. He made a sudden plunge, caught and held that fine, booming voice that was so familiar to all his friends, and was off. I must confess that he read very well indeed, with the only exception that he laughed a little too much before he arrived at one of the jokes that came swimming up towards him from the bottom of the page. In fact, on one occasion he broke off parenthetically to remark, "Now, this is a good one, you all listen to this," but otherwise he went steadily forward to the end. Then, to my horror, I saw him lay the paper down, take a step forward with his hands in his pockets, his head tilted back, begin to discourse on his own. "You have had, my dear friends," he said, "what I think without exaggeration I may describe to you as a really interesting paper, but perhaps I flatter myself." Here he paused and waited, and as there were no remarks from the audience, he continued, "Nevertheless, there are some other things that occur to me as I stand before you that may, I think, amuse you. Let us consider ourselves all friends gathered together round the club fire." A group of schoolgirls from the Wimbledon High School, in the second row, who had been growing a little sleepy, all sat up and began to look interested. "I remember in Berlin, it must have been, I think, in the spring of '71, or the late autumn of '70, perhaps." My heart sank. I looked round me in despair, but on this occasion it was our chairman who saved us. Sir Marcus was barely launched into his first international episode when a loud, most unmistakable snore from behind him caused him to stop, start, and turn around. Sir Muttlebury Hatt, his legs stretched in front of him, his arms crossed his stomach, was fast asleep. This disconcerted the speaker most surprisingly. There must have been many other occasions when his hearers had slept in his presence, and he had continued undismayed, but this time he was beaten. He stopped, stammered, and finally broke off with, "Well, dear friends, good night, good night, good night. I hope you've all enjoyed the evening as much as I have. Perhaps one day you will allow me to come and see you again." There was a storm of applause. Sir Muttlebury Hatt awoke, got upon his feet, and said that Sir Marcus Pendyce had given us a great deal to think about, that we had felt during his delightful speech as though we were all part of the great world ourselves, that we had learnt at any rate that the great world was very little different from the small one, and so on and so on. The evening was over. There began, then, one of the most curious episodes of my life. There was no reason whatever why I should accompany Sir Marcus on his tour, but there was something simple and childish about the poor gentleman that touched my sympathies. I would never have believed that a few weeks could so completely change a man of his age. It was not, of course, that he became in any way less of a bore. He was rather more of one, if possible, but the rough and tumble of that lecture tour showed him to be what at heart he must always have been, a nervous, frightened, rather pitiful child, flinching before the great world he was now discovering for the first time in his long life, finding it, indeed, so utterly different from anything that he had supposed. What a sheltered, safe, ordered existence those before-the-war diplomatists must have had! Will anyone ever be so safe again? I trow not. To Sir Marcus, the risk of the lectures, the possibility that the audiences might be slender, the further possibility that they might not like what he said, and might tell him so, the discomfort and ugliness of the English provincial hotel, the jostling and jolting of incessant train journeys, the colds and indigestions and neuralgias and headaches that hang exultingly around the path of every lecturer, of all these things he had had before no slightest hint. In the third week of our tour, when we arrived at Edinburgh, it was wet, cold, and windy, and that night of our arrival at the Caledonian Hotel, sitting on his bed in his pyjamas, he burst into tears, and then clung to me as though I were indeed his wife, mother, and grandfather rolled into one. He could give me no coherent explanation of his breakdown. He had earache, the fish hadn't agreed with him at dinner, the last lecture in Carlisle had been but thinly attended, his little jokes about queens and kings, prime ministers and beautiful ladies had seemed even to himself curiously out of date and dusty. In short, he was a poor, bewildered human being in a bewildering, foggy, dangerous world. I suggested, although I knew that I was perhaps losing all my chances of success, that he should abandon the tour. Not for a moment! He sprang on to the floor, began to gesticulate, searched for his eyeglass, and proved to me unmistakably that the success of his enterprise was the only thing that he now considered. I saw, in fact, a disaster approaching us. The lectures had been less and less successful, and this always for the same reason, that he would not stick to his book, but would burst at the most unlikely places into incoherent anecdotage that had no beginning, no middle, and no end. At Liverpool, before a very thin audience indeed, he had talked for a solid 2 hours, and finally had to be dragged from the platform. This loquacious habit had immensely thrived on lecturing. It seemed, indeed, as though now it was physically impossible for him to stop talking. Even in his sleep, from my room that was next to his, I could hear him continuing, "I remember in '71," and so on. There were 20 more lectures for him to deliver. We descended from Edinburgh to Durham, and there, in the small concert room in the town hall, some 20 or 30 people were all his audience. I really could have put my arms round Sir Marcus and patted his white head, when, in the little room behind the platform, the man in charge of the hall said, "Mighty few here to-night. I should put 'em all in the first 2 rows and have 'em close together. Looks a bit warmer." He made then, I saw, a truly magnificent struggle to pull himself together, threw back his head, adjusted his eyeglass, and went forward, my warmest admiration bearing him full company. From the open door of the little room I could see the hall, with all its cruel exposure of empty seats, its glaziness, emptiness, and coldness, and once again, as I had felt on so many other of the cases connected with this business of mine, I wondered whether I were not too cruel to be really true. Then I noticed sitting in the front row 2 dear old rosy-cheeked, white-haired ladies, and with them a nice-looking young man. Their eyes were fixed on Sir Marcus from the beginning of the lecture to the end. They gazed at him adoringly. The smile never left their faces, and although they did not seem to take his especial points with much more active appreciation than they took the whole of the discourse, they were quite plainly in ecstasies about the whole affair. It was quite delightful to see the way in which they nodded their old heads at one another, and one of them at the end actually waved her hand. I saw that Sir Marcus also had noticed them, and at the end of the lecture he went down onto the floor and spoke to them and the young man. He was with them a long time, and I waited and waited, and at last went off to the hotel, not wishing to interfere or cut short any happiness he might be securing. Next morning, to my surprise, he told me that he intended to stay in Durham for a day or two, and that he would cut the lecture at Newcastle out of his schedule. He seemed in amazing spirits. I asked him who were his new friends. The Misses Piggott and a nephew, 2 adorable old ladies. He was going to lunch with them that day. The lecture following the Newcastle one was near London, so I went down back to my old haunts, leaving Sir Marcus with his new friends. Charlie Black, when I saw him the next day, told me quite frankly that our diplomatist was a complete failure, and that he must call off the other lectures. I begged and pleaded, but all to no avail. "Just give him another chance," I said. "The whole happiness of his life depends upon it." Charlie Black was not to be moved. "Silly old fool," he said. "I warned him not to get talking all that stuff on his own. If he'd stuck to what we wrote out for him, he would have been quite all right, but not he, conceited old puppet." No, business was business, and Sir Marcus Pendyce's career as a lecturer was at an end. I met Palm, and was about to confess to him that our plan had failed, and that the Lambs would see Sir Marcus once more in their company at a very early date. Luckily, I refrained. Once more, as on so many other occasions, fate had stepped in and saved me. I had a note next morning from Sir Marcus, headed Mulberry Cottage, Fetters Moor, Durham, saying that he intended to stay for a week or two with the Misses Piggott, that he was enjoying himself very much, and that the rest of the lectures could go to Hades. I saw that my sympathy had been wasted, and I was glad that it was so. Week after week passed. Sir Marcus did not return. Then it happened, quite by chance, that I met at some dinner party in London a canon of Durham Cathedral, who was having a week of theatre in the metropolis, and enjoying himself very much indeed. "By the way," I said, "do you happen to have seen anything up there of an old feller Pendyce who was once a diplomat?" The canon laughed. "Oh, why, yes," he said. "Old man with white hair and an eyeglass, never stops talking?" "That's the man," I said. "Yes, of course, he's living out at Fetters Moor, 5 miles out of Durham, with 2 old ladies." "That's it," I answered. "Do you happen to know how long he's going to stay there?" "Oh, he's there for the rest of his natural days. He's taken up his abode with them forever. He's just what they've been searching for all their lives. They're dear old things, but they're the greatest snobs in Europe. They'd go miles just to see anybody with a title, and to have a real ambassador living with them gives them a happiness that is delightful to behold." "Yes, but," I said, "how can they endure it? He talks the whole time, and he's the greatest bore in Christendom." "Oh, that doesn't matter," said the amiable canon, laughing. "Didn't you know? They're both stone deaf." I was paid my check by Palm on the following morning. End of Story 5. Story 6 of Hugh Walpole's Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 6, The Adventure of Mrs. Farbman, 1925. It would be quite impossible at this later date to say with any accuracy as to whose idea it really was. I suspect, of course, that the credit is Chippett's, he being the romantic one of the 3 and the man of ideas. I, the professional writer, ought to have been the man of ideas, but I was suffering just at that time, I remember, from a surfeit of realism. Romance seemed to me something dead gone and long abandoned. Chippett, of course, maintained exactly the opposite of this. I can see him now, with his blue eyes, his fair hair, his trustful, pleading expression, urging upon us that the London of these up and down after-the-war years was the most romantic place in the world. Stevenson's London, he said, was nothing to it, and you remember how, when he brought out the new Arabian Nights, everyone was amazed that he could find so much color and excitement in this drab, dull, smoke-haunted, underground-driven town. I don't remember, I answered rather stiffly. I don't know what age you take me for, Bubbles, but I may remark that I was in my cradle when the new Arabian Nights was published. Well, anyway, said Chippett, never mind that. The point is that London has never been so romantic, so absurd, and so full of excitement as it is at this particular moment. It was, I believe, this very conversation that gave Chippett his idea. We were having lunch in Borden's rooms, and we were all rather alarmed. Alarmed because we were running very low in funds and saw no means of increasing them. Chippett had just retired from the diplomatic service. Borden was supposed to be a supporting journalist, but the sporting paper, which had been his principal ally, had just died from want of encouragement. I was a serious, realistic novelist. I need, therefore, say no more as to the reasons of my penury. Something must be done, and that soon. Chippett thought it would be very jolly if we could only all go into something together. We were great friends, understood one another thoroughly, and the gifts that we enjoyed were opposite enough to make us very useful allies. It was just then, I believe, that Chippett had his great idea. Why shouldn't we, We all laughed. Oh, but that, we cried. Oh, not really, he answered. I don't see. Come now, we answered. They won't. I believe they will, he replied. The idea seemed certainly less fantastic when we examined it more closely. It was also a new idea. It had most certainly never been tried before. The first thing to do, said Chippett, now immensely excited, is to circularize the right people. Very careful we have to be. Let's draw up a list of names. In this matter of circularizing, we were certainly fortunate, because between us we covered a lot of ground. Chippett was aristocratic, being a cousin of the Bowminsters. Borden's uncle had one of the best stables in Great Britain and had won the Grand National. Borden's younger brother was stand-off half for Cambridge and had every chance of gaining his international cap next season, now that Kershaw and Davies were confessing themselves too old for the game. And I was a friend of Halyard's and had contributed on 2 occasions to his highbrow monthly. I was a member of the Garrick and Beefsteak Clubs, and Peter Westcott, who is now, since the publication of The Fiery Tree, generally recognized to be about the most promising novelist we have, is quite a friend of mine. I stood, in fact, for Upper Bohemia. There were, indeed, very few sides of London life that the one or other of us did not touch. Our circular letter had every chance of making a true sensation. This letter was our joint effort. To this very day I pride myself on its admirable strategy and aplomb. It ran as follows. Private and personal. Dear Sir, or Madam, we must apologize for disturbing you and for taking up your valuable time in this very unwarranted manner. You may be assured that we would not do so were it not for the fact that we believe that we have a suggestion of real interest to make to you. It is admittedly difficult, in these times of progress and over-sophistication, to discover some need of human beings hitherto unsatisfied. From coconuts to boot trees, everything can today, when transit is so rapid and trade so often dishonest, be supplied. We flatter ourselves, however, that we have discovered one almost universal need that has hitherto most curiously escaped the attention of the benefactors of the human race. Sir, or Madam, have you not in your immediate household or in your surrounding circle of friends and acquaintances a bore? We admit that the question is abrupt and startling, and that is why we have placed after it in the most modern and realistic manner those suspensive dots. It is, however, meant to startle. It is intended to shake you abruptly from the lethargy of habit and the indifference of custom. We will not define to you more nearly what precisely is intended by the term bore. We do not do so because, in the first place, time is precious, and in these days paper expensive, and for the second, more excellent reason, that what is a bore to one is not a bore to another. We are in this case addressing you personally and individually. We ask you to look round and, considering your household, decide whether there is not one person, man, woman, or child, whom you would like to see removed from your immediate vicinity. Perhaps there's no one, in which case we offer you our most hearty congratulations and beg you to read no further in this letter, which is not for you. If, on the other hand, and human nature being what it is, in the more likely case there is such a one, we do beg you to apply to us and to see whether we cannot do something for you, whether in improvement or modification, or even in the total disappearance of your personal and individual bore. We need not say that all transactions with our firm will be dealt with in the most private and confidential manner, that in our manner of procedure we work by tact, kindness, and diplomacy, and, of course, in no case whatever offer personal violence, and that we are in every instance on the side of the law of our country. Will you not give us a trial? All that is needed on your side is a visit to our office between the hours of 10 and 5. All consultations are free of charge. May not this suggestion be the very thing for which through many months you have wearily been searching? Why not give us a trial? At least pay us a visit and see whether you like us. We are yours obediently, Boniface and Company. I need not say that we were none of us busy men, and that we had never before written a letter of this kind. That, I think, was all to the good. The letter had undoubtedly a freshness and originality that business letters for the most part lack. There was much discussion amongst us before the documents were finally dispatched. For one thing, it needed much argument and some sharp raising of voices before we finally decided on the name of our firm. Boniface was my suggestion, and I flatter myself that it was a good one. Borden, although a thoroughly fine fellow, was always a trouble in argument. He had all the Englishman's total lack of imagination, and was inclined to repeat any idea that he had over and over again, refusing obstinately to see any point of view but his own. We had, too, a very warm time over the question of the suspensive dots. Borden contended that that was a ridiculous sentence to insert in a business letter, that such a thing had never been in a business letter before, and that it would put any reasonable fellow right off us. I, on my side, maintained that it was precisely because it had never been done in a business letter before that I had inserted it, that what we wanted was the unusual and original, and to make people realize that we were different. "They'll realize that soon enough," said Borden, grinning. "Very painful are those first weeks after your business is started, when you sit in your office waiting, and nobody comes." We had 2 rooms in Conduit Street for our offices, and very effective they were, with gray wallpapers and a dark red carpet, but a gray paper and a Japanese print are small consolations for an overdrawn banking account and 2 shabby suits of clothes. It was, I think, on the 4th or 5th day, when Chippet and I were sitting opposite one another in a very gloomy state of mind indeed, that the bell rang, and the diminutive boy, by name Thomas, whom we had engaged at a high salary, introduced into our room a lady. Trained as I was in human psychology, I saw at once that she was foolish, helpless, and pretty. Here she was well over 30, and there she was considerably under it, but she was dressed charmingly, and had an appealing, nervous smile that went, as I could see, straight to Chippet's uncritical heart. We begged her to sit down, both smiled at her, and then asked her if we could do anything for her. She hesitated a little, and then said, "I received 2 days ago your letter, and I have come here to see whether you could possibly help me in my great trouble." Chippet was so deeply excited at the actual occurrence of a real-life client that I could see he was ready to promise anything. So I, being older and more experienced, looking at her gravely, and before Chippet could speak, made her a little speech. "Madam," I said, "if you will let us know the nature of your trouble, we will do our best to serve you. Experience has taught us that it is wiser to make no promises until we know exactly what we are asked to perform. You can be sure of 2 things. First, that we will do our best for you, and secondly, that anything you say to us will be treated in the very strictest confidence." I was myself considerably impressed by this speech. I was disappointed to observe that she looked, nevertheless, at Chippet, and it was to him that she made her appeal. "Oh, I've never had," she said, "a letter like yours before. There were certain things in it I didn't quite understand. I am perhaps taking a very wrong step in coming to you without my husband's knowledge, but what am I to do? I am desperate, really desperate. 2 whole years of torture have brought me to this, or rather, I should say, to you." Chippet leant towards her, smiling. "Perhaps, madam," he said, "if you could explain to us a little—" "Oh, I will explain," she said, nervously rubbing her hands together. "What I'm going to tell you I have never uttered to any human being before, and I do hope, gentlemen, that you will understand that I love my husband and am only acting for his benefit, and am indeed thinking only of him." I could see, of course, that this was untrue, but it apparently impressed Chippet very deeply. The lady had the face of a pretty little pig, a very tiny nose, plump cheeks, large blue eyes, and an indeterminate chin. "My name," she said, "is Mrs. Fleming, Mrs. Leastock Fleming. Perhaps you've heard of my husband?" I saw that Chippet was about to say that he had, but as our policy was to be from the first an honest and open one, I interrupted him again and said, "I'm afraid we haven't heard of your husband. Would you kindly tell us anything you can that will help us to understand your position?" She opened her large blue eyes with an air of pretty surprise and said, "Why, I thought everybody had heard of my husband. He is one of the greatest living authorities on pond life, and has written several books, which have been very much praised. He gives lectures on pond life up and down the country, and it is really because of the lectures that my troubles began." "Because you mean," said Chippet, "that you were not always able to accompany him on his lecture tours?" "Why, no," said Mrs. Fleming. "We have 2 children, and my place, of course, is in my home. Devoted though we are, we have spent a considerable amount of time away from one another, and that, I am sorry to say, has afforded an opportunity for someone else to gain a control over my husband that he deplores just as deeply as I do myself." "Oh, please explain," said Chippet. "If he deplores it, I should have thought it the easiest thing in the world—" "Oh, you don't know my husband," Mrs. Fleming broke in. "He is one of the kindest men in the whole world, as she very well knows." She uttered the pronoun she with such vehemence that I jumped in my chair. Her eyes flashed, her little hands were clenched together, and I could not help wondering how it was that, with such an energy of detestation ruling her breast, she had needed to come to us for any assistance. "Tell us," said Chippet gently, "who she is." "Oh, how kind you are," said Mrs. Fleming, tears filling her eyes. "I feel better already. I feel that I can say anything to you." "Oh, you can," said Chippet. "You can indeed." "About 2 years ago," continued Mrs. Fleming, "in Newcastle, after a lecture that my husband had given on newts and their home life, a lady came up and spoke to him, and showed such evident interest in all that he had said that he could not but be pleased and flattered. He wrote to me about her, and I, too, was delighted that he should have found some real appreciation. I assure you, gentlemen, that I have not a spark of jealousy in my nature, and when he returned home and showed me her photograph, I saw indeed that I had no reason for jealousy. At first I was immensely pleased at this new friendship. My husband showed me all the letters from this lady, whose name was Mrs. Farbman, and they were letters entirely concerned with natural history and kindred subjects. The trouble really began just 1.5 years ago, when Mrs. Farbman came to live in London. We were living then at Golders Green, and very soon she also came to live there. I don't disguise from you that the first time I met her, I disliked her intensely, and I could not help feeling that even at that time my husband was beginning to find her rather tiresome. But he is so gentle a man, so kindly and considerate, that she soon exercised over him a most terrible control. To cut a long story short, for the last year it was almost literally true that, except for the night time, she has not been out of our house. He has been engaged during the last 8 months on a very important work on tadpoles and their development, and unfortunately my occupation in my household affairs and the children, and Mrs. Farbman's knowledge of shorthand, have given her an opportunity for being continually in his company. "Is she in love with him?" Chippet interrupted. "Would you mind describing her to us?" "She is a tall woman," said Mrs. Fleming, "rather like a man in woman's clothes. She must be well over 40, although she told us the other day that she had just celebrated her 31st birthday, and looked as though she expected us to give her a present, which I believe my husband would have done if I had not been there to stop it. She is a very dominating person, and to speak quite frankly, our whole house is in terror of her. She comes to almost all our meals, and of course we are not very wealthy, and she eats with a very good appetite. She has driven many of our best friends out of the house, because she talks a great deal, and generally on subjects that are not interesting to our friends. She professes to adore my husband, and thinks him the most marvellous of human beings, but she never allows him to have an opinion of his own, and he is now so terrified of her that last week he took to his bed for 3 days in order to escape her. But that was of no use, because she sat in the little dressing-room adjoining with the door open, and shouted to him the whole of the morning." Tears filled Mrs. Fleming's eyes as she got deeper into her story. One tear even rolled down her cheek, and I could see Chippet was very deeply touched. "Well, Mrs. Fleming," I said, "you surely don't mean to tell us that you and your husband together are unable to get rid of this woman?" "I do indeed," she answered, "and not only I, but my sister, who lives with us, a cousin of my husband's who lives close to us, and 2 or 3 of our best friends have done all that we can, and have had no effect at all. The trouble is, you see, that my husband has not himself courage to get rid of her. She has a temper, and at the same time has made him feel as though he hadn't now an opinion of his own. He thinks that if she left him, all his work would stop, and that he gets a great deal of his inspiration from her. That is, of course, quite untrue. He wrote and worked much better before he knew her. He is simply hypnotized, gentlemen, and it is this hypnotism which I have come to you to beg you to remove." "Hypnotism?" said Chippet. "Do you mean literally? Does she really hypnotize him?" "No, of course I don't mean," she said, "literally that she hypnotizes him, although I am sure that she does a lot of queer things that I don't understand. But he is a man very easily impressed. He is so modest, and he always believes that everybody knows better than himself, and Mrs. Farbman is clever. However much one detests her, one can't deny that. In short, said Chippet, wearing a look of grave importance, what you want us to do is to remove Mrs. Farbman with the greatest kindness, but in such a way that she will never return again. Well, I don't mind about the kindness, said Mrs. Fleming, looking at us very innocently. I won't hide from you that a little suffering, physical or otherwise, would do her no sort of harm. But, of course, she hurriedly added, there must be no question of our involving ourselves with the law in any way. I saw very clearly that now that Mrs. Fleming had surmounted the initial difficulty of speaking to complete strangers on this rather piratical subject, she was enjoying herself immensely, and was looking forward to seeing Mrs. Farbman tortured with red pincers by several long-tailed devils in a miniature Hades. Of such are even the mildest and most gentle women when another woman has interfered with their personal liberty. Of course, she went on, I would hate to be cruel to anyone. I even step over a beetle if I see one on the floor. But I have suffered from Mrs. Farbman for a very long time now, and if you gentlemen can really succeed in helping her to new interests in life, I shall be grateful to you all my days. Inexperienced though we were in business, we were both of us already aware that when a client begins to talk fluently of gratitude, it means that there will be less fluency when the hour for the commercial side of the bargain arrives. So I said very gravely, we will do our very best for you, Mrs. Fleming, but you must understand that we cannot absolutely pledge ourselves to success. Our terms are that you pay us £100 if our endeavours succeed, and £50 in any case, succeed or fail. We cannot, of course, pledge our word that Mrs. Farbman will never return to you again. We can only promise you that we will not claim success until she has been removed from you for 3 months. An occasional visit during those 3 months does not count against us. The way we would put it would be that, after watching the case for 3 months, we are all definitely of the opinion that Mrs. Farbman's attentions have been removed elsewhere, and we shall settle this question by asking Mrs. Farbman herself as to whether this is so. Are these terms satisfactory to you? £100 is a great deal of money, said Mrs. Fleming, her beautiful eyes filling with tears. I saw that Chippet would probably be touched if I left them alone. It is both fortunate and unfortunate to have in such a firm as ours a prominent official dangerously susceptible to feminine charm. So I said very sternly indeed, those are our terms, Mrs. Fleming. Take them or leave them, as you please. But as I had foreseen, once the picture of Mrs. Farbman, unhappy and isolated, had penetrated Mrs. Fleming's imagination, she was caught and held. I agree, she said, but please, gentlemen, be as quick as you can in helping us. I feel that if I have to suffer, as I have done during these last months, I shall poison Mrs. Farbman with powdered glass or hyoscine, or strangle her in her sleep. What? Interrupted Chippet, greatly interested. Does she actually sleep in your house? On several occasions, said Mrs. Fleming, her little cheeks flushed with anger, she has insisted on sleeping in our spare room, in case she should have some ideas for my husband's book in the middle of the night. I don't see, said Chippet, why she shouldn't have those ideas in her own house as well as yours. She says, said Mrs. Fleming, that it's all a matter of atmosphere. Everything is atmosphere, according to her. There is, for instance, all the difference in the world between the thoughts that you have in a hot bath and in a cold one, and what you feel like after breakfast and what you feel like before tea. There's nothing very original about that, said Chippet. In my opinion, said Mrs. Fleming, there's nothing very original about Mrs. Farbman anywhere, but you shall see for yourself. 2. On the very next evening, Chippet and I had our first meal in the house of the Flemings. Because I am a realistic novelist, there is nothing, I suppose, in this modern world of ours that can possibly surprise me. The Flemings' house, Mr. Fleming, the numerous little Flemings, and the great Mrs. Farbman herself were all exactly as I had expected them. There is something to me strangely depressing about Golders Green, and the Flemings' house would have been depressing anywhere. It was one of those houses in which the kitchen is in the middle of the drawing room, and the dusty palms in large glazed pots stand cheek by jowl with onions frying in the pan, and water sizzling in the copper for the children's weekly bath. It was one of those houses in which every sound made by anybody within a 5-mile radius is heard 10 times intensified wherever you may happen to be. It is also one of those houses in which the boards creak, the windows rattle, soot falls down the chimney, the cat fights the dog, the babies fight one another, and the cook gives notice, all in your immediate proximity. I was very sorry indeed for Mr. Fleming, who was a very, very long, thin man with a forehead so high and a chin so receding that you felt that the only way to give his face any real help was to push it all down a little and then to hold it in position with iron hands for a year or two. But he had nice, mild eyes, a straggling and desolate mustache, and an anxious, deprecating air that so often goes with clever, absent-minded genius. Mrs. Farbman, of course, was exactly what I expected her to be, one of those men in women's clothing, as flat as a board, with that contemptuous curl of the lip that belongs almost invariably to masculine women when they are in the presence of the inferior sex. She took up a great deal of room in that small house. The masculine jacket that she wore had its pockets full of papers. She was always producing a fountain pen from the center of her masculine bosom and taking innumerable little notes in little pocket-books, writing them down with an air of finality as though it were the day of the Last Judgment, and she was settling the destinies of all the poor human beings who were waiting in frightened, huddled masses at her large, uncomely feet. It was quite natural that Chippet and I disliked her at sight. It was equally natural that she disliked and despised us. Mrs. Fleming introduced us as 2 young men who had been immensely attracted by what they knew of her husband's genius, and had come thirsting for more information. Mr. Fleming was as touched as a child by my eager inquiries about newts and their habits, and 1 or 2 remarks that Chippet made about snails and their different geographical varieties brought tears of pleasure into his eyes. But I realized that Mrs. Farbman detected us at once for the humbugs that we were. I realized also during that first meal, which consisted very strangely of scrambled eggs, cheesecakes, and meringues, both that Mrs. Fleming was not a good housekeeper, and that this business of ours, into which we had entered with so light a heart, was going to be no easy one. Halfway through dinner, supper, or breakfast, whatever you like to call it, there was a sharp little contest between Chippet and Mrs. Farbman. Mrs. Farbman had a terrible habit of leaning her bare and bony elbows on the table, supporting a face which exactly resembled that of an intelligent and over-educated horse upon them, and staring at the speaker of the moment with a penetrating glance of contemptuous scorn. She was so staring at Chippet, who was trying to explain to Mr. Fleming that when he was a small boy he had kept snails in a cigar-box, and harnessed them to matchboxes, and made them run races with one another, which, he went on, he would never have done had he only known, as he knew now, what interesting creatures they were, and how sensitive in their feelings. "Humbug!" said Mrs. Farbman suddenly. "I beg your pardon?" said Chippet nervously. "What you're saying about snails," said Mrs. Farbman, "is humbug. You never cared in the least about snails, and you don't care about them now." "Excuse me," said Chippet, flushing angrily. "Allow me to have my own opinions about the things I care for and the things I don't." "Oh, you can have your opinion," said Mrs. Farbman, "but I wasn't born yesterday, you know," which, indeed, was the truest thing she ever said. I saw at once that these were the worst possible tactics for us to adopt. I tried to kick Chippet under the table, but most unfortunately kicked Mrs. Farbman instead. She turned her attention to me, and I did my best to be as charming as I knew how, but really the woman was intolerable. She assumed complete command of the house, and when one of the children was heard crying in the next room, and Mrs. Fleming rose to go to her, Mrs. Farbman said, "Oh, sit down, Flora, sit down. Don't make a fool of yourself." When a very untidy maidservant brought in the meringues, Mrs. Farbman, glaring at her, said, "What was that noise that I heard in the kitchen just now?" "Oh, nothing," said the maid, tossing her head. "It was the loudest nothing I've ever heard," said Mrs. Farbman. "That china shall be deducted from your wages." She ruled, in fact, the house with a rod of iron. Now, this is the really interesting feature of this, our first adventure. You will certainly say that Mrs. Farbman, as I have described her to you, is a good deal of a caricature. And to that I would reply that more people are caricatures than you probably know, and that many people are caricatures at first sight, and cease to be so when we know them a little better. Now this, I repeat, is the curious and interesting thing, that before the end of our meal I was beginning to be quite fond of Mrs. Farbman. I cannot explain this, except by saying that, as I am a modern novelist, the most extravagant types have an interest for me, but apart from this professional tenderness, there was something about Mrs. Farbman that was lonely, touching, and pathetic. With that swift perception of human nature that is one of the finest gifts I possess, I saw that she was a lonely, unloved woman, whose rudeness and masculinity were largely a covering for a longing for affection and some sort of commendation of her talents and erudition. Mr. Fleming was, in all probability, the only human being in all her life who had appreciated her brain and industry, and it was for that appreciation that she clung to him more than for anything else. After dinner, we sat in the small, stuffy sitting-room that smelt of mixed biscuits and stale eau de Cologne, and Mrs. Farbman held forth at interminable length on the connection between the psychoanalysis and the suffragette movement. She had a great deal to say, and she said it vigorously, and I saw at once that she was longing for our appreciation, as eager for it, indeed, as a small girl who is reciting for the first time her school piece before a crowd of indifferent relations. That was a picture that I shall never forget, the close, ill-smelling room, overcrowded with marine pictures, china ornaments, bamboo bookcases, albums of family photographs, ferns, and human beings, with Mr. Fleming's long body stretching right across the floor, his eyes closed and sunk deep into his forehead, his bony hands clasped together on his lap, Mrs. Fleming angry, watching Mrs. Farbman with indignant eyes, Chippet, distressed already by the certainty that we were going to fail in this our very first case, and Mrs. Farbman, seated like a man, leaning forward, her elbows on her knees, staring into space, her voice rolling on, and words like Freud, Jung, inhibition, Mrs. Pankhurst, and Bolshevism spattering the floor with such vigor and energy that it seemed as though they must leave permanent marks on the faded carpet. Yes, I liked her better and better as the evening proceeded. I remember once at the zoo seeing a large monkey in the corner of its cage, chattering, making fantastic gestures, scratching itself in impossible places, doing everything it could to attract the attention of a group of bored and superior monkeys who were half asleep in another corner, and in the eyes of that large monkey there was a look of the most desperate loneliness I have ever witnessed in animal or man. Such loneliness was there in the eyes of Mrs. Farbman. More touching still was it that she herself was unaware of this, and would have been certainly most indignant had you told her of it. As she talked, I saw in her all those long, desolate years, that eagerness for wisdom and longing for the possession of some human being who would care for her and her alone, that consciousness that must have come to her in spite of herself, of her ugliness and oddness, that desperate sense that even this man Fleming, whom she had succeeded in attaching for a brief period, might at any moment slip from her. All these things I saw, and you may believe me or no, as you please, but before that first evening was over, I felt, as I considered the project that had brought Chippet and myself to that house, something very little short of a murderer. 3. A murderer! Yes, that's all very well, but we had our business to consider, and at the end of the first fortnight we were bound to confess that we were dangerously near to defeat. Other things were happening at this time, other clients were coming to us, of whom I may speak on another occasion, and Borden was conducting one of these with every prospect of success, but this affair of the Flemings was for Chippet and me, our ewe lamb, our firstborn, our precious pet. Chippet was nearly in tears whenever he thought of it. Mrs. Fleming was becoming frankly impatient, and I could see that if we failed, there would be great trouble in extracting from her the promised £50. She had begun by thinking us perfectly delightful. There was every prospect of her ending by thinking us contemptible fools. We spent a great deal of our time under the Fleming roof. These rooms had already overflowed before our arrival, and it was not, in very truth, vastly diverting to spend hours of the day and the best part of many an evening in a small, stuffy villa in Golders Green, stepping, so to speak, from infant to infant, and eating meals of so horrible and unnatural a kind that Chippet's hitherto admirable digestion was in danger of being permanently ruined, and I myself turned quite green at the thought of scrambled eggs, a dish in which I had hitherto delighted. But the main trouble was this increasing affection of mine for Mrs. Farbman. It baffled Chippet completely. At first he supposed that I was being diplomatic and seeking to gain an influence over her. Then, when he discovered that I was winning no influence at all, and that I really seemed to like to be in her society, and when he caught me on one occasion looking into her dim and gray-green eyes as I might have looked at the face of my favorite dog, he was puzzled and finally indignant. "Good heavens, Seymour," he said, "you don't mean to tell me that you like the woman?" "I do like her." "But she hates you. She hates you even worse than she hates me. She's a terrible woman." And his voice rose into a shrill scream, as he often did when he was excited. "I don't know that she hates me," I answered, curiously hurt at his accusation. "I think she's rather beginning to like me." "Oh, no, she isn't," said Chippet. "I overheard her saying last night to Mrs. Fleming that she would be very glad to know how much longer these two imbecile friends of hers were coming to the house. And Mrs. Fleming said that she thought that she would like to have a clever novelist to talk to. And I won't tell you," continued Chippet, smiling maliciously, "what exactly it was that Mrs. Farbman then said about you as a novelist." "Oh, don't mind me," I said hurriedly, pretending not to care. "Oh, no, I don't," said Chippet. "Only I will tell you this, that time's passing, and if you're going to waste these precious hours by attempting to win Mrs. Farbman's bony heart, you are not playing the game, and we may as well dissolve partnership." I could not deny that Chippet was right. Business was business, and however attractive I found Mrs. Farbman, something must be done to further our plans. And yet, how strange, and even in an obscure way romantic, those hours in her company were! I have never known so truly stupid a woman as Mrs. Farbman was, nor have I ever known any woman capable of such a flood of apparently clever conversation that was finally quite meaningless. It was with this meaningless flood that she surrounded and overwhelmed poor Mr. Fleming. He may have been once, in the days before the arrival of Mrs. Farbman, aware of the ultimate purpose and purport of his book, but she had by now so fluently confused him, she so persistently led him off the straight track the moment that she perceived him to be upon it, she flung at his enormous, but I cannot help thinking rather empty forehead, such incessant little pellets of disconnected information that the poor man just crumpled up and moved in a kind of stupor from phrase to phrase, seeing his newts, his tadpoles, his snails, and whatever, all scuttling away from him. I am quite aware that newts and tadpoles cannot scuttle into a vast misty distance whence he desperately began to be aware he would never recover them. It was for this reason, I think, more than any other, that he would really have given his immortal soul to be rid of Mrs. Farbman, but you had only to look at him, to listen to his mild, amiable voice, to watch the timid way in which he scratched his fast thinning hair, to be aware that he would never of himself be able to escape this bondage. At the end of the 3rd week, the crisis arrived. We came, Chippet and I, one day to tea, and found Mrs. Fleming alone. We could see plainly enough that she was in the very worst of tempers. "Well," she asked us, her blue eyes flashing, her little snub nose trembling with indignation, "do you mind telling me how long this farce is to continue? I hope you will forgive me if I say exactly what I think." "That," interrupted Chippet, smiling nervously, "is what we want to hear. I know that so far we have not been a great success, but—" "Thank you," broke in Mrs. Fleming. "I am grateful to you for admitting that much. No, you have not been a great success, and I hope your feelings won't be hurt if I tell you that I am not at all sure that you are not a pair of humbugs against whom one might very reasonably bring an action. Here we have been 3 weeks, and Mrs. Farbman is more securely in the house than ever before. You have done nothing," she cried, "to persuade her to leave us. You have had innumerable meals in my house, and although I am not one to grudge my friends any hospitality we can afford, yet my husband and I are not wealthy, or we would not be living in Golders Green. You have done nothing, nothing, nothing!" She then burst into tears. "Give us another week, Mrs. Fleming," said I, "and if at the end of that time we are still unsuccessful, we will call the case off, and we will not ask you to pay us a penny." This mollified her somewhat. "You must consider, Mrs. Fleming," continued Chippet eagerly, "that we have suggested a number of plans that you have refused to consider, such as Seymour here travelling with Mrs. Farbman in an aeroplane to Paris and leaving her there, or hiring a motor car and going with Mrs. Farbman to the Lake District and losing her on one of the mountains, and there have been many other schemes of that kind which you have absolutely forbidden us to consider. There," she cried, in the middle of her tears, "doesn't that show you how incompetent you are? Haven't you seen already enough of Mrs. Farbman to know that no mountains and no Paris, nor anything else, would prevent her from returning? She will follow us wherever we go. I see myself within another 6 months a murderess in the dock at the Old Bailey, my husband dying of a broken heart, my children thrown upon the streets." A very trying scene, in sooth. Mrs. Fleming's tears were as bad as Mrs. Farbman's psychoanalysis, and quite frankly, of the two women, I infinitely preferred Mrs. Farbman. That night Chippet and I were in despair. We suspected that we had, after all, no real talent for this particular business, and it intensely chagrined us both that our partner Borden, whom we had always rather despised as an over-muscled and brainless sportsman, should be bringing his first case, that remarkable one of the Twickenham footballer, to a really successful issue, while we were failing. Upon what little chances do the wheels of life turn! Had it not been for a curried egg, I might at this moment be begging my bread in the streets of London, Chippet might never have become Sir Gordon Chippet, K.B.E., Our lives, in fact, might have ended in dismal and untimely failure. On the following evening we were once more dining at the Flemings'. It was a melancholy meal. Even Mrs. Farbman was rather silent. My heart was like lead. Sardines had been our first course, those especially greasy and enormous sardines that are like miniature whales with huge spine bones warranted to defeat the strongest teeth. Our second course was a dish of curried eggs, better cooked, I must honestly confess, than anything that we had yet eaten under the Fleming roof. I was sitting opposite Mrs. Farbman. The dish went round a second time. It was enough for me to have caught one glance, one gesture, one spark of a grey-green eye. That night, as we found our places in the Hampstead Tube, I clutched Chippet by the arm and murmured excitedly in his ear, "I believe we are saved. I believe I've found a way out at last." "What do you mean?" he replied so loudly that a row of Evening Standards descended, and a succession of astonished faces stared in our direction. "Wait," I answered. "I must think this out tonight. But I believe the key is discovered." 4. On the following afternoon I went to the Flemings' house and found Mrs. Farbman there alone. I came in without her hearing me, and caught her seated low down in a crazy rocking chair, staring in front of her, the inevitable notebook on her lap, and in her eyes that same monkey-like absorption of loneliness that I had noticed before. I stood there for a moment watching her. I knew so well what she wanted, and yet I was taking away from her the closest semblance to that need that she had ever found. In all this, as you will have by now perceived, the Flemings themselves were very shadowy creatures to me. I have a scorn of human beings who are unable themselves to remove burdens for which they themselves are responsible, and that scorn was going to make my work difficult for me in many ways. What would happen, I could not but ask myself, if it was in these cases to be always the bore who roused my sympathy instead of the sufferers from the bore? Well, if that were so, I should learn something more about my fellow beings than I had known before, and that same learning is, I imagine, the chief aid to knowing something more about myself, which, in its own turn, is the first purpose of life. Well, to get on with my story, the first words that sprang from my lips, and they literally did spring, to my own intense surprise, were, "Oh, Mrs. Farbman, I wish you liked me better. I do like you so much." This remark, when she had supposed that there was no one in the room beside herself, naturally made her jump. She turned round to me, notebook slipping onto the floor. Then, when she saw who it was, she gave a kind of grunt of dissatisfaction and turned her back on me again. Then she said, speaking as it were to no one in particular, "I don't like many people in this world, and young men like yourself and your friend are abhorrent to me." "Why?" I asked, coming forward. "You are useless, conceited, and ignorant," finishing her words with a snap, as though they were final. "You can't expect me to agree with that," I answered. "Chippet and I have a very decent opinion of ourselves." "What are you doing here?" she asked, suddenly turning round and looking at me. "What are you here for at all? You don't like Mrs. Fleming, you laugh at her husband, and yet you come here every day. Why?" "Maybe to see you, Mrs. Farbman." "Stuff!" she replied. "You are neither of you intelligent enough to interest me, and unless I am interested, I am not attractive. I'm quite aware of that. Besides, it's been perfectly obvious that you have both disliked me intensely from the very beginning. Are you trying for some purpose of your own to get me out of this house?" "Suppose I am," I answered. "Is there any chance of my succeeding?" "Yes," she replied quickly, "if you can offer me anything better. If you want to know the truth, I have been for many months now so bored here that I could scream. I'd leave Mr. Fleming tomorrow if I could fill my life some other way. But I simply can't face the loneliness and emptiness that would come after all my occupation here. Of course, I've been cheating myself. I've been pretending to myself that Mr. Fleming's work is important, which it isn't in the least, and I've liked the sense of authority that I found here. I like ordering about, and I know quite well that even Mr. Fleming will be delighted to see the last of me, and Mrs. Fleming, of course, will light such a bonfire of ecstasy when I'm gone that it will illumine the whole of Golders Green for miles around. But where am I to go? What am I to do? I've been calling myself for years a modern woman, and there's another side, you know, to the modern woman question that many people don't consider. We go in for men's work, men's lives, men's way of thought, and then we have to cling on like drowning men to a raft, clinging on to a boat that's overcrowded already, the occupants of which are always digging at us with boat hooks to push us back into the sea again, and shouting with joy when we drop off and drown. There's room for a few of us, but not for many. Besides, as you have probably already observed, I am not really clever enough. I have got a muddled feminine brain. I cover my ignorance of facts with lots of talk, and hope the people will be taken in. I can't expect at my time of life, and with my appearance, to take anyone in as thoroughly as I've taken Mr. Fleming, and even he isn't taken in any longer, as you see. If I lose my hold on this little boat, I drown altogether. At my time of life, I must think no longer of love and marriage. Well then, where am I? I'll tell you where you are, I answered. You're going to dine with me tonight at the Vin Blanc in Soho. At the word dine, she sat up and looked at me eagerly. The food here is awful, isn't it? Yes, I answered slowly, except for the curried eggs last night. But there are better things than curried eggs at the Vin Blanc. There is, for instance, sole meunière, that is quite excellent, and they are better at whitebait than anyone in London. Do you have nothing but fish? She asked. Oh, yes, I replied. Come and see. We looked at one another steadily for quite a long time. You're a clever young man, she said. You're observant. You will get on. I will dine with you tonight. The next scene of this voracious history was played out in the little, white, low-ceilinged upstairs room of the Vin Blanc. A new actor was added to an already competent company. This was little Monsieur Pierre d'Aumale, no relation, by the way, to the author of the Vie des Martyrs, the proprietor of the Vin Blanc. I have known Monsieur Duhamel through a considerable number of years. He was a cheery little soul, round and chubby, wearing always an immaculate white apron, a little black tufted beard on his chin. He had come from Paris 10 years ago, had made his little Soho restaurant pay, but had never extended it, as he might have done, to something of a large and extravagant order that would have given him very quickly enough money on which to retire for the remainder of his days. He did not wish to retire. He made enough for his living. He was unmarried and preferred, as he explained to me, to enjoy his leisure hours. Now, he had always burning in his soul a curious passion, and that was to marry a truly intellectual woman. He was an immense admirer of the other sex, but always from the standpoint of brain rather than of body. Physical beauty meant nothing to him, or so little as not to matter, but a clever woman, or even a stupid woman who seemed to him clever, excited him to a frenzy of admiration and desire. What he liked best was to have as a habitual customer some member of the opposite sex, while she discussed his sole meunière and his Chateaubriand steak with real human appreciation, and also able to give him a little philosophy, a few words about the advancement of women, and a hint or two as to Bergson. The unfortunate thing was, as he had so often confided to me, that intellectual women were so seldom interested in cooking, and after all, he explained to me, I have nothing to offer such a woman except a good meal, a kind heart, and an attentive manner. On one occasion, I remember, I had brought into his restaurant the lady principal of a famous women's college. He had given her such a meal as I have seldom enjoyed anywhere. It was pathetic to see the way in which he hovered round her table, hoping that everything was perfectly delightful, and then venturing a word on Bergson's book on laughter, being crushed by her quite natural gasp of astonishment and air of nervousness, and look at me for reassurance. "What a droll little man!" she whispered to me. That was the fashion, alas, in which all learned women considered Monsieur Duhamel. I will confess to you that on this evening I was immensely excited. What would come of my plan? It might so easily fail. If it failed, my last card was played. It did not fail. Monsieur Duhamel's first glance at Mrs. Farbman told him that here was an intellectual woman indeed. Mrs. Farbman's first glance at the sole meunier told her that this was a restaurant sans peur et sans reproche. I would not like to say that she was a greedy woman. I have never been able to understand why a really aesthetic appreciation of food should be held to count against a man. I fancy that good food, beautifully cooked, was Mrs. Farbman's approach to the spirit of beauty, and it was an approach that had been, throughout her hard and rather dreary life, consistently denied to her. You could see from the way in which she ate her soul that she was not considering so much the perfection of the soul itself, but that it placed her in relation to all the beautiful things in life from which Mrs. Fleming's scrambled eggs had so long isolated her. As for Monsieur Duhamel, before the soul was finished, his face beaming with smiles, he had inquired as to whether Mrs. Farbman had yet mastered Einstein's relativity. Of course, Mrs. Farbman had not mastered it, being in that, at least entirely at one with all her fellow human beings. But she had a great deal to say about it. A flood of words poured from her, words to myself quite meaningless, and to herself nearly so, but sentences long and involved, containing capital letters and quite a number of proper names. Monsieur Duhamel's ecstasy was a thing to envy. "But I see, madam," he cried, "that what you say is a profound truth. You have enlightened my mind. I cannot thank you sufficiently. If you knew what it was for one who is so persistently denied food for his mind by his inevitable pursuit of food for the body, to meet someone as wise and brilliant as yourself—" I was soon forgotten by both of them, and when at last I pleaded an engagement, Monsieur Duhamel suggested to Mrs. Farbman that she should drink a cup of coffee in his own little room just above the room where we were sitting. I left them together. What more need I say? Simply this, that long before the 3 months were out, Mrs. Fleming had delivered to us the cheque for £100, that the Fleming household was a paradise such as I never could have imagined, and Mr. Fleming, in spite of, or shall I say because of, the departure of Mrs. Farbman, progressed with his book at double the speed of the earlier days, and that finally I was asked on one beautiful summer day to a wedding breakfast in the private room of the Vin Blanc, a breakfast that excelled both in the superb excellence of its cooking and in the vigor of intellectual conversation any meal that I had ever attended. End of Story 6. Story 7 of Hugh Walpole's Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 7, The Adventure of the Imaginative Child, 1925. Young Chippet and I had many funny times together. Out of many adventures that we had, I have chosen this affair that I have called The Adventure of the Imaginative Child, because of the strange figure who is its center. I cannot hope to give any satisfactory explanation of John Borstal Clay. I am only stating the case as I saw it. There is, perhaps, no explanation of anybody in this strange and casual world. I sometimes think that the potter simply throws odd pieces of material together, and then lets come out of it what will. It takes more than Dr. Freud to explain John Borstal Clay. One day in the middle of spring, when the trees were budding and the very streets were humming their pleasure under the April sun, a Mr. Fortescue Bumpus paid me a call. I had had so many strange visitors within the last few weeks that it was rather comforting to see anybody so completely normal as Mr. Bumpus. He was one of those little men who wear their clothes like armor, who are so cleanly shaven, save for a little neat mustache, that their cheeks gleam like billiard balls, who are right and tight in their person, upon whose bodies there is no speck of dust, and upon whose souls there is no sign of any abnormal curiosities. Mr. Bumpus, it was plain to see, was a man entirely without imagination, 50-odd years or so, kind in the English fashion, making, one must suppose, a satisfactory income, having 10 minutes Muller exercise in his bedroom of a morning before the open window, abusing gently each day at breakfast the socialistic tendencies of the Labour Party, calling, in all probability, his wife Mother, and arranging what he was going to do with himself and his family on Bank Holiday, months and months before the event. Mr. Bumpus, in fact, is what is known as the backbone of England. It was all the more deplorable, therefore, to see that he was in a state of very considerable distress. When something distresses a man of Mr. Bumpus's type, he is like a lost dog with a tin can tied to his tail. He has no idea where to go, to whom to speak. Above all, he has no one in the world with whom he can be intimate. With his wife he has lived so long and so complacently that possible intimacy between them lies buried deep 'neath layers of domestic dust. The friends of his own sex are only on billiard, golf, or drinking terms, and his children he probably approaches in alternate gusts of anger and sentimentality, boxing their ears one day and giving them too many chocolates the other. He knows, deep down, that the world is a rum place, but it is his natural tradition to set up around him a kind of crystal palace hung with dark green blinds, and to sit inside it, and although he may feel the warmth of the sun beating upon the glass, and sometimes hear torrents of rain like thunder on the roof, he cheats himself into believing that there is no world outside, or that if there is, like Noah in his ark, he has been forbidden to encounter it. All this long explanation is necessary for my story. Chippet was just then away, engaged upon some affair of his own. My friend Borden and I consoled Mr. Bumpus to the best of our abilities. He sat down, pulling his trousers a little above his knees, laying his plump hands upon them, and looking forward at us with a pathetic eagerness, rather as an infant bird in the nest opens its beak for an expected worm. "You're very young, gentlemen," was the first thing he said. "We are not so young as we look," I replied, smiling at him encouragingly. "At any rate, tell us what we can do for you, Mr. Bumpus, and if it's beyond our youth, you can be sure of our discretion, and we will not, of course, charge you a penny." "Oh, that's all right, he answered nervously. "That's really quite all right. Lovely weather to-day, isn't it?" "Spring," said Borden very solemnly, "is upon us. It is the period of the year when youth is at its best. We take your coming to us on such a spring-like day as the best of omens." Yes, quite so," said Mr. Bumpus, gazing desperately around the room, suffering all the agonizing terror of one who must speak of intimate matters to a couple of strangers to whom he has really never been properly introduced. "It was a Mrs. Fleming," he began at last, "who recommended me to ask your advice. She told me that a few months ago you helped her in a serious domestic difficulty. It is a domestic difficulty of my own about which I have come to speak to you. But really, you are so young—" He broke off and ended with a rather foolish smile. "I might be your father, you see." I saw that this was the moment to exert our authority. "Excuse me for speaking plainly, Mr. Bumpus," I replied. "Physical age has nothing to do with this matter at all. We may be able to help you, or we may not. Tell us your trouble, and we will see what we can do." "Well, it seems so foolish," said Mr. Bumpus, "to come to anybody about such a matter as this. But Mother is nearly distracted. She loves her children, gentlemen, with a devotion I have never seen equaled elsewhere. Mrs. Bumpus is 1 in a million." "Is it about your children that you wish us to help you?" I asked. "Well, in a way, yes," he answered nervously, and then, taking courage, apparently from Borden's muscular and thoroughly British appearance, he plunged straight in. "Some 3 years ago, a brother of mine, who lived in South Africa, was killed with his wife in a railway accident. He was my favorite brother, and left an only child. This was a boy, then 9 years of age, and now 12. My brother, in his will, as though he had a premonition that something might happen to him, left the boy to us in case of any disaster, with a very handsome sum of money for his upbringing. Mrs. Bumpus and I were proud and delighted to assume solemn charge. The boy arrived just 3 years ago this very month, and became, of course, as one of our own. It is about this boy that I wish to consult you." He coughed, looking at us piteously, as though he were begging us to tell him that no further information was needed. That, of course, we were unable to do, and we could only look at him with an intelligent and kindly interest. "The boy's name," he continued, "is John Borstal Clay." He repeated these words over again as a sort of solemn incantation. "He was a bright little fellow, nice-looking, intelligent, and amusing. We sent him to Dulwich School." He paused, then leaned forward towards us, repeated with the greatest solemnity, "That boy, gentlemen, is wrecking our beautiful home life." "Dear me," Borden remarked, "so young a boy, and so wicked?" "Not wicked," said Mr. Bumpus hurriedly. "I don't want to say a word against the child." "You must tell us the truth, Mr. Bumpus," I said. "We cannot possibly help you unless you tell us everything." "But it is just that," said Mr. Bumpus, "that it is so difficult to tell. The boy's not a wicked boy, at least not in the accepted term of wickedness. He doesn't steal nor tell lies." Then again, with the utmost solemnity, "He is not a real boy, gentlemen, at all. Not like any other boy in the whole world. We are afraid of him, all of us, and when you've seen him you will know why." This was very interesting, and I saw Borden, who likes boys and thoroughly understands them, lean forward and watch Mr. Bumpus with renewed interest. "Would you mind telling us," he asked, "about the rest of the family? How many children have you?" "3," said Mr. Bumpus. "Emmeline, Gertrude, and little Percival." "What ages are they?" asked Borden. "Emmeline is 13 and a half, Gertrude is 12, and Percival 8. "And are they also in terror of your nephew?" "They are indeed," said Mr. Bumpus. "And yet it is hard to say why they are. If it were simply a case of John's being unkind to them, or ill-treating them, it would be comparatively simple. You see, gentlemen, I loved my brother dearly, and what Mrs. Bumpus and I wish above all things is to be just." "If the boy is upsetting your family," said Borden, "why don't you send him to a boarding school?" "Well, we did, sir," said Mr. Bumpus. "He went to Rugby for a term, but we were almost more uncomfortable when he was away from us than we were when he was with us." "What we want," he cried, "is for John's attention to be directed towards somebody else. We shall have no peace until he loses interest in us. That is where I want your help." "Loses interest in you?" asked Borden. "That's a strange phrase to use about a small boy of 12. "I know it is," repeated Mr. Bumpus, almost in agony. "But when you see the boy you will understand what I mean. He is extraordinarily old for his age, and he knows much more about all of us than any boy has a right to know. He is not a wholesome boy." "Do you mean that he is a nasty-minded boy?" asked Borden. "Does he tell your children nasty stories, and put wrong ideas into their heads?" "No, not in the accepted way," said Mr. Bumpus, "and yet he does tell them stories, too. But no, I can't explain what I mean. You must come and see him for yourself." "Then what you want us to do," I summed up, is to turn this boy's attention from yourselves into some other channel?" "That's it," said Mr. Bumpus. "Oh, if you only would, how happy and grateful we'd all be." The conversation ended in our making an agreement with Mr. Bumpus on our usual terms, namely, that if we were successful, he should pay us a certain sum, and if we failed, only half that sum. The very next day I took tea with the Bumpus family. They lived in West Kensington, and their house was as right and tight as little Mr. Bumpus himself. Mrs. Bumpus was a charming, stout, friendly woman, considerably older, I should imagine, than her husband, with hair turning gray, rosy cheeks, and a voice like a kettle on the hob. John was not present when I arrived, but the 3 Bumpus children were all there. They were the quietest, demurest children you ever saw. Emmeline and Gertrude would be stout and rosy-faced like their mother. Little Percival was in a velvet Fauntleroy suit, and was doing something with a set of bricks in a corner of the drawing-room. They presented a very happy domestic picture, all of them talking in low tones, Emmeline stitching away at a small piece of cambric, Gertrude, who wore spectacles, reading a book, the clock ticking, the windows open to let in the beautiful evening sun, Mrs. Bumpus being kind and smiling at Borden and myself, as though she had known us for years. We had been there, I suppose, some half-hour when John came in. He came in very quietly, closing the door behind him, shook hands with us, took his place near the tea-table in the properest manner possible. He was a short, thick-set boy with a strangely foreign appearance. This arose, I think, partly from his jet-black hair, his deep black eyes, fringed with heavy dark eyelashes, and a rather sallow complexion, in which there was, nevertheless, the color of excellent health. I noticed at once his hands, which were remarkably clean for a boy of his age, with well-kept nails and thin, beautiful fingers. He moved with admirable grace, not at all with the clumsy awkwardness of a boy of his age, and yet he was a quite natural boy, not effeminate, nor mannered, nor artificial. He said very little. Borden, after a time, began to talk to him, asked him questions about his school, whether he liked football, and so on, and to all this he replied politely, completely at his ease. I soon noticed, however, that the family were all strangely disturbed at his appearance. Percival seemed to be no longer happy with his bricks, and Emmeline and Gertrude glanced nervously towards the tea-table, and an air of constraint crept into the comfort and homeliness of the scene. After a while, John got up and walked very quietly over to Percival, knelt down on the carpet, and began to help him to arrange his bricks. Once or twice Mr. Bumpus glanced at us to see whether we noticed anything peculiar. Conversation halted. We ourselves felt awkward and uncomfortable. We were about to get up and go, but suddenly a wail from Percival drew all our attention. "I don't want them that way," he cried. "That's a nasty way. I was building a cathedral." "All right," said John quietly. "Let's build a cathedral then." "But I want to build my own cathedral," Percival wailed. "I don't like your cathedrals." Now, Percy darling," said Mrs. Bumpus, getting up and going towards him. "It's very kind of John to help you." "I don't want John to help me," said Percival, getting up and suddenly bursting into a flood of tears. "Well, then, I won't help you," said John, smiling. Then, seated as he was on the floor, he looked up at Mrs. Bumpus, and that glance was the first revelation I had of what might be disturbing the tranquillity of the Bumpus family. It was the oldest glance I have ever seen a child bestow upon another human being. A strange glance to see in that young and innocent face. It seemed to say, "Well, and what are you going to do about it? I know you better than you know yourself, and I want to see, just for my own amusement, to what lengths of folly you are likely to go." There may have been, of course, some imagination on my part. After events, however, were to prove to me that I was not far wrong. Percival was led from the room. John got up and came across to us. Mr. Bumpus tried to cover the uneasy effect of this little incident by saying in an unnatural jocular tone, "Well, my boy, and how's the work been today?" "All right, Uncle Henry, thank you," said John quietly. He looked at him as though he were going to say something more, then gave Borden and myself the strangest glance of amused curiosity, and then left the room. No further allusion to him was made during the rest of our visit. 2. We have in these days the habit of discussing in learned terms and all the latest German technique the psychology of children. By this, parents are influenced and become morbidly anxious about the ethical state of their little ones. Friends are perpetually bored by discoveries made by anxious mothers of the new tendencies in their darlings' little souls. The only beings entirely uninfluenced by this modern movement are the children themselves. Children form the only portion of the earth's population entirely untouched by the development of so-called civilization. Children, like their elders, are cruel, malicious, mean, treacherous, tyrannous, greedy, remorseless, selfish. But, unlike their elders, they make no sort of pretense of pretending that these unpleasant emotions are anything but what they are. Ask a cherub of 12½ what, during last term, he did to another cherub aged 9½, and if he discovers that you are to be trusted, he will show you that the headhunters of Shavo are not in it with him for the frank indulgence of cheerful cruelty. But more than that, small boys live so entirely in a world of their own that we cannot begin to realize what they are really doing and thinking unless we become small boys ourselves, and we do not become small boys by sitting neatly dressed in amiable drawing rooms and talking in dulcet tones to charming old aunts, but rather by going out boldly into the boy world, stealing all we can see, eating everything we can lay hands upon, being as cruel as possible to everybody weaker than ourselves, and allowing ourselves to be torn into very small pieces rather than betray a fragment of the truth about some friend whose possession we would instantly lay hold upon had we a moment's opportunity. There are some men and a few women who are often praised for never growing up. These remain among the nastiest and most dangerous of their kind. On the other hand, there are some boys who grow up at once, and are a great deal older than their elders. It was at first this that I suppose had happened to John Borstal Clay. He's simply, I told myself, been living with grown-up people and is old before his time. The Bumpuses, on the other hand, are younger than they've any right to be, simply because they have allowed their imagination to die a natural death, and have developed such a strain of English prudery that they are quite incapable of seeing what's in front of their noses. For a week or two this explanation sufficed me. Borden and I, in the arrogance of our young hearts, agreed that it would be very easy to detach the youthful John's mind from the Bumpus family and to fix it upon something or someone else, even if need be, upon ourselves. I suppose that there's no one in the world who dislikes boys of John's age more thoroughly than I do myself. But John was an exception. He had none of the noisy, greedy, unattractive habits of his kind. He did not interrupt his elders when they had just reached what they considered the earth-compelling portion of their narrative. He did not beg for food that would, he knew, be denied him unless he made a terrible noise. He was not uncleanly in ways that I need not more minutely define, and he watched life with a curiosity that was quite astonishing. It was this last quality in him that gradually absorbed my attention. Nothing seemed to escape him. I soon saw that there was no foolishness nor weakness in the Bumpus family that he had not observed, and from that I began to see why it was they were so anxious to be rid of him. We can support with comparative ease those friends of ours who realize only the weaknesses that we have not got, but so soon as anyone puts their finger upon even the tiniest of our real faults, we began to dislike them and think that we had better have somebody kinder in their place. John knew perfectly well that Emmeline was cultivating, so fast as she could, all the domestic virtues because she was lazy, and found that those same virtues brought in the quickest and most tangible rewards. She lived, so to speak, for aunts, uncles, cousins, and elderly friends. She ran messages, spoke in sweet tones, and loved to group herself at the feet of some short-sighted relation, and lay her head against that relation's knee, and look ecstatically comfortable. John knew that she was not comfortable, and if that particular relation did not speedily produce something in the way of a gift or an invitation, Emmeline grouped herself elsewhere. Gertrude, on the other hand, was all for aestheticism. What she wanted to be was strange and peculiar, so that people coming to tea said to Mrs. Bumpus, "That's an original child you've got there. She should do something when she grows up." So Gertrude was learning the piano in a quite excruciating fashion, was ready to recite We Are Seven and The Wreck of the Hesperus on the slightest invitation, and very often on no invitation at all, and loved to sit on a small stool in the very middle of the drawing-room floor, staring in front of her, gazing into nothing. Little Percival was the only one of the family who pursued his gentle way without artificiality, but in his case you could not but wish for a little affectation, his natural habits, manners, and customs being of the noisiest, most provocative kind. Mrs. Bumpus was a sweet woman, with the intelligence of a very kind sheep. She just managed to get through the duties of the day without any actual disaster. These duties left her but little time for the development of her brain. She liked novels and read, on an average, one new one a day. She had never the slightest idea of the names of the authors of these novels, and had been known to read the same book 3 days after an earlier perusal, without the slightest notion that she had ever met it before. She was, however, a very good woman, being far too stupid to be anything else. Mr. Bumpus adored her, not so much because she was good or sweet or kind, but because she was so stupid that he had no fear of anyone thinking her cleverer than himself. Now, all these things John perfectly knew, and I soon perceived that he played with these qualities and defects, not apparently with any malicious intent, but only because he was so anxious to see what, in the circumstances, they would do. He would, for instance, ask Mrs. Bumpus very quietly where she thought Uruguay was. She would probably say hurriedly, "Why, in Africa, dear." He would say, "Thank you," very quietly, and then, days later, when relations and friends were gathered together, he would remark still more quietly, "Uruguay isn't in Africa, Auntie. I looked it up in my atlas." Mrs. Bumpus was always terribly upset at any exposure of non-intelligence, it being her theory, studiously developed through many years, that she knew just as much about anything as a good woman had any right to know. Mr. Bumpus also was distressed, and would look at her with surprise, saying, "Why, surely, mother, you didn't say that Uruguay was in Africa, did you?" She would then be all in a flutter, and her eyes would fill with those large warm tears that seemed to contain some composition of grease in them, so heavy and thick and slow were they. With Emmeline, John had a glorious time, taking pleasure, but not a malicious pleasure, in betraying her to aunts and uncles and any others likely to be too easily captivated. When Emmeline was nicely seated upon a cushion on the floor, her flaxen head resting against a bony knee, uttering in a soft, dreamy voice, "And now, Auntie, please tell me what you were like as a little girl," John would look at her with such a curious, inquisitive smile that the aunt, too, would wonder whether all were well, and instead of the natural impulse to burst into sentimental reminiscence, there would come forth a rather snappy, "Oh, not now, child. After all, there can be very little about my youth that anybody would want to know." Also, when John was alone with Emmeline, he would say softly, "Emmy, Uncle Henry's coming tomorrow. He is good for a box of chocolates, but not more than that. I shouldn't bother about him." And Emmeline, who cheated herself, as we all do, into believing that she invariably acted from the purest and most beautiful motives, would get one of those nasty little glimpses into reality which kind friends in a temper sometimes give us, which are indeed almost the only link with reality that we have. I need not emphasize this further. It will now be seen by anybody who is interested in the Bumpuses why they wanted to get rid of John. At the end of the first fortnight, I decided that I must get to know John better, and I asked Mr. Bumpus if he would have any objection to John's coming to spend a night with me in my little house in Westminster. Mr. Bumpus was delighted. "I do hope," he explained, "that you don't think that we wish to be unkind to the child. It's simply well, to put it frankly, that he upsets the tempers of my wife and the children." "Yes, I understand that," I answered, "but what is still a puzzle to me is that you tell me that he upsets you as much when he's away from you as when he's with you. That, I confess, is a mystery to me." "It's a mystery to me, too," said Mr. Bumpus. "I think it's a little this way, that we feel as though he always had us in his mind and was thinking the worst of us. Not exactly that he dislikes us, you know, but if I may put it personally, suppose I'm dressing in the morning and lose my collar stud and go down on my knees after it and am, just for the moment, in the condition that, well, you know what a man's like when he loses a collar stud." "I do," I assured him. "Well, I feel as though John had watched me, even though he's so far away as Rugby, and 10 to 1 I had a letter from him the next day, with something in it that seems to me to hint, ever so slightly, at that very incident. Now, you'll say that's absurd. I dare say I'm oversensitive about John. I think we all are. But it would have astonished you to have seen the numbers of letters that John liked to write while he was at Rugby. Boys of his age don't like writing letters, you know, but he seemed to enjoy it, and every letter made one a little uncomfortable some way. Now, all we want is for him to fix his attention upon somebody else. It really is most uncomfortable, feeling that a boy of his age is watching you all the time, and regards you rather like animals in the zoo. Mrs. Bumpus doesn't like it, and although she wouldn't say an unkind word about the boy, and indeed never says an unkind word about anybody, still she isn't comfortable when he's in the house, nor indeed when he's out of it, and it's for her sake more than my own that I have asked your assistance. That was a strange night when John came to stay. I shall never forget it. I lived in an old house in Westminster, just off Barton Street, under the very shadow of the Abbey, one of those old houses with crooked staircases, low-ceilinged rooms, and boards that creak at every step. John arrived in time for an early dinner, and we went off to the pantomime at the Hippodrome, which that year had lasted from Christmas right over Easter. I need have had no fear as to the reality of John's youth. It did one's heart good to see that little figure rocking about in his seat, laughing and shouting and crowing with that peculiar cockerel noise made by small boys when they're very happy. Nellie Wallace only had to appear for him to go into ecstasies, and when Lupino Lane vanished in and out of his numerous trapdoors, John was doubled and twisted with delight. Walking home afterwards, as he said he preferred to do, he remained pure boy. "Do you think," he asked me in that funny, hoarse voice of his, "that Miss Wallace is really like that at home? Is she as ugly, do you think?" "Oh, no," I said. "She's probably very beautiful. She is one of the few women in the world whom it pays to pretend to be as ugly as possible." "If she was more ugly still," asked John, "would she get more money?" "Oh, probably," I answered. "And if she was more ugly than that?" asked John. I see that there was no end to the heights and involutions of this inquiry, so I changed it to another one. "Do you like the princess?" I asked him. "Oh, yes," he answered. "She's the one I've seen the advertisements about, with all her teeth in a row. Don't you think it's a pity," he continued, "that when anybody is going to be a princess in the evening, she should be an advertisement in the daytime?" "I really haven't thought about it," I answered. "It's very difficult for anybody to be a princess all the time." "Why?" asked John. "Oh, I don't know," I said. "It's very exhausting." "Why?" asked John. "Because you have to sit still and be very proper and dressed in your best." "Why?" asked John. I'm glad to say that at that moment we arrived at my Westminster home. Now, as soon as we entered my old house and found our way up the dark staircase, John became another person. I cannot describe it better than by saying he was like a dog who sniffs a good smell somewhere close at hand. He did literally go round my sitting room, sniffing at the walls. He poked his small nose into every possible corner, and suddenly, to my amazement, flopped down on the floor and laid his ear to one of the boards. "Good heavens," I said, "what are you doing?" "It's funny," he answered, getting up slowly, not in the least disturbed. "It's old. It's been here hundreds of years. Lots of things have happened in this room." "Yes," I said, "they have." "Nothing's ever happened in Uncle Henry's house," he said. "Not to Aunt Mary, nor Emmy, nor Gertrude, nor Percival. I hate Percival," he added reminiscently. He stood in a funny little way against the hearth, as though he were trying to balance himself on a rocking floor. "I like you," he said, smiling. "Do you think it's wrong not to like Uncle Henry and the others? Because I don't like any of them." "No, I don't know that it's wrong," I answered. "If you don't like them, you had better go away and live with somebody else. With me, for instance." "Oh, now," he answered, "it's fun living with them. I can make them ratty in no time." "Well, it isn't right," I said, "to like making people uncomfortable who've been good to you." "They've only been good to me," he said, "because they'd be uncomfortable if they weren't." "Good heavens," I answered, "how old are you?" "I'm 12½," he said, "by years. But do you ever have that funny feeling, Mr. Johnson, as though you'd been a lot older really, and seen everything before, and know just what was coming next?" "Oh, I have known that," I answered, speaking to him, in spite of myself, exactly as though he were my age. "Once or twice at moments, but only for a moment." "Well, I know it often," he said. "At school there's a master who's got a bad leg, and he goes limping around. Well, I know I've seen him limping somewhere else a long while ago, and he was all in red and green." "Red and green?" I said. "Yes," said John, laughing just as he had laughed at Nellie Wallace, "and it was so funny. He was a man everybody laughed at, and that's what he was there for, and he hit people on the head with a balloon." I was beginning to feel uncomfortable. "Well, we won't talk about that now," I said. "Only, look here, you mustn't do things that make your aunt and uncle unhappy. They've been kind to you, after all." "I don't want to make them unhappy," he said, "but they're so silly. And if you know that if you do something, somebody else'll do something, and then you'll do something again, it's awfully jolly to make them do something." After which explanation, I took him down to the little dining room and gave him something to eat. In the middle of supper, I said, "You know, John, I oughtn't to be giving you supper. Little boys oughtn't to have supper just before they go to bed." "Why?" he asked. "Because it makes them dream and talk in their sleep." "Oh, I always dream," he said, "every night. Last night I dreamt that Aunt Mary was a cow, a large white cow with flowers on her head. It was a funny thing, but I was sorry for her last night. I'm never sorry for her in the daytime. But the one I really hate," he added, becoming confidential, "is Emmeline. Isn't it a silly name, Emmeline?" "Yes," I said, "it is, rather." "I sometimes feel," he said, "that I'd like to get Emmy into a corner and twist her hair round and round and round. She's a sucker-up." Most girls are, I answered. Why? Said John. Well, because they're not so strong, and they can't hit back. No, but they can pinch and bite, said John. Emmy does when you're not looking. And why, I asked, do you write them so many letters when you're away? Most boys don't like writing letters. It's such fun sometimes, he answered, to write something that you know they don't expect. It's just as though I were at home with them and saw everything that they were doing. If you didn't think of them any more, I said, and thought of someone else, wouldn't it be a bit of a change for you? You see, he answered very seriously, as though he were 60 years old, I like to have somebody to think about and to do things with, like playing draughts, you know. I took him up to bed and put him into a small dressing room next to mine. He asked questions through the open door all the time he was undressing. I say, isn't this fun? He called out. Is Miss Wallace married? And then a flood of questions like, are you married? Have you got any children? Do you go to the theater every night? I saw Charlie's aunt once. I like Nellie Wallace better. Don't you think it's a shame when you don't like cricket that you have to play? Have you got a boiler in your bath? We have, at Uncle Henry's. Do you wear a nightshirt or pajamas? Is this the first time you've ever had a boy in your house? Do you know all Aunt Mary's hair isn't real, and she can take some of it out when she likes? To all of which questions I attempted suitable answers. I had just put on my pajamas and was going to see him safely into bed when he appeared in the doorway, quite naked, and with the most enchanting smile on his face, cried, Mr. Johnson, can you do this? And was suddenly down on his hands and started walking, feet in the air, across my room. Midway he paused, and with a most amazing little chuckle began to turn somersaults round and round and round. I've always done my best to curb my too tempting imagination, and I intend, in this case, strictly to tell the truth. But something extraordinary occurred in that room as that little naked figure went tumbling from side to side. It was as though a light flashed through the air, the kind of reflection that a piece of glass turned in the hand gleams upon the wall. He was not distinguishable as a human body. He was rather a piece of color, transmuting the whole place as though, had I turned off the electric light, the beam would have passed glittering, now here, now there, objects in the room starting from the shadows as he touched them. Strangest and most incommunicable of sensations, bringing me back, it seemed, to something that I had known before, promising me some future confirmation of something for which I had always hoped. I sat staring, scarcely venturing to breathe, lest the enchantment should break. He stopped. With a kind of jerk he was on his feet in the middle of the floor, an ordinary, naked, smiling little boy. You can't do that, I bet, Mr. Johnson, he said. No, I replied, I'm much too old. I'll never be too old, he answered. He came across to me, held out his small and now very grubby hand, and with an air of infinite age and generations past courtesy said, Now I think I'll go to bed. I've enjoyed my evening very much. And to his room he went. 3. One of the most tiresome of Chippet's many tiresome relations was the old Dowager Countess of Brooks. She was tiresome in all sorts of ways, one of them being that she had lived beyond her time, having had an elder sister who had been danced on Byron's knee. The only drawback to this story was the doubt, natural to any literary mind, as to whether Byron had ever dandled anyone under 20 on his knee. She was more inquisitive by nature than anyone else of her own sex in the British Isles. She was uglier than any human being had any right to be, and she was a bully. No one knew what her age was. She was a very distant cousin indeed of Chippet, but whether it was that she had nothing else to do, or that she really had taken a kind of liking to him, whatever her mysterious reasons might have been, she continued to come of a morning into our little office, sit upright on one of our smallest chairs, looking like an angry, over-painted cockatoo with an enormous Roman nose, and ask us all sorts of questions about our business and private affairs that she had, of course, no right to ask at all. The trouble with her, Chippet said, was that she had too much imagination. We would have rid ourselves of her cantankerous company in no time at all, had it not been that we dared not challenge her ever. Old though she was, she could still be a terrible enemy and have no affection for the truth, and all the romantic anecdotage of very old age. She could ruin somebody's reputation in less time than it takes to poach an egg. She was marvelously vigorous, and always brought with her a miserable-looking, impoverished, pale-faced companion, who snored through her nose so disconcertingly that my only explanation of Lady Brooks's engaging her was that she added to the general terror of the atmosphere and the old lady's dignity. She came to the office the morning following John's visit to me, and while she sat there in her ugly, husky voice, asked questions that Chippet did his best to avoid answering. She vaguely reminded me of someone. I looked at her again and again, but the connection would not come. Where had I seen somebody like her, or at least where had I heard that voice before, and who was it who took that curious, almost malicious interest in their fellow beings' weaknesses? There was somebody. However, the increasing difficulty of the Bumpus case soon absorbed my attention again. I could see that the Bumpuses were beginning to regard it with suspicion, even as Mrs. Fleming had once done. Further than that, I could see that Bumpus himself disapproved of my liking for Johnny. I could not disguise that John was a million times more interesting to me than all the Bumpus children put together, and in the eyes of the Bumpus parents, it became increasingly apparent that I was encouraging John in all his natural wickedness. Then, with dramatic swiftness, the crisis arrived. One night I was going to bed, and was standing for a moment at my bedroom window, listening to the wind and the rain that came beating and howling up the little Westminster street and whirling away round the great walls of the Abbey, when my telephone bell rang. A moment later the trembling, agitated tones of Mr. Bumpus came through to me. "Is that you, Mr. Johnson?" "Yes," I answered. "What is it?" "Is John with you?" "John?" I answered. "No. Why?" "Oh, dear, I thought he might be, and Emmeline, too." "Emmeline!" I cried. "What's she doing out at this time of night?" "Oh, we don't know, wailed the voice at the other end. "Would you mind coming round at once and helping us? We are in the greatest trouble." I detected in his voice the implication that I was considered largely responsible for the catastrophe. Of course, I hurried through the rain and arrived to find the Bumpus parents walking up and down their drawing-room, literally wringing their hands and making little exclamations like wounded pigeons at Monte Carlo. "Well, and now what is it?" I asked. It was difficult at first to discover what it really was, but from the agitation that fell during the next quarter of an hour like a shower about my head, I discovered that John and Emmeline had slipped out of the house about 7:30 that evening, their father and mother being out at a dinner party, and the governess asleep over a novel. No one had discovered their absence until their father and mother went up to see whether they were quietly sleeping. They were not there. A maid in the house next door had seen them come out of the gate. After that, there was no news. During the whole of this, the look in the eyes of the poor little Bumpuses and the plaintive whine in their voices showed me that I was held entirely responsible for this horrible occurrence. What a night followed! All the policemen of London were out in the wind and rain. All the telephones were ringing in agitated convulsions, and by 3 in the morning I was held to be very little less than a murderer. By that time I was myself so agitated, so wet in body, and so exhausted in soul, that I had determined to give up the whole of our business, although now it was making such hopeful progress, and was wishing that I had never thought so confidently to plunge into that most confused of all foreign countries, the psychology of one's fellow beings. Then, as the clock struck 4, and the 10th policeman was being offered a drink by the now tearful Mr. Bumpus, John quietly walked in, dragging with him a bedraggled, hysterical, dripping, but triumphant Emmeline. Mrs. Bumpus, with a shriek of joy, threw her arms round the neck of her dripping daughter. An odd thing then occurred. Emmeline pushed her mother away, saying peevishly, "Oh, don't fuss me, mother. Can't you see I'm tired?" John was not, of course, in the least perturbed. He seemed to be scarcely wet, his little overcoat with its upturned collar giving him a strangely grown-up appearance, his eyes watching us all with the same critical, amused, slightly scornful glance that by now I knew so well. "Where have you been? Where have you been? Where have you been?" cried Mr. Bumpus, exactly like an excited clock striking the hour. "Oh, we've been on Primrose Hill," said John quietly. "Glad to see it's all right, sir," said the constable, finishing his whiskey and preparing to depart. All right, cried little Bumpus, obviously now in a state of hysterics quite beyond his control. "It's not all right. It's terrible." The constable looked a little confused. "Well, if you want me in the morning, sir," he said, and departed. "Don't be so silly, father," said Emmeline. "John and I have had a wonderful time. We would have been back before, only we lost the way. There was a lovely old woman—" But her father could do nothing but turn upon John. "You're responsible for this," he cried, "leading my daughter—" Not now, dear," interrupted Mrs. Bumpus. "We're all so tired. I'm sure that we shall discuss it better in the morning." Next morning at 10 o'clock I was summoned to a family conference. When I arrived I found that I was, in the eyes of both Mr. and Mrs. Bumpus, the villain of the piece. It was still very uncertain as to what exactly Emmeline and John had done the night before. It appeared that John had tempted her with some story of meeting an old man on Primrose Hill, who had bags of gold that he distributed for the asking. It seemed to me that it was very unlikely that Emmeline, a matter-of-fact child, if ever there was one, would believe such a story as this. But more than any one I've ever known, she was one who loved, beyond all else, the consciousness that she was getting something for nothing. John had had for a long time a certain power over her, and I imagine that she was flattered by his so definitely pleading for her company. However, she went. The interesting fact now about her was the fashion in which she returned. Already, so few hours after her adventure, it was plain she was entirely changed, or rather not changed, because no human being ever changes. Simply, this accident had brought to the surface qualities that no one had seen before. She was independent, scornful, and imaginative. She talked about a little man in a green cap, about 3 stars that had hit a tree, about the rain dancing in circles around a heap of stones, and about an old woman with a basket of apples who had offered her a silver bodkin. "Bodkin!" cried her father, now terribly afraid his favorite daughter was completely out of her mind. "There isn't such a thing." "That's what John said it was, father," said Emmeline. "He said he'd had one once just like it." "Well, where is it?" asked her father. "The rain blew the old woman away," said Emmeline. "If I go out there another night, John says she's sure to give me one." After this, can it be doubted that the little Bumpus was in a frenzy of despair? He took me into his stuffy little study, and there told me quite plainly what he thought of me. "You come into this house," he cried, "with some cock-and-bull story about helping us in our trouble. You deliberately encourage the boy in all his worst vices. You help him to abduct my daughter and to turn her head crazy with mad fancies. And now I suppose you expect us to pay you £50 and say good-bye and thank you very much." "Not at all, Mr. Bumpus," I answered. I will admit that I was feeling frightfully tired and disheveled after my stormy night's experiences. "If you want me to tell you what I think, it is that John has woken your daughter up to some semblance of real life, and if he is given time, he will wake the rest of your children. Give me another 24 hours, and I may yet succeed in my task." Poor little Bumpus could do nothing else. He was in despair. John might be removed, but how would that help matters? His influence over the family would be as strong as ever. Poor little Percival would be the next to be corrupted. Wake up all their imaginations, and heaven knew what might happen. Why, even Mrs. Bumpus. And at this thought, he burst suddenly into tears and sobbed like a child. "I don't know what's happening," he cried. "The world used to be such a straightforward place. You knew where you were, and things were either right or they weren't. The people, too. Now everything was upside down, and nobody was shocked any longer. If he lost his children, he didn't know what he'd do, and if they weren't going to respect him, then he had lost them, and so on, and so on. He ended up by turning upon me. "I dare say to you, Mr. Johnson," he said, "this all seems very funny. You're one of this new generation who don't believe in God, and think the only thing to do is just what you want to do. But you're corrupting the young, and I tell you that the next generation will have to pay for the sins of this one." "Oh, excuse me, Mr. Bumpus," I answered, with all the dignity I could. "You didn't engage me to come here and talk morals and modern sociology. I dare say you're perfectly right in what you say. My business is to remove John's attention from your family, and if I don't succeed within the next 24 hours, I will admit myself beaten and make no further demands upon either your time or your purse." I left him with all the dignity I could command, but it was all very well. I had not at that moment the slightest idea of how I was going to win my case. I felt a beaten man, and I tell you that I was pretty miserable and conscience-stricken over the whole affair. When I had gone a little way down the street, I heard someone running after me, and was caught up by John. He informed me that they were all so foolish that morning, and that it was too late to go to school, and that therefore he would accompany me to my office for an hour or two. I tried to get from him the explanation of last night's adventure. "Well, you see," he said, "I've been wondering for a long time whether I couldn't do something with Emmeline, and suddenly it occurred to me that if I took her out in all the rain and lost her, it would be funny to see what she'd be like afterwards." "That was very wrong, John," I said. "Why?" he asked. "It's always very wrong," I went on, "to make people unhappy just for your own pleasure." "Why?" he asked. "Well, of course it is," I continued. "What we're here for is to make people happy, not unhappy." "Who said so?" he asked. "You want people to make you happy, don't you?" I asked. "I don't care what they do," he answered. "I can be happy or unhappy all by myself." "But don't you mind what other people do or say?" I asked him. "Why should I?" he asked. "Other people can make you feel all sorts of things." "Why?" he asked. "Well, because they're so close to you, and we're all mixed up together." "I'm not mixed up with anybody," he answered. "I just wanted to see what Emmeline would do, and what Uncle Henry would do, and what the policeman would do, and what you'd do. I haven't finished," he ended with a chuckle, "seeing what Uncle Henry will do. I suppose he'll do something silly. Emmeline's not so bad," he added reflectively. "If you tell her stories, she believes them." I will frankly admit that I was in despair when we entered the office. I was beginning, ever so slightly, to understand, in my own experience, why the Bumpuses were so anxious to be rid of John. I was beginning to wonder how long it would be before I myself would long to escape from that curious, inquisitive, sarcastic glance. We entered the office, and therein found Chippet, very bored indeed, and his distant cousin, Lady Prox. "Good morning, Mr. Johnson," she said, and as soon as she spoke, I realized where it was that I had already heard that odd, husky voice. Other realizations were achieved at that same moment. John gave a little gasp and stood in the middle of the floor, staring. The old woman looked down from her chair and stared in return. "Who's that strange boy?" she asked. "Oh, a little friend of mine," I answered, "come in to pay us a visit." From that moment, you may believe it or no, as you please, the two never removed their eyes from one another's faces. "Come here, boy," the old woman commanded. John came over to her. "What's your name?" she asked. "John Borstal Clay." he answered. "Where have I seen you before?" she asked. He shook his head. "What do you wear all that jewelry for in the daytime?" he asked. "Because I like to," she answered. "Why?" asked John. "Because they're pretty," she answered. He looked at her with that funny, sarcastic glance of his, but this time there was something in his smile that I had never seen before, something of recognition, of acclaiming that at last he had found someone worthy of his companionship. "Feel as though I'd seen you somewhere before," she said slowly, but he was looking at the rings on her fingers. "I know that green one," he said, pointing, "only I don't know where." He shook his head. "Somewhere, a long time ago." She looked at him queerly. "That was given me by my husband," she said slowly, "63 years ago. And it was in his family." She broke off. "You're a queer little boy," she said. "Will you come back to my house and have lunch with me?" "Yes," he answered. "Have you got peacocks in your house?" "No." "Why not?" "We have peacocks in the country, not in London." "Why?" "Oh, because they like to move about, and they make such a noise." "I like you," he said, nodding his head confidently. "You're more clever than the others." Then he turned and saw the pale companion. I watched creep into his eyes just the expression, the malicious, inquisitive, humorous, sporting expression that I had once seen as he watched Emmeline, Gertrude, and little Percival, and I knew that he had found a new occupation. John Borstal Clay has taken up his permanent residence in the enormous, gloomy house in Portland Place, owned by the Dowager Countess of Prux. The old lady has already had 4 different companions during the 3 months of his stay there. She herself declares that she has a new joy in life. Many weeks ago, Mr. Bumpus paid the firm of Boniface & Company a check for £100, and wrote a little note expressing in the warmest terms his appreciation of our efforts on his behalf. End of Story 7. Story 8 of Hugh Walpole's selected short stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 8, The Happy Optimist, 1925. During 37 troubled years, I have learnt something about life. One of the most romantic incidents in that life, one from which I learnt a very wholesome lesson, I am now going to relate. I have a certain reputation for helping people out of their difficulties, and sometimes complete strangers, by my advice. There came to my office one day a thin, harassed-looking woman with gray hair and pince-nez, soft, kindly eyes, and clothes not of the smartest. She introduced herself as Mrs. Lane, and asked whether I could give her 10 minutes of my time. "I have heard of you from a friend of mine," she said, "a Mrs. Bumpus, whom you helped at a rather difficult moment in her family history. I was telling her my little trouble just the other night, and she said that you were just the person to help me out of it." "I will certainly do what I can," I said. "What's the matter?" "I do hope it won't seem to you too foolish," she went on rather nervously. "In a way, nothing's the matter, and in a way, everything is. In any case, I must have some advice. I'm a woman of 38, and I've been married for 15 years. I am married to one of the kindest, most amiable, most faithful of human beings, and that is saying a good deal nowadays, men being what they are. You will think it very curious, therefore, that after saying this, it is nevertheless about my husband that I have come to speak to you." "Perhaps he's too kind and tender?" I said. "I know that can be monotonous. You want me to help him to a little ill temper?" "How wonderful you are!" she cried. "You're nearly right, and at once, and I'm so glad, because now I needn't explain all sorts of things which would take a long time and serve no purpose. It isn't that I want any ill temper, but it's nearly that. The fact of the matter is that my husband has grown through all these years into the most terrible optimist. He is so persistently cheerful, looks so deliberately upon the bright side of things, refuses so entirely to be upset by anything, even toothache, that myself and the children, and an aunt who lives with us, to our horror, are discovering that although we all love Charlie very much, we are beginning to avoid his company, to go out of the house when he comes into it, and to stay away with friends whenever a chance offers itself. "What becomes of marriage, Mr. Johnson," she asked me solemnly, "when the wife avoids her husband, and the children shrink from their father?" "Yes," I answered, with becoming gravity, "that is certainly the beginning of the end." "But it's not only that," went on Mrs. Lane. "His men friends and my friends, everyone who comes to the house, in fact, is beginning to feel it just as we do. He doesn't notice anything himself, and just gets happier and happier. I don't know if you're a married man, Mr. Johnson?" "No, I'm not," I answered, and added unhappily, "If you were," said Mrs. Lane, "you would understand how terrible it is to know that, however irritating things are, your husband will always feel that they're for the best; that however gloomy you yourself may be when you wake up in the morning, you will inevitably hear your husband singing in his bath. However bad the weather may be, you will certainly be told that it's going to be fine tomorrow, or was beautifully sunny yesterday. However many mistakes our wretched government make, you will be assured that any other government would make errors far worse. I'm sure this seems ludicrous to you, and yet this simple thing is breaking up our home life and making me almost hate my husband. And yet I love him. How deeply, no one can know." Mrs. Lane appeared to be greatly distressed. "And what do you want me to do?" I asked. "I thought I don't know. Of course it seems silly, but I wondered whether perhaps, as you're so clever, you could think of some way to make him a little less cheerful, not so invariably optimistic. I've tried one or two ways myself, but they've all failed. I asked his Aunt Bessie to come and stay with us. All his side of the family are agreed that she is one of the most tiresome old women ever known. But the more tiresome she is, the more cheerful he becomes. Then I developed nervous headaches, because I was told that there was nothing more irritating to a man. But all he said was that I'd be better soon, and then I'd be so glad that I was better that it would really be worth while having had the headaches. Then I happened to overhear him say to a friend that the one article of diet he couldn't bear was lobster, and I gave him lobster 4 nights running, and all he said on the 4th night was that it showed what habit could do, because he'd always fancied that he didn't like lobster, but now that he'd had it once or twice, he was becoming really very fond of it. This must all seem, Mr. Johnson, perfectly fantastic to any ordinary person, but I assure you that I just long for an outburst of temper, some expression of discontent. I've seen that his bath is lukewarm, that his collars come back frayed from the wash, that his studs are never where he expects to find them, that his bootlaces burst just when he's in a hurry. I've asked for twice as much housekeeping money as I ought to have. I've put the children in his way just when he wants to take a nap. I even had one of those little Pomeranian dogs in the house because I knew he didn't like them, and indeed I hate them myself. All to no effect. Unless something can be done, I shall have to leave him. It's becoming a perfect obsession with me, and I don't know what foolish or mad thing I may do if you won't help me. He'll be round here in a moment to fetch me. I told him to call for me here, because I thought you ought to see him." "Oh, this is a very difficult case, Mrs. Lane," I said, shaking my head. "After all, if I were to succeed in spoiling his temper, you mightn't thank me afterwards, you know. You might look back with longing to these earlier happy days." "Never, never, never," said Mrs. Lane with the utmost determination. "Anything would be better than this. and he never can be very bad-tempered. He hasn't got the build or anything. Just a little temper about once a month would make all the difference to me." At that moment a small boy announced, "Mr. Charles Lane to see you, sir." And there came into the room a large, jolly-looking man with a red face, a slight tendency to corpulence, pince-nez set a little crookedly on his nose, and a cheery smile on his face that instantly, in the words of one of our most favorite novelists, lit up the dingy office as with rays of sunshine. "This is my husband, Mr. Johnson," said Mrs. Lane, rather nervously. "Charlie, this is Mr. Seymour Johnson, a friend of Mrs. Bumpus, with whom we were dining the other night." "Why, I'm delighted to meet you, Mr. Johnson," said Mr. Lane, coming forward, a large hand outstretched. "What a charming place you have here. I've just looked in to fetch my wife for a little shopping that we're going to do together. Well, little woman, how are you? Ready to come along?" "Yes, Charles," said Mrs. Lane, getting up with a weary air. "That's right. A splendid morning for shopping. Bit overcast outside. Very thing to make you like to be under cover. Wonderful weather we've been having, Mr. Johnson." "Well, I don't know," I said. "It's rained pretty steadily the last few days." "Oh, we must have some rain sometimes," said Lane. "Nothing so bad as a drought, you know. Let's have rain now, and we'll have fine holiday weather later on. What do you think of the general situation?" "Seems to me," I said, "about as bad as anything could well be. Strikes every week, all our trade going to foreign countries, income tax going up every minute. No, I must say things are pretty serious." "Do you think so?" said Lane. "I wonder at that. After all, what can you expect after a war like this last one? Everything's improving, it seems to me. I think it's marvelous that we've come through these years since the armistice with as little trouble as we have. You wait another 6 months, and you see how our trade will run ahead. Things couldn't be better, in my opinion, and I'm not generally an optimist by any means, am I, old woman?" he asked, turning round to his wife. "Well, Charlie," she said nervously, "I couldn't exactly call you a pessimist." At that he roared with laughter, slapping his chest and making the maps on the wall shake the dust off their glaze, as though they also agreed with him. "I suppose I'm not exactly a pessimist. Why should I be? I've enjoyed splendid health, Mr. Johnson, all my days. I've been a lucky man, too, with the best wife in the world, and 3 of the most ripping little nippers you ever saw in your life. I attribute my health," he said, coming close to me and looking at me with intense seriousness, "to having a cold bath every day of the year, winter and summer, quarter of an hour's Mueller exercises before the open window, and eating a good hearty breakfast. Now, breakfast is the meal to build the day on. You have a good breakfast, and nothing can go much wrong. To myself, who find a small cup of tea and a thin piece of bread and butter as much as I can manage in the early morning, there was something truly cannibalistic about Lane's morning diet. It is quite true that I felt more deeply depressed during his 5 minutes' conversation than for many days past, and that I wished him earnestly to go. I did see Mrs. Lane now as a real victim, and I said to her as she turned to go, "In that manner about which you were speaking to me just now, Mrs. Lane, I will see what can be done. I'll communicate with you further." "Oh, thank you," she said, and went out with her husband. 2. The Lanes have a jolly house in Maida Vale, and one beautiful afternoon I found myself sitting in their garden, watching Lane, in his shirt-sleeves, bend over the little beds that ran beneath the old red brick walls, pulling out weeds and doing mysterious things with a trowel. He was certainly a fine figure of a man, I thought, as I watched his broad back and stout, strong legs, the absolute negation of ill health, indecision, and any sort of nervous trouble. I'm never going to turn that back and those legs into the working apparatus of a pessimist, I said to myself. I am beaten at this game before I've begun it. He straightened himself and turned round, his broad red face flushed with his exertions. "By Jove, it is jolly!" he cried, "this weeding. There's nothing like it for sheer fun. Why everybody doesn't spend all their time weeding, I can't think." "It's a good thing they don't," I said, rather irritably, "or there'd be nothing ever planted." "Oh, do you think so?" he said, laughing. "Planting very jolly, too. Anything to do with the garden is splendid." I discovered that my earlier determination to force Lane into loss of temper as soon as possible would not be an ungrateful task on my part. "I simply don't agree with you," I said crossly. "If you will forgive my saying so, I think you're talking nonsense." "Oh, I dare say that I am," he answered cheerfully. "I do talk a great deal of nonsense. Don't you like gardens, then?" "Oh, the gardens are all right," I said. "You mean the people in 'em are so tiresome," he said. "Well, I can't agree with you. I love my fellow humans. People are fascinating, I think. Nobody's dull if you really get to know him. Everyone's so much jollier than you would expect." "Oh, really, Lane," I said, "I haven't known you very long, and perhaps I've got no right to speak, but whom do you know? I could introduce you to one or two whose jolliness would be difficult even for you to find." "Well, I dare say you're right," he answered. "But in my opinion, the great thing is to see the best side of people. We all have a good side, you know, as well as a bad side, and if you only look at the good side, well, naturally you like people better. Then I'm not a clever fellow like you. I do admire men who write and that sort of a thing. Now tell me," he said, looking at me cheerfully, his hands on his broad hips, "how do you write? I mean, how do you begin, for instance? How do you ever think of all those things that they say to one another? How does a book start in your head?" I groaned. This case was going to be very difficult. "Look here, if you don't mind," I said, "we'll talk about all that another time." "Oh, I say," he asked with great anxiety, "you're not feeling ill, are you? Is the sun too much for you? Let me move that chair into a shady corner." "For heaven's sake, leave me alone!" I burst out. "Forgive me if I seem a little irritable." "Why, of course," he said. "I know what it is to feel irritable. I quite understand. You won't feel irritable long on a day like this. I tell you what," he went on very seriously, "when I'm feeling a bit off colour, I just go up to my bedroom, strip, and do a few Mueller exercises. Puts me in condition in no time. If you'd like to wave your arms a bit, you're quite welcome to the room upstairs." "Good heavens, on a day like this!" I murmured. Well, perhaps it is a bit warm, but there's nothing like a good sweat for making you see things cheerfully. Are you musical by any chance?" he added after a moment's thought. "Well, I am a little," I said weakly, "because I don't know if you like the flute. It's rather jolly sometimes to sit in a garden and to listen to somebody on the flute. Of course, I'm not very good. I'm really only learning, but there are 2 or 3 tunes I have pretty nearly got now, and if you like to sit under that tree— no, thanks," I said, very crossly indeed. "If you don't mind, I think I'll go to sleep for a bit." "Certainly," he replied. "You go to sleep for half an hour, and you'll wake up as jolly as anything. Do let me move that chair of yours into the shade. You won't mind my going on with my gardening, will you?" It was a strange thing that somehow the thought of that broad back and those stout legs exposed in earnest endeavour once again before me was more than I could endure. I was wondering what excuse I could make to escape when Mrs. Lane appeared. "Hello, darling!" cried Lane. "That's splendid! Come out and join us. We've been having a most delightful talk. Mr. Johnson's been telling me all about his writing. Most interesting. Now he thought he'd have a nap for a little." "Oh, no," I said hurriedly. "It was only a moment's suggestion on my part. I didn't really mean it. One gets a bit sleepy sitting in this garden." "Oh, an awful thing's just happened," said Mrs. Lane hurriedly. "If Mr. Johnson will forgive me, the housemaid has just—" She whispered in Lane's ear. "Oh, has she?" he said, laughing. "What a funny thing to do!" "It isn't funny," said Mrs. Lane indignantly. "She's broken about £1's worth of china. All that pretty breakfast set." "Never mind, dear," he said, patting her shoulder. "We'll get another one in no time. In my opinion," he said, turning cheerfully round to me, "maids don't smash things half often enough. One gets so tired of always seeing the same china at every meal. We haven't had a new breakfast set for ever so long." "Oh, of course, if you're a millionaire," said Mrs. Lane, tossing her head. "Oh, that's all right, darling," he answered, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. "Don't you worry. We'll be in to tea soon. Or shall we have it out here? By Jove, it would be jolly to have tea in the garden," speaking as though no one had ever had the idea before. "Just think, having tea in the garden! What a jolly thing to do!" I suddenly felt that the last thing in the world I could ever do would be to have tea in the garden. "I'm awfully sorry," I said, getting up, "but I must be getting back, I'm afraid. I'll come and have tea another day." As I went down the Edgware Road on the top of a bus, I was conscious of a deep and all-pervading melancholy. The world, although the sun was shining, was suddenly grey. I could believe in no one's goodness of heart. All my friends, as their names occurred to me one after the other, seemed to me treacherous and false, all my little ambitions vain and absurd. I realized with a sudden mental jerk that Lane had done this for me, and did I spend many weeks in his company, I would become a misanthrope, a final hater of my kind. In the succeeding days I considered every possible medium through which I might work upon Lane's mind. The case became an obsession with me as none of the others had ever been. I realized, as I said just now, that most of the other problems had been solved by the readjustment of surroundings. How was I to readjust Lane? Into what company could I throw him that would depress him and lower his vitality? What was there latent in him which, if exaggerated, would turn sweet to sour, amiability to bitterness, love to hatred? There was golf, for instance. He did not, so far as I knew, play golf. That would undoubtedly be good both for his figure and his temperament. Or there was bridge. Or I might interest him in some freak religion, or drive him into stamp collecting. No, as I thought of all these things, their futility froze my inventiveness. At breakfast one morning I was especially bothered by my problem. The thing was beginning to disturb my sleep. I was neglecting the rest of my work for it. I idly turned over the pages of the Times, then, looking down the agony column, my attention was suddenly caught by this: "Society for the Promotion of Happiness. All those who are interested in the happiness and well-being of their fellow creatures are cordially invited to pay a visit to the offices of the above society, hours at 10 to 10, where they will realize that gloom and depression are not natural to the spirit of man, and may be avoided by the simplest methods. Offices, Cumberland House, Victoria Street, SW2. I scarcely know what it was that suddenly determined me to pay these people a visit. It was not that I could hope for any real help from them with regard to Lane's case, but here were obviously some more optimists of Lane's own kind. I was, perhaps, curious to see whether they beat him at his own game. The next afternoon I climbed the stone staircase and knocked on a door. I entered a quite ordinary-looking office, where, behind the usual wooden barrier, a girl was seated typing, and an elderly lady at a table was biting the end of her pen. "Is there anything I can do for you?" she asked, looking at me rather sternly. "I was interested," I said, "in your advertisement in the Times yesterday. I came around to see something of your work." "Oh, you must talk to Miss Allen," said the lady. "I'll inquire whether she's free." She returned a moment later, saying that Miss Allen would see me, and I went through into a further room that had a bright red carpet and was hung with framed supplements from the illustrated papers. Miss Allen was a strong, rather stern-featured woman, dressed in a bright orange that clashed somewhat painfully with the carpet, having every sign about her that she knew her own mind and was not going to stand any nonsense from anybody. "You've come to inquire about our work?" she asked, pushing her spectacles a little further back on her nose. "Yes, I have," I answered. "I was interested by your advertisement." "Our work," she began in a high, sing-song voice, as though she were reciting an oft-repeated lecture, "is an effort to bring into this gray-tinged world the spirit of life, happiness, and gaiety, to make men and women realize that it is in themselves to command their destinies, and that by taking a little thought, practicing certain simple exercises, and refusing to allow their minds to be invaded by ill-disciplined thoughts and desires, they may attain a high standard of cheerfulness and sociability hitherto unimagined by them, and that by laughter, and the happy employment of music, and the sturdy practice of vegetarianism, they may bring gaiety into the lives of their fellow human beings, and light up the world with sunshine." She paused to take a little breath. She went on again. "To look on the bright side of things is, after all, easy enough for all of us, if we do but obey certain simple rules. Selfishness is the curse of the modern age, and I have found that by a steady reiteration of some of the more obvious rules of a well-ordered life, by such simple things as early rising, cold baths, a few exercises, and the steady practice of healthy laughter, the world may be turned into a garden, and we may go dancing through life, our heads up, our voices lifted in song, our mood and inspiration to all those around us. Our charges are," she added rapidly, 3 guineas for a course of 6 lessons, £5 10 for 12. Families of more than 3 can be dealt with at a cheaper rate." "Thanks very much," I answered. "Can you show me any of your work in progress?" "Certainly," she said, looking at me with some suspicion. "Are you from a newspaper by any chance?" "No," I answered. "I'm simply a private individual." "Have you got sickness in your family?" she asked quickly. "Has your wife left you? Or are you in any way financially embarrassed?" "Really," I answered, "that seems to be my own affair, or at any rate should remain so till I've agreed to take some of your lessons." "Oh, certainly, certainly," she answered with indifference. "I should say that a dozen lessons would do you all the good in the world. However, you shall see first exactly what we're doing." I was taken into another room where 5 or 6 persons, male and female, were sitting in a row on chairs, watching a stout young woman who was saying, "Now, when I get to 6, laugh. You will find it easier if you begin to smile at 2, let the smile become broad at 4, a faint ripple of laughter at 5, and a broad outburst at the word 6. Now, 1, 2, 3. No, Mrs. Browning, that won't do at all. That's not a natural smile. Let it come to the lips straight from the heart." Mrs. Browning was rather an elderly woman, who looked much nearer tears than laughter, and gave a little gasp of protest. "I'm very sorry, Miss Jones," she said. "I think perhaps I could laugh when you say 2, and then smile later, after the laugh. It seems to come to me more naturally that way." "Oh, nonsense," said the young woman. "Now, you watch me." There followed then the birth, progress, explosion, and death of the most extraordinary laugh that I had ever been privileged to see on any human countenance. It was too much for me altogether. I burst into a loud guffaw, at the sound of which all the 6 students, who seemed to be sunk into a like depth of depression, turned to me with hopeful eyes. The young woman was delighted. "That's the way, that's the way," she said. "Listen to that gentleman. Now, you must try to get something as natural as that. Don't be disheartened. Now, begin again with me. 1, 2, 3. We went into a further room. Here there were some half-dozen men, all middle-aged or over, all with their coats off, engaged in bending down, trying to touch their toes. A thin little man, the instructor, was dancing about in a perfect tempest of rage. No, that won't do at all," he cried. "You've got to touch your toes as though you like it. Don't look so gloomy, Mr. Green. As I told you before, you'll find it much easier if you think of something pleasant while you're doing it. Green fields and mountain tops, or a good run in the park before breakfast, something really healthy and fine. Now then, straight up with one, arms out with two, three, half bend to the hips. These," explained Miss Allen to me, "are all city men who are either in danger of, or have actually suffered from, severe financial losses." "It must be rather melancholy," I said, in the same stage whisper. "All together like that. Wouldn't it be better to mix them with a few men whose affairs are rather brighter?" "That's not been our experience," said Miss Allen. "We've found that the thought of one another's losses cheers them up. They like to feel that there are some others in the same position as themselves." It was at this moment that the great thought struck me. Here, if anywhere in the world, was the true place for the solution of my obstinate problem. I was taken into a third room, where half a dozen rather elderly men and women were seated in couples, trying apparently to develop friendly conversations with one another. "This," said Miss Allen, looking at her pupils with great severity, as though they were most certainly not doing what they were supposed to be doing, "this we call the Friends in Council room. We introduce here to one another lonely folk who have not friends or any great interest in life. They come here for an hour in the afternoon and talk together." The lonely folk did not look at all as though they were enjoying themselves, except one fat little man who was pouring out a flood of words into the ears of a rather grim-looking lady, who kept trying to interrupt him with little desperate ejaculations of I don't think, but why, and so on, without his paying the very least attention to her. When we had been there 2 or 3 minutes, this lady jumped up and came towards us. "Miss Allen," she cried in a voice not far from tears, "I have not paid my 12 guineas to come here and be insulted. I don't like this gentleman. I don't want to talk to him any more. I'm going straight home, and you can whistle for your other 5 guineas." I saw then a sample of Miss Allen's remarkable firmness. Now," she said, "Miss Sturgis, hysteria. You know that when the clock strikes the half hour, you will all change partners. Why, I wonder at you. How are you ever going to be happy and make nice friends if you don't give them a fair test?" Meanwhile, it was amusing to observe a blank look on the face of the little fat man, who obviously thought he had been a great success. It was when I saw Miss Allen's wonderful firmness and the sudden submission of poor Miss Sturgis that I was more than ever confirmed in my belief that this was the place for Lane. When we returned to the office, I said to her, "Miss Allen, I have been immensely interested in all that I have seen. I have a friend who could, I think, very much help you in your work. At any rate, he would, I know, be himself greatly assisted by seeing this." "Is he melancholy, overstrung, unhappily married, or suffering from any incurable disease?" she asked with eager curiosity. "Oh, not at all," I said. "He's a very happy man, and it's just there that I think he can help you. I can't quite explain what I mean just now, but do let him come and see you. I believe it will be worth your while." "Certainly," she answered. "I'm delighted for anyone to come and see us." "Now, confess, Mr. Johnson," I said, "Mr. Johnson, that you have been struck by the radiant spirit that lights up these rooms, the happy faces, cheerful, caroling voices." "I have been struck," I answered. "I've never seen anything like this before, and if anyone had told me about it, I shouldn't have believed him. We live and learn." With which sentiment, Miss Allen entirely agreeing, we shook hands and parted. 3. I lost no time in conducting my friend Lane to Miss Allen's offices. I want you to come, I explained to him, because I think you'll do real good there. The object of the place, as I told you, is to put cheerfulness into people's lives. And to tell you the truth, from the little visit I made, I gathered that the one thing that was absent was that same cheerfulness. Now, you're one of the most cheery fellows I know." "Am I?" he asked, his face flushing with pleasure. "You are indeed," I answered. "I never knew anybody who looked so persistently on the bright side of everything. And here you'll find people optimists by determination, just as you're one by nature." When I introduced Lane to Miss Allen, I saw that at first sight she was disappointed. "You don't look sick or anything," she said to him, which indeed he did not. He burst into a roar of laughter. "Oh, I'm not sick," he said. "Never was better in my life. Isn't that silly? Isn't it charming? I do like the color of those walls. I think this is one of the nicest places I've ever been in my life." Miss Allen was a little mollified. "I'll just show you what we do," she said. We went once again into the rooms where I had been on an earlier occasion. In the first room today a little group was seated, while the stout girl read aloud a piece of Dickens, having given instructions beforehand that at such and such a place they were all to laugh. It was the account of Sarah Gamp and Betsy Prigg having supper in Mrs. Gamp's bedroom. All the pupils were waiting so anxiously for the words that they'd been told to expect that they missed them when they came. And a severe scene of correction would certainly have followed had not Lane burst into such a roar of laughter that he did duty for all of them. "By Jove, that's good!" he cried. "That's jolly old Dickens, I know. That's awfully good." All the pupils then faintly tittered, and Miss Allen, I saw, began to be aware of some of the uses to which Lane might be put. I left him there and did not see anything of the family for 3 or 4 days. Then I had a letter from Mrs. Lane. "Dear Mr. Johnson," she said, "I know you're trying to help me, and I'm sure you have some clever plan, but I really would be glad to know what purpose you hope to serve by introducing my husband to that place in Victoria Street. He is very interested in it, and has been there every afternoon, and he has come back each evening in most boisterous spirits. He says that it is quite wonderful work that they're doing, and he is thinking of introducing some of their methods into our family. He frightened Johnny and Dulcie, our 2 oldest children, last night, out of their very lives by making them laugh according to numbers, with the result that they both burst into tears and were sent to bed without their supper. I'm sure this kind of thing isn't what you intended, and I think you ought to know what's happening. Yours sincerely, Viola Lane." I wrote back, "Dear Mrs. Lane, have a little patience, and you will see that I am right. I don't want to explain more just now. Give me a week. Yours sincerely, Seymour Johnson." 2 days after this, Lane appeared in the office. He was looking his jolly self, but for the first time it seemed to me that I noticed in him a rather puzzled, hesitating air. "Well, Johnson," he said, "how are you getting on? Isn't it a splendid day?" "If it weren't for there being no sun and it's drizzling hard, I should agree with you," I answered. "Well, of course, it's not exactly a day for being out of doors," he added, "but this is the kind of weather when one loves to be under a roof with a book and a pipe. It makes you feel good. Are you doing anything this afternoon?" "Yes, several things," I said. "Why?" "Well, I'm going to pay a call on Miss Allen. I'm helping her with one of her pupils. I had a little argument with her yesterday. It seems to me that she was forcing her pupils into a mood a little too obstinate. What do you think?" "Perhaps there is something in that," I said. "As a matter of fact," he said, looking at me very solemnly, "it's a pretty awful thing, really, when somebody's cheerful the whole time. Those people at Miss Allen's never drop it for a moment. You've always got to be laughing, smiling, singing, and dancing. Of course, they're delightful people, and I do admire the work they're doing, but I think they make it a little too monotonous." "Did you say this to her yesterday?" I asked. "Yes," he answered, looking at me doubtfully, "and she didn't seem to like it very much. I wish you'd come along with me this afternoon." "I will," I said. When I had spent 5 minutes with the two of them, I discovered two things. First, that Miss Allen felt that she had now in her hands somebody who was going to be of the greatest use to her, an ideal instructor, and secondly, that she had her firm grip upon him, and he was held a great deal more securely than he knew. She made him her model before the class. "Now, ladies and gentlemen," she said, "you just watch Mr. Lane, you watch him laugh, and I beg you to notice how all the muscles of the face are involved at precisely the same instant. Even the body has its share in the general convulsive movement. Please notice the hands, the gesture of the right arm. Now, Miss Beaumont, would you mind reading a little?" Miss Beaumont was today reading from Jerram's Three Men in a Boat. "Now," said Miss Allen, at the words, "and in he fell," you will see Mr. Lane convulsed with laughter. Watch him very carefully, please. For the first time, I suppose, in the whole of his life, Lane did not laugh. Miss Beaumont read the words, paused, all the class turned as one man, their mouths open, their eyes wide, staring, and nothing happened. "I'm awfully sorry," said Lane nervously. "Somehow, when you all expect it like that. Besides," he added, dropping his eyes before Miss Allen's stern ones, "I don't think that's very funny." "Oh, indeed," said Miss Allen, very severely. "Miss Beaumont, will you please pick out a piece a few pages on? Let me see. Yes, page 329. Then the dog barked. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the word barked, it is hoped that Mr. Lane will laugh." I was really beginning to be very sorry for my poor friend. He looked so incredibly foolish and at a loss. At the word barked, he did bring to the surface a feeble kind of titter. "It's awfully hard to laugh to order," he said to Miss Allen. "Perhaps another day I'll be better." We went out, finally, to have tea in a tea shop close at hand. He was quite distressed. "I really do like Miss Allen so much," he said, "and I admire so much the work that she's doing, but I do think that she's not spontaneous enough. What do you think?" "Yes, I agree with you," I answered, "but why go there if it bores you?" "Oh, no, I don't want to let her down," he answered. "I'll help her as much as I can." 3 days later, Mrs. Lane came to see me and reported that her husband had actually sworn at one of the children. Her face was wreathed with smiles. "You really are clever, Mr. Johnson," she said. "He's always perfectly sweet in the morning, but when he comes back to dinner, after seeing those people in Victoria Street, his temper is quite uncertain, and he told me this morning that he thought it a great mistake for people always to be cheerful. I'm going to give him a bad egg for breakfast tomorrow morning and have the greatest hopes of the result." Miss Allen now had her clutch skilfully fastened upon poor Lane. She introduced him to an offspring of the Victoria Street work, the Merry Musical Evenings. This was a gathering that met in a studio in Kensington with the avowed purpose of all being lively, cheerful, and convivial without the aid of any intoxicating liquor, simply with the assistance of a piano and a Mr. Giles Merryweather, who was famous for his funny stories. Lane, of course, was summoned to these evenings, which occurred every Friday night from 8:30 to 12. He took me with him to one of them, and I have never spent a more horrible time. The cheeriness was overpowering. Everybody was wreathed in smiles. Elderly ladies kissed one another repeatedly and said over and over again, "Oh, but you're looking too sweet tonight, dear. That frock exactly suits you." It is needless to say there were no young persons present. They all told their best stories, songs were sung, and at last there was a little jolly dance, at which, as Miss Allen explained, there were to be none of these modern, indecent dances, but the dear old waltz, polka, the Highland schottische, and a final most energetic Sir Roger de Coverley. At the conclusion of the whole affair, a rather tired-looking clergyman got up, made a little final address in which he said that they were indeed carrying on a good work by raising the voice in merriment and song, that they were showing to the world how happy one might be without anything stronger than lemonade, and by going back to those sweet old dances that the world had unhappily flung aside, that laughter and joy were beautiful things to carry through life, and then there was something about David dancing before the ark, the full purport of which I missed, as I was trying to find my coat, that had been hidden in a corner with a number of others. I may say that it did not add to my personal merriment to discover that my coat had been stolen earlier in the evening. When I acquainted Miss Allen with this, she said it had obviously been taken by mistake, begged me to say nothing about it just then, lest it should disturb the merriment of the party, but that she was sure it would be found in the morning. I may remark that it never was. Lane's progress was, after this, extraordinarily rapid. He arrived in my room a week later about tea-time, looking quite upset. "I say, Johnson," he cried, "I'm hanged if I'm going to their merry evenings." "Well, I shouldn't," I remarked. "You're your own master." "No, but Miss Allen's so persistent. She'll come round to the house and fetch me. She's been round several times already. She orders me about as though I'm 10 years old. She scolded me like anything yesterday because I couldn't laugh at one of old Merryweather's stories. I tell you what," he went on, "it's an awful thing the way they're all determined to be cheerful. It makes one quite blue." "Well, I'm sorry for that," I answered. "I should have thought nothing would ever make you depressed." "Well, so should I," he said, looking extremely gloomy, "but you do get tired at that sort of perpetual optimism. Look here, can I spend the evening with you? I'm really afraid to go home. You don't know what a Tartar Miss Allen can be. She never loses her temper or anything. It would be splendid if she'd only swear a bit." We had quite a merry evening together, and I found him much better company than he had ever been before, and as we were coming out of the Oxford Theatre, when a man lurched against him and dug him in the ribs, he turned round and swore most heartily. "I thought for a moment," he said to me as we walked away, "that was one of Miss Allen's staff, that man Bright, who does the funny conjuring trick. If it had been, I believe I'd have hit him." "Oh, you're getting on," I said. "Getting on?" he asked me. "What do you mean?" Nothing," I answered. A few days later, Mrs. Lane invited me to tea. "I really must thank you," she said, "before he comes in. It's wonderful how he's improving. That Miss Allen rung up on the telephone this morning, and he wouldn't go near it, and told me to tell her something really dreadful. And when Dulcie woke him up last night, by accident, from his after-dinner sleep, he snapped at her just like a real man. I am so grateful." While we were seated at tea, the door-bell rang, and before we knew what was happening, Miss Allen was in the room. I could see that Mrs. Lane was thoroughly frightened of her. "I'm so glad you've come to tea, Miss Allen," she said nervously. "I'll have some fresh made in a minute." "I haven't come to tea," she said sternly, fixing her eyes upon Lane. "Your husband has broken his word to me, Mrs. Lane. He promised that he would be with us this afternoon at our funny story circle, and I've come to know why he was not present." "Why, look here, Miss Allen," said Lane, getting up slowly onto his feet. "I'm not to be ordered about this way, you know. I was busy over other things." "Now, Mr. Lane," said Miss Allen very calmly, "you know that's not right. You gave us your solemn promise to help us, and now you're drawing back. When a gentleman's given his word, he keeps it." "I hadn't given my word," said Lane. "I simply said I might come. Well, I thought better of it, that's all." "Mr. Lane," said Miss Allen, shaking her head, "is this right? Is this good? Is this the way to make others happy?" "I don't care a hang," he burst out, "whether others are happy or not. I'm sick of seeing people happy. I tell you what, Miss Allen, your place would be a lot better if there was a little more ill temper in it. All that cheerfulness got on my nerves, and it's not real cheerfulness either. I'm not coming any more." "You are coming, Mr. Lane," said Miss Allen, "and you know you are." I was then present at the very first occasion in all history when my friend Lane thoroughly lost his temper. He was crimson in the face. "You dare to say that before my wife?" he burst out. "Do you know where you are? Why, you've only known me 3 weeks, and you speak to me as though I'm a schoolboy. I tell you I'm not coming to your beastly place. I'm not going to laugh to order, and I'm going to lose my temper when I want to. It's a poor sort of a man who doesn't get angry sometimes. You're trying to force all those wretched people into false happiness. There's nothing in the world more tiresome than somebody who's always cheerful. I'm sure my wife will agree with me." "Oh, I do," said Mrs. Lane, looking at Miss Allen with awe. "I do indeed." I beheld Miss Allen with deep admiration. She was imperturbable. "You may criticize my work, Mr. Lane," she said with dignity. "I know what I'm doing. You have turned your hand from the plough. You have set your face from the light. Upon your own head be it." She went. "Well, I'm hanged," cried Lane. "Of all the infernal, meddlesome old women, by Jove, I'd like to break something. Why do you sit staring at me like that, Viola? Don't you think it's irritating enough to a man to be scolded in his own house without having his wife stare at him as though he were an animal out of the zoo? By Jove, it's enough to make any man lose his temper." "That's right, dear," she said soothingly. "We'll have some tea, and you'll feel quite a different man." She flung me a glance of triumphant satisfaction. The glance said, "You have made me a happy woman. I can now act in my natural rôle of man-consoler and man-tranquilizer. I shall also, from day to day, be able to act in my other rôle of man-irritator and man-exasperator. At last my life is fulfilled, and I have you to thank for it." All this her glance said. She went across and patted her husband's head. "There, there, dear," she said, "you needn't go and see those tiresome people any more. I'm sure we've got a lot to thank Miss Allen for." "To thank her for?" he burst out. "Tiresome, meddling old— Mary, some more tea, please. You'll spend the evening, Mr. Johnson, with us, won't you?" "I shall be delighted," I answered. End of Story 8. Story 9 of Hugh Walpole's Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 9, The Dyspeptic Critic, 1925. I have been occasionally asked what was the most romantic thing that ever happened to me. The adventure I am about to describe would nearly win the prize, I think. It began in this way. 2 friends and myself, bound with the universal unemployment ties, spent some of our idle time by endeavoring to help our companions out of difficulties into which their temperament led them. The hero of this little adventure was one Everard Talboys. Talboys, at this time, must have been about 30 years of age, was reviewer on the Athanasian, the Grey Review, the Protestant Weekly, and the Quid Nunc. He was also responsible for 2 published dramas, The Queen at Bay and The Scarlet Fool, a volume of verse, The Lute at Dawn, 3 novels, whose names I have forgotten, and a critical book on William Morris and his times. I had seen him on 1 or 2 occasions at literary parties, and we had once exchanged a word or 2 of rather heated discussion about a plate of sandwiches which I wanted for a lady and he wanted for himself. He was long, thin, black-haired, with a piercing, bitter nose, eyes gray and cold, and teeth slightly discolored. His clothes were shabby and his hands not over clean. I am aware that this is not a pleasant description, and indeed I have seldom in all my literary experience seen anyone whose appearance was more thoroughly unwholesome and musty than that of Everard Talboys. His favorite attitude at a party was to stand in a corner, balancing himself on one leg like a stork, look superciliously at the people around him, and say as little as possible to anybody. He had made that important discovery that if you want to be taken for a clever man, the less you say, the better. It is the garrulous who are the fools, and Talboys very quickly obtained a real reputation for wisdom and sagacity by dealing entirely in monosyllables, and by saying, "Do you think so?" in a high, shrill voice to anybody who was courageous enough to offer an opinion. It will be seen quite clearly that I did not like Talboys, but I did like him afterwards, as the story will show. It proves, perhaps, that I wronged him in the first place through ignorance. But after all, if you never say anything and never come into close quarters with anybody, you stand a risk of being misunderstood. Talboys was misunderstood by a great many people. He first appeared as critic anonymously, and committed, in my opinion, the unpardonable crime of reviewing the same book in various different papers without signing his name, and as he invariably disliked the books that he reviewed, it may be said with truth that somewhere about 1915 almost all the more critical press began to be abusive to current works of fiction, and in many cases to poetry and belles lettres. Then he was forced out of his anonymity, was taken up by Hilliard, the editor of the principal literary weekly, who thought that there was a great deal too much general praise of inferior work going about, and in the years that followed the armistice, Talboys could be discovered in all sorts of papers, sneering and carping and damning with a languid superiority that enraged all sorts of suffering authors, but did himself great credit. At the same time, such is the impulse of his genius, that he was, for himself, rather unfortunately driven into creating works that went to other people for review. These works were of a universal mediocrity. The plays were in the good old pre-Raphaelite tradition, admirably illustrated in Max Beerbohm's Savonarola. The novels were in the weaker realistic manner, giving excellent descriptions of tables, chairs, and stair carpets, but leaving something to be desired in the analysis of the human beings who used these pieces of furniture. As to the volume of verse, by general consent, the less said, the better. Our writers in general have many very obvious faults. They are weak, vain, credulous, sensitive creatures, but they have good points too, and taking criticism in general, a rather touching faith in the authority and honesty of their critics. It is, however, difficult for them to be patient when a critic comes bearing in one hand abuse of their work, and in the other examples of how it ought to be done, examples thoroughly mediocre and incompetent. By the end of 1920, Talboys had many enemies. Just at this time, for some reason or other, his photograph began persistently to appear in some of the illustrated papers. Mr. Everett Talboys, the eminent critic, Everett Talboys, one of the brightest of our younger critics, and so on. There was something about Talboys' face in these photographs which caused simple men to long to set to work upon it, to do something to the superior nose, to stretch yet a little further the protruding ears, and to snatch a tuft or two from the already thinning hair. I am sure that Talboys himself was quite unaware of the indignation that he was exciting. The small fragments that came to him probably stirred his vanity, and made him feel himself to be a real force. One evening at dinner I sat next to A.E.P. Browne, that well-known and justly popular young writer of romantic fiction. Browne was almost laughably like his name, thick-set, bull-necked, his nose crooked, from his contest at the National Sporting Club with young Menards of Plymouth, his mouth too large for his face, but a smiling, genial person, pleasant to meet and talk to. Now, most writers of romantic fiction in these days care nothing for the critics, But Braun had in his manly bosom a real ambition to be considered by the superior papers an elegant writer. It was true, as he said to me, that his favorite subjects, Spanish treasure, pirate ships, and the '45 rebellion, were not entirely suited to modern realistic methods, but he did write, he maintained, a great deal better than these literary fellows pretended. Talboys had especially got upon his young nerves. That night at dinner he unburdened himself to me. Talboys had published in the Quid Nunc, only the week before, an article purporting to examine the reasons for the popularity of certain novels. Braun had been one of his victims. He had decided that Braun was popular because of his naïveté, love of platitudes, and execrable English. "Hang the fellow," said Braun. "Who does he think he is? If he could write a novel himself, there might be something in it, but I never read such stuff as that last book of his." He paused, looked at his plate very solemnly, then leant closer to me and whispered, "Look here, Johnson, somebody was telling me the other day that you and young Borden have a scheme for getting rid of tiresome people. Why shouldn't you turn your attention to young Everard? Think how many people would be grateful." "Murder him, do you mean?" I asked. "Well, of course that would be much the best, but it might lead to unpleasant consequences for all of us. No, the thing would be to turn his attention to something else. I tell you what, improve his stomach." "What?" I asked. "Yes, all this manderly criticism comes from indigestion. I'm sure of it. Look at all the superior critics, Burroughs, Wantner, Hilliard himself. Have you ever seen such a miserable lot of men? You can see their bones through their clothes, and their white faces look as though they haven't sniffed fresh air for months. They're all the same. I tell you that dyspeptic criticism comes from dyspeptic insides. Cure those insides, and you cure the criticism." "By Jove," I said, "there is something in that. I'll think it over." I should nevertheless, in all probability, have taken no steps in the matter, had it not been that 3 days later I met Talboys at the house of a mutual friend. He was that day at his most unpleasant. I am at my worst with anyone whom I dislike, uneasy, unnatural, and over garrulous, but on this occasion I was squeezed into a corner with Talboys, and we were forced to talk together. Of course, I talked too much, said one or two things which were platitudinous, and another 2 or 3 things that I did not really mean, and equally, of course, Talboys said, "Do you think so?" and looked at me with that sarcastic patronage that is the hardest thing in the world to bear from a fellow human being. I was stung to the weakest kind of revelation, saying something about my regret that his last novel had not sold more copies, and then felt exceedingly ashamed of myself for my meanness and cheapness. There followed, then, one of those silences that are so unagreeable between people who do not wish to be together, but cannot escape. When I at last left the party, I asked myself indignantly why Talboys should consider himself so superior. People will forgive you robbery, cheating at cards, and murder a great deal sooner than they will forgive your patronage. The one thing that every human being needs is outside confirmation in the stability of his own position. I have unwittingly, perhaps, patronized in my own time, and it is those to whom I have on some occasion, however slight and fleeting, been arrogant, that will bear me a grudge to my dying day. The real reason why everyone hated Talboys was not that he was a bitter critic, sickly in appearance, unhumorous, narrow-minded, but that he was arrogant. Those few minutes in the corner of that overcrowded room determined me. It would, I thought, be most delightful to bring Mr. Talboys down a peg or two. I discussed the matter with Borden, who, being the exact antithesis of Talboys in every possible way, was just the man for this crisis. We discussed it for a long time. He thoroughly agreed with me that it would be very amusing to make the feller jump. But how? If we can only remove him, I said, or change the course of his criticism, or turn his interest to sausages or growing cucumbers, we shall not only please our own natural feelings, we shall earn our £150 as well. What about a lonely farmhouse somewhere?" "By Jove!" cried Borden, smacking his thigh. "Why not the island?" 2. If I may be allowed for a moment to reveal to the gentle reader the intimate privacies of the Talboys' home, the critic and poet may be seen in a very dingy dressing gown, sitting over his morning egg and reading the following letter. The letter is headed, "Bird's Island, Trellis, North Cornwall, Dear Mr. Talboys. You must, I am sure, be overwhelmed with correspondence from all parts of the country. I am therefore extremely reluctant to take up even a moment of your time, but it would seem to me ungrateful were I to let no expression of gratitude escape from me when you have given me during these last weeks such exquisite pleasure by your 2 books, The Lute at Dawn and Rosemary at Play. Your novel seems to me, without any exaggeration, the greatest masterpiece that the 20th century has yet given us. The nobility and generosity of your hero, Hugo Tremaine, the self-sacrifice with which he gives up one whom he loves so dearly, as he does Dora, to his best friend and companion, the drama of the silent struggle between the 2 men as they stand one on each side of the fireplace, saying nothing, but feeling so much the poetry of your descriptions of dawn and sunset and moonrise, the walk on the moor, the battle on the sea, all the lovely sights and sounds of nature, these things are revealed by a master hand. As to your book of poetry, what shall I say? To one who has found, during many years of trial and hardship, constant, sweet companionship in the genius of Shelley and Keats, it is perhaps no mean thing that he should feel that that marvelous company has now a 3rd added to its number. Forgive me these halting words. I feel too deeply to say all that I would wish. Yours humbly, Horatio Bickerstaff. 3 days later, another letter was received at the Talboys' home. It ran as follows. Dear Mr. Talboys, your kind reception of my little letter has made me a proud man. I live on this beautiful island a sheltered and retired existence. Books and birds, with an occasional rabbit, are my principal companions. Do believe me when I say that I meant, and shall always mean, every word that I wrote to you in my last. You say that you know Cornwall, but very slightly. Would it not be possible for you to snatch yourself away just for a day or 2 from your London labours, and to seek the quiet and refreshment which this country scene affords? I cannot indeed offer you much in the way of excitement and adventure, but at least your brain will be rested as you listen to the lisp of the waves upon the shore, the singing of the birds in the little wood behind my house, the ripple of the stream that chatters at the bottom of my garden. I am a bachelor and quite alone here. If you cared, we could discuss many things, or, if you preferred it, I would leave you entirely alone. The journey is an easy one. You go from Paddington to Trucks without a change, and thence a side line quickly takes you to Trellis. There a boat will await you and row you across to my island, a mile out to sea. I throw this out as a suggestion, tempted by the extraordinary pleasure that your visit would give me. 4 days later, a further letter was received. Dear Mr. Talboys, this is indeed delightful and beyond my wildest dreams. I shall expect you, then, next Tuesday, and can only hope that the weather during your stay will continue to remain as fine as it is now. What were the motives that impelled Talboys to take a little holiday? They were not, I imagine, very difficult to discover. It is possible that a good deal of Talboys' arrogance arose from the fact that he had had during his writing career so little praise and was a hungry man. He was also, I have no doubt, a tired man, working a great deal too hard, sitting up late at night over his reviews and criticisms. Cornwall in the month of May is no light temptation, and Mr. Bickerstaff, although his praise was certainly a little foolish and extravagant, could probably be endured for a night or two without difficulty. In any case, on a beautiful May evening, Talboys might have been seen, a rather grimy bag in one hand and a waterproof in the other, standing on Little Trellis Pier and looking about him. That it was a most beautiful evening I can bear witness, because I myself was present, not close to Talboys, but waiting discreetly in the background under the rocks where some of the smaller boats were drawn up at high tide. Trellis, a magic circle of gold and topaz, hung over us veiled in thin purple mist, and the sea, very faintly blue, drew up to the shore and faded away again with a gentle hiss of cozy peace and satisfaction. Talboys was a very noticeable figure standing there on the little pier. Presently a fisherman came up to him, touched his cap, and said, "Be you the gentleman for Mr. Bickerstaff?" "I am," said Talboys. "There's a boat here, sir, to take you across to the island. Mr. Bickerstaff asked me to say, sir, that he was particular sorry he couldn't come across. He's just finishing some letters for the post. If you'll come with me, sir, we'll be over in no time." Talboys climbed into the rowing boat with that rather clumsy movement peculiar to landsmen, seating himself very carefully and clutching his bag, and soon was rowed away. When they had rounded the corner of Trusty Point, the little island came into view. Very tiny it looked, with the little wood, a dark tuft against the sky, a little white building, and a thin strip of gold sand. Talboys didn't attempt any conversation. It was not easy for him to talk to men not of his own kind. I have no doubt, and I like to think, that he enjoyed the beauty of the evening, the fresh sea breeze, the color of the sea and sky, and that, for those 5 minutes at any rate, he was a happy man. He was not, alas, to remain happy very long. I have traveled in many parts of the globe, but I say definitely that I know nothing more beautiful than that gate into Bird's Island, where a little path leads up from the beach over rocky boulders, breaks on to a stretch of coarse-grained down, and finally skirting a little wood where all the trees, blown sideways by the wind, look as though they were listening for some important news coming across the sea, leads into the rough, ill-paved courtyard that stands in front of the farm. It was in this same courtyard that Talboys met Borden, and it was from Borden that I received the next portion of the story. Talboys stopped in the yard and looked about him, and then saw Borden advancing towards him. But that young man's stocky figure, bulldog countenance, and general air of being just sent down from Oxford for conduct unbefitting a gentleman, was not at all what our friend had expected Mr. Bickerstaff to be. However, he held out his hand, which Borden gripped and shook vigorously, and said, "Mr. Bickerstaff?" "No," said Borden, very cheerfully. "My name is Borden. Let me carry your bag. Come inside out of the sun." Even then Talboys had apparently no suspicion of the truth. He sat down opposite Borden in the low-ceilinged sitting-room, across whose floor streaks of sunlight like yellow gauze were filtering. Then, smiling a little nervously, he said to Borden, "Mr. Bickerstaff is finishing some letters, I understand?" "Oh, no, he isn't," said Borden. "Any letters he had to write he finished long ago. What I mean is that there isn't any, Mr. Bickerstaff." What a pang must have then struck the tender, trusting heart of Everard Talboys! Borden tells me that he turned a pale green, that his long, thin legs began to tremble. "I don't understand," he said. "It's very simple. I and a friend of mine wrote those letters and signed them, Bickerstaff. We were so glad you were able to come." "Signed them, Bickerstaff?" cried Talboys, getting up from his chair. "What do you mean? I still don't understand." "It's just this," said Borden, in the friendliest manner. "There are half a dozen fellows in London who think you've been working too hard, and haven't been sleeping well of nights. They'd hate you to have a breakdown or anything of that kind, and they knew that you were so conscientious that you'd never take a holiday of your own self. So they thought they'd give you a holiday, get you down here, and then when you saw how much you liked it, why, of course, you'd stay. That must have been a terrible moment for Tallboys, whose sense of humor was limited, whose dignity was very easily affronted, whose physical strength was nothing very much to boast about. "Do you mean to say," he burst out, "that those letters weren't genuine?" "Of course they weren't," said Borden. "I've never read a line you've written. Johnson has read a bit, and we made it up from that." "Johnson!" cried Tallboys. "Do you mean Seymour Johnson?" "The very same," said Borden. "He'll be here in a few minutes, and very glad to see you." "This is a plot!" cried Tallboys. "Exactly," said Borden. "A good old-fashioned melodramatic plot like they have at the Lyceum, only instead of a very beautiful heroine, we have, well, Mr. Tallboys." "You shall pay for this," cried Tallboys in the most approved melodramatic manner, striding up and down the room. "I'll have you in jail for this before I'm a day older." "You can't do very much today," said Borden. "There's no boat going to the mainland. Mr. Perry and his two splendid sons run this little farm, and are devoted friends of ours. Except for one boy who is next door to an idiot, and an old woman who is next door to heaven, there's nobody on the island at all. There isn't a telephone, and there isn't a post office. Of course, you can stand on the seashore and wave your handkerchief, or you can build a fire in the good old Treasure Island fashion and watch its smoke ascend to heaven, or you can climb a tree with a spyglass, or you can swim to the shore. After all, it's only a mile, and most beautiful weather. If all these things fail you, unless you have an aeroplane in your pocket, you'll be almost compelled, I am afraid, to spend a day or two with us." "But this is infamous!" cried Tallboys. "I'll have you in jail before the week's out." "Yes, and it'll be a lovely story for the papers," said Borden. "We'll be in jail, but you'll look terribly foolish. I can see the headlines. 'Kidnapped Poet on Deserted Island. Lured to Captivity. Poet and his Tormentors.' And you know what everyone in London will say, that you were off on some nasty little adventure of your own, and got in further than you meant. And then there are Mr. Bickerstaff's letters. They'll look splendid in print. Young poet, gratified at praise from stranger, hurries to deserted island," and so on. "By heavens, I'll have the law on you!" screamed Tallboys, now in an hysterical state, and really not far from tears. "Now, look here," said Borden. "It's very foolish to make such a fuss. This is a perfectly charming place. The weather looks as though it will hold for a week at least. The water really isn't too cold for bathing. Old Mrs. Bolithole is a simple cook, but you get so hungry here that you really don't want Carlton fare. The bed is very comfortable. There are no mosquitoes yet. We've got a very nice library. You can compose poetry to your heart's content. I think a fortnight here would do you all the good in the world." "A fortnight!" screamed Tallboys. "What about my work, my articles, and the rest of it?" "Well, I'm afraid," said Borden, "we can't allow you to send anything by post for the next week or two, not until we see the bloom of health beginning to steal into your cheeks. You can write as much as you like, only there's no post. Of course, the world will be simply all in pieces at having nothing from you for a whole fortnight, and if articles begin to appear in the London press about the missing poet, we're in for it, I suppose. But won't it be interesting? You'll really be able to test your public importance. I admit that it might hurt your feelings if you were down here for 3 whole weeks and nobody in London realized it. But on the other hand, it will make you feel very free and independent." It was at this moment that I, who had followed in another boat, came in. When Tallboys saw me, he made a sort of spring in my direction, as though he would like to tear me limb from limb. But men who have, like Tallboys, developed their brains at the expense of every other part of them, never meet these situations very effectively, and all he could do was to repeat this prayer-like cry, "By heavens, I'll have the law on you!" "Now, we must be sensible," said Borden. "The real truth of the matter is that 2 or 3 of us want to test a theory that we have, a theory that, if it's tested thoroughly, will really make a difference to human conditions. And when something is for the good of the race, we are all, I'm sure, ready to make a little sacrifice of our personal interests and comforts. The theory is that artistic criticism, in the direction it takes and the spirit behind it, is based largely upon stomach. Now, you won't deny that you have for a number of years been the gloomiest critic in Europe, and that, we maintain, is because your inside is all wrong, because you don't take enough exercise, because you live too much with men of your own kind, and because your sense of humor is so lamentably undeveloped. Now, you've really never had a holiday of this sort in lovely surroundings, lots of life and air, plenty of time to sleep, good food and company who don't in the least respect your opinions. Of course, we may fail. It's quite possible that you will hate both of us and the place more and more every minute that you stay here, but even then we flatter ourselves that the after-effects will be excellent, and that in days to come you will look back to these hours with longing and even think of us with kindness. And if it should happen that you take life a little more cheerfully and see it a little more thoroughly in the round, how well worth while our trouble will have been. You will be happier, we shall be happier, and countless thousands of young novelists, poets, and critics will be happier. We really shall belong to that small group of earnest men and women known as benefactors of the human race." Talboys turned to me. "You shall suffer for this, Johnson," he said. "I won't rest till I've made you regret this hour." "That's all right, Talboys," I answered. "I quite expected you to be quite upset at first. I quite understand that you shouldn't have at this moment the friendliest feelings towards Borden and myself, so we're going to leave you in better hands than ours." I went to the door and shouted, "Jim!" There quickly appeared the large body and rubicund, smiling countenance of Jim Perry, the young farmer, some 25 years of age, 6 feet 3 in height, almost as broad as he was tall, one of the best fellows in the world, with an intelligence active enough as regarded birds of the air, the fish of the sea, and nature generally, but his reading limited to a newspaper which he spelt out slowly, word by word, on Sunday afternoon. It had been explained to Jim that we were to have as guest a gentleman from London who was tired and worn out with overwork, whose friends had determined on his taking this holiday, who would certainly protest and try to escape in a boat, whom Jim was to look after as he would his own child, that he was to be kind, tender, and cheerful, and not to let him out of his sight. This had seemed to Jim a capital game, and he looked at Talboys with exactly the expression that I had seen him use once to a damaged owl, whose wing was broken. The bird had been nursed by Jim week after week with the care and kindness of a mother to her only ailing child. "Oh, yes," I added, "there's one other thing. We know you like reading, and so we've selected a library for you." I waved my hand towards the bookshelves. "Here you'll find a number of books that I'm sure you've never read. Here are all the works of Conan Doyle, Rider Haggard, A.E.W. Mason, Stanley Weyman, Henry Seton Merriman, Phillips Oppenheim, and a gentleman called Rice Burroughs, who has written several books about a monkey called Tarzan, and a lot of others, too, that will be new to you. We have also the poetry of Walt Whitman and the Inglesby legends. Now we'll leave you and Jim together. You needn't see more of us than you want to, and I do hope you'll have a happy time." Then Borden and I left the room. 3. Those were indeed strange days for all of us. I will confess that during them I had many misgivings. It will have been noticed by anyone who has glanced at any other of these adventures that most of my cases have been solved simply by a little reshuffle of individuality. I proved to myself in the course of them a great lesson, namely, that no one is a bore to everybody, and that the art of getting rid of a bore is simply to find someone to whom he isn't a bore. Old Sir Marcus Pendyce, for instance, was a terrible bore to the lambs, but a sheer delight to the old ladies in Yorkshire, and Mrs. Farbman drove the Flemings crazy, but was exactly what the host of the Vin Blanc needed. It is also a fact about human nature that the people you dislike are, on the whole, the people with whom you do not come into close contact, that it is very hard to know anybody very well without discovering their good points. Now, Borden and I agreed after 2 days in Talboy's company that he was indeed a dreary dog, but that his enthusiasm for literature was something extremely fine, finer than anything we ourselves possessed. On the second morning after his arrival, I came into the sitting-room and found him, quite unconscious of my presence, looking at the bookshelves. Suddenly he gave a little cry of delight, a very touching little cry, the sort of cry that Penelope must have uttered when she saw Ulysses coming up the garden path. I heard him murmur, "Oh, how fortunate!" and I saw him take from the shelves a thin, red-covered book, most obviously not a novel, and from where I was standing, realized that it was the Oxford edition of collected poems of Robert Bridges, that had slipped in somewhere by mistake. A smile illumined Talboy's plain features as he went to the window, clutching the book in his hands. I crept out of the room noiselessly, feeling that, although it might wreck our plans, I couldn't but be glad that Bridges had broken in. Talboy's attitude to us during those first 2 days was one of silent loathing. I suggested that he should have his meals in his own room if he preferred it, and he gave us to understand through Jim that he did. The afternoon of the second day was most glorious weather, and I overheard on the upstairs landing some fragments of a funny little conversation. First, there was Jim. "Do 'ee come down, Mr. Talboys, and 'ave a swim. It'll warm us summer. It'll make 'ee less homesick." "Thank you, Perry." Talboy's voice was making a struggle for dignity and failing. "I can't swim." "That makes no matter, Mr. Talboys," came Jim's voice. "I'll look after 'ee." "I haven't got any bathing things," said Talboys. "Oh, that's nothing," said Jim. "We don't wear no clothes in this place. There's only old Mrs. Bolitho, and Jim over 80 and half blind anyway. Do 'ee come down and dry." "I suppose I may as well do that as anything else," came Talboy's answer. Later I watched from a knoll in the little wood the two on the seashore, Jim, a magnificent figure in the sunlight, poised on a rock at the farther end of the beach, standing for an instant with hands above his head, then cleaving the air like a flash. Talboys, strangely gray in the sunlight, stepping timidly into the water, walking out like Agag, delicately, soon surrendering himself, and 5 minutes later, supported by Jim, making absurd splashes and futile strokes with his arms in the course of his first swimming lesson. That same night, Borden and I, seated with our pipes playing chess in the sitting-room, suddenly saw Talboys enter. "May I have a word with you?" he asked stiffly, standing in the doorway. "Oh, certainly, as many as you like," said Borden, smiling. "Have a smoke?" "No, thank you." "You know that you've done a most dastardly thing. You are stronger than I at this particular moment, and I am in your hands. I do beg of you to let me go home tomorrow, and if you do, I promise you I'll not say a word about this affair." Borden answered him seriously. "Look here, Talboys, it's only natural for you to hate us. In fact, if you don't mind my saying so, I think you ought to hate us a little more than you do. We've taken considerable risks in this affair, and now we must play it through to the end. In 3 weeks from now we shall know whether we have succeeded or not. Of course, we don't pretend that we're going to change you altogether, but we do hope and believe that you're going to be a little bit different after your 3 weeks' rest here, away from your own rotten set, and getting to know a first-class feller like Jim Perry. We must see our experiment through. Here you are for 3 weeks. I know that yesterday you tried to get a letter through, and that you offered Bill Perry 10 quid if he'd row you across. But you see, these men happen to be the very best friends Johnson and I possess. They're loyal as you make 'em, and you may as well know right away that it's perfectly useless trying to bribe them or to get them to act against us in any fashion whatever. Now, you may as well make up your mind to these 3 weeks. If you'll forgive me for saying so, you look better already. I don't want you to admit it, but you enjoyed that bathe this afternoon, and you know you did. Now, Johnson and myself are not, I am aware, the companions you'd have chosen if you'd had a free hand. But really, we're not so bad. You don't like Johnson's writing, but he's just as enthusiastic as you are about good things in his own way. And upon my word, I can't understand why you writing fellers who all care about good stuff in distinction to the rest of us who don't know good stuff from bad, why you don't spend your time in quarreling and getting into little sets, hating each other. Now, I know nothing about literature, but I'm not a bad companion, and I could show you 1 or 2 things on this island that would astonish you. Now, why not make the best of a bad job and be friendly while you're here? You can have us up in the courts when you get back, but enjoy yourself while you may. Thank you, said Tallboys, looking at us both with unutterable loathing. I'd rather die than spend 5 minutes with either of you. And he departed to his room. I've often wondered since what went on in Jim's mind during these curious weeks. Tallboys was something quite novel to him. It was rather as though the Archbishop of Canterbury had to stay with him for a week or 2, or a native from Central Africa. It was just because of this strangeness that he developed towards Tallboys a kind of protective affection that did resemble exactly his attitude to the wounded owl of which I spoke before. Tallboys, to him, was a sick, melancholy, broken-backed, ignorant creature. All Tallboys' knowledge of the vers libres, the modern novelists, and the rest, was to him less than nothing, and he was soon talking to him in the indulgent, kindly voice that a nurse uses to a small, miserable, unhappy child. "Now, don't 'ee, Mr. Tallboys," we used to hear him say, "don't 'ee take on so. You'll be better in no time. You're getting some color in your cheeks now. You won't know yourself in another week's time." I saw that in spite of himself, Tallboys' appetite was magnificent. He was sleeping superbly. On the 4th night of his stay, he took up to bed with him that admirable romance of Mr. Mason's, The Watchers. I perceived then that book after book disappeared from the shelves. On the 5th day, I was sitting alone, sunning myself in the little wood, when Tallboys turned the corner and came upon me by mistake. He made as though he would retreat again, then, thinking better, he came towards me. "Look here, Johnson," he said, "hasn't this gone on long enough? Let me go tomorrow. I don't bear you any malice, I don't indeed. Of course, I think it was a rotten thing to do, but I won't deny that I do feel better for these 3 or 4 days. I hadn't, as a matter of fact, been sleeping very well in town, and I had been overworking. Perhaps there is something in what Borden said about my getting a bit narrow. I used to feel it myself sometimes, although I've never admitted it to anybody. Let me go tomorrow." "We must stick to our 3 weeks," I answered. "You're through the first week very nearly. You'll find the rest of the time pass ever so much more quickly if you talk to Borden and me a bit. Borden's a very decent fellow, really, and his views on life in general are quite worth knowing." Tallboys stood there looking out to sea. "It is lovely," I heard him say under his breath, "more beautiful than I'd ever imagined." "Stay here a bit," I answered. "I'll admit that this thing began partly as a joke, and partly because a lot of us thought you were too arrogant for anything." "Arrogant!" cried Tallboys. "I?" "Why, yes, you thought your own opinion so mighty important, and you and your little crowd were the only people that mattered. All sorts of things go to make up literature. It isn't only a perfect style and supercilious taste that count. But I don't want to get preaching at you. I shall be as bad at my end as you are at yours. But if you like, I'll confess something to you. I couldn't stand the sight of you before you came down, and now I'm getting quite keen on your company." Tallboys suddenly laughed. "Of all the infernal cheek," he said. "How you ever dared do it!" "If you hadn't been so conceited," I answered, "you never would have come. I never believed that such absurd letters as those of ours could have brought you." Tallboys flushed. "It's all very well," he said, "but you'd have gone yourself if you discovered a whole-hearted admirer somewhere. Why shouldn't we care about somebody's liking our stuff? We spend all our days and nights thinking about it and trying to do the best we can. And if there's somebody who likes it, well, it's awfully comforting. I think the thing I felt sorest about is that there wasn't anybody after all. Do you suppose I don't realize," he went on fiercely, "that I'm not first class, that it wouldn't matter to anybody if I stopped writing forever tomorrow? But because I'm not first class myself, it's no reason that I shouldn't want other people to do first-class things." "No, I suppose it isn't," I answered, "but it's the way that you deliver your opinions that people mind. We're all in the same box, we are most of us second-rate, and we might feel a little more kindly towards one another." The result of that conversation was that Tallboys held himself no longer aloof. He was still shy with us. There were many moments when he broke out into abuse of us, many moments when he abused himself in return. But there was always Jim in the background, proving to all of us that our little corner of the world was a mighty small one, and that while we quarreled about literary values, Jim was looking upon us as the merest children in arms, who knew nothing, had seen nothing, and could do nothing, with the possible exception of Borden, who fished and swam and walked more like a possible human being. After that, the days flew on wings. The middle of the following week, Jim had a birthday, and a number of fishermen and their wives came over from the mainland to celebrate it. That afternoon, before they arrived, I said to Tallboys, "Look here, there's going to be a party tonight, and some men are coming over from Trellis. If you like, you can give us the slip. Don't say anything to anybody, but go back with one of them after the party is over, if you want to." Tallboys said nothing. That was a wonderful night. June had set the calendar in defiance and slipped into May. It was so warm that we had supper outside the farm on a ridge overlooking the sea. The sky was thick with stars, soft and milky, with a kind of white spray of silver. The fishermen and their wives shouted and sang, and when the meal was over, an old man and a boy produced two fiddles, and the dance went on up and down the turf, while the sea murmured below a humming accompaniment of approval and benediction. Jim looked after Tallboys as though he were his especial property. The drink that was provided was nothing very strong, but the night, the stars, the sea, and the mild air went to our heads, and resting suddenly breathless from one of the wildest of the country dances, I looked up and saw Tallboys being whirled around a thin, fantastic figure against the night sky, while the old fiddler, seated on a tree trunk, played for his life, and Mrs. Bolitho, who should have been in bed long since, tears of pleasure running down her furrowed cheeks, slapped her hands and beat time with her feet. I stole away up into the little wood and heard, as it were behind a curtain of trees, the screaming violin, the laughter and the shouting, and strangely, more penetrating than any of these, the swaying whisper of the trees above my head. I went off to bed. Next morning, Tallboys was at breakfast. I said nothing to him until quite casually in the afternoon I remarked, "Look here, write any letters you like. I'll see that they go." He nodded his head. I saw him sitting on the beach half an hour later when I came down to bathe, deep in a novel of Stanley Weyman's. 6 weeks afterwards there appeared in the columns of that superior paper, the Athanasian, an article headed "Romance and the Joy of Living." Its opening sentences were, "In these days of realism, some of us are perhaps inclined to overemphasize the virtues of technique and to lay too strong a stress upon the perfection of form, forgetting that there are other things more important in life than the petty disputes of the schools, and that there are many gates into the temple of literature." This article was signed E. Talboys. A few nights later I tumbled onto Hilliard, the editor of that superior weekly. "I heard," he said, "that you've been having Talboys down in Cornwall with you. It's done his health a lot of good." "Yes," I answered, "I think he enjoyed himself very much. You'd better come down and stay with us, Hilliard, down in Cornwall." "Oh, I'd like to," said Hilliard. "I think I will one day." But after all, it would scarcely be fair on Jim Perry, would it? End of Story 9. Story 10 of Hugh Walpole's Selected Short Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story 10, The Man Who Lost His Identity, 1925. The essential point about this story is to prove how eagerly and readily one's friends will join in a game or a plot if the object thereof is to make some other human being miserable and uncomfortable. In saying this, I am by no means the cynic that I appear. I have tremendous belief in human nature, and am perpetually surprised at the heroisms, unselfishness, and touching gratitude shown so often against desperate odds by my fellow mortals. But it is not surprising that we should all enjoy a game, and if that game involves the lowering in the general estimation of some unfortunate, why, then, the higher go ourselves. Do not think that Pritchard, the hero of this story, could really be called unfortunate. Before the adventure he was a fairly happy man, the self-satisfied bachelor, and after all, well, you shall see, if you read far enough, how happy he was after it. My attention was first drawn to Pritchard by the visit of a small man, meaning, to our office. He was a fellow member of the Rococo Club, and there I had met him on various occasions. He was one of those little men who can attract attention only by being constantly at your side. For months and months you hear them speak, see them move, watch them eat, listen to their sighs, their laughter, and perhaps their tears, but are nevertheless unaware that they exist. Then one day, after their persistent company, you exclaim, "Why, who's that?" and in a leisurely kind of way you take steps to discover. So when Meaning came to our office, I was alone there at the time. I could only vaguely remember his name, and I am afraid called him Menzies throughout the whole of our first interview, although he quite often, in his weak, supplicating voice, corrected me. The point was that Meaning had become engaged to Pritchard's sister, that she was a dear little woman, according to Meany, devoted to him, and that he was the happiest man in the world, except for one thing, and that thing was Pritchard. Miss Pritchard was apparently dominated by her brother, and not only was she so dominated, but all the Pritchard family, mother and father, other sisters, brothers, aunts, and cousins, were in the same case. What was the matter, I inquired, with this domination? Was Henry Pritchard a bully? No, indeed, he was not. He was a kindly, good-natured, amiable man of 40 or so. He had been apparently clever in his own way, had made a lot of money during the war, with ships or something of the kind, and had had the good sense to save it, and now did no work at all, went about the world discursive, amiable, and desperately complacent. I gathered from Meaning, who, a gentle little man by nature, nevertheless spoke with some bitterness about his future brother-in-law, that Henry Pritchard was the most complete and devastating egoist yet known to history. Napoleon, Frederick the Great, and Catherine of Russia were nothing to him in this respect. The fact was that poor little Meaning simply did not think that he would be able to marry Miss Pritchard unless some change were made in Henry Pritchard's character, and yet marry Miss Pritchard, of course, he must. It appeared that Henry Pritchard was very fond of his sister, and intended to see a great deal of her after her marriage, and neither Miss Pritchard nor Meaning had character enough to keep him out of the way. "You see," said Meaning in his mild little voice, "it has really come to this. If I hear very much more from Henry of how fine he is, how clever, how rich, how handsome, or how well he played Rugby football 15 years ago, or why it is that he likes eggs scrambled rather than boiled, of the fun he gets from using a certain sort of brown polish on his shoes that nobody else had yet discovered, of the extraordinary morning in his life in which he discovered that his hair looked much better without a parting than with one, there will be one day a very nice murder somewhere in the direction of Chelsea, and Daisy will be a widow almost before she's realized that she's a bride." Little Meaning has quite a sense of humor in his own particular way, and real pain and suffering lent vigor to his remarks. "You see," he went on, "I understand that you and your two friends have undertaken a number of cases of just this kind, removing people who are tiresome, changing their characters, and making them see life differently. Of course, I don't want any harm to happen to Henry. Daisy would never forgive me. But you're so clever that I thought you might think of something. Tell me your terms. I am sure money will be no trouble." "This is our general custom," I explained to him. "I must meet your future brother-in-law, consider the case for a week, and then, if I have a plan that promises success, I will tell you. Then you pay me £50 down, and then another 50 if I succeed within a reasonable period." He sighed with relief. "You've already taken a weight off my mind," he said. "I am sure you will think of something, and then not only will I be grateful to you for the rest of my life, but the whole Pritchard family, and perhaps Henry himself." He spoke more truly than he knew. 2. Shortly after this I made Henry Pritchard's acquaintance. He was a bullock of a man, one of those Englishmen who, having worshipped athletics in their youth, have in middle age allowed their muscles to run to fat. He must have been 6 feet 3 or 4 in height, and he was as broad as he was tall. He had one of those big, round bullet heads with snub nose, large smiling mouth, and eyes looking forever Narcissus-wise at their own likeness. He was something of a dandy in his dress, and wore bright ties that represented, on different days of the week, various athletic clubs which had the honor of his genial membership. Genial he was. He not only slapped you on the back in the first 5 minutes of your meeting him, but roared with laughter at nothing at all, and then, drawing your arm through his, became instantly, loudly confidential about some exciting matter connected with himself. I had lunches with him and Meaning at the Rococo Club. In the first 5 minutes he explained to everyone within 100 miles radius that he liked his steak not exactly underdone, but very nearly so, and that he found that in his experience sauces always spoiled a fine piece of meat, that, of course, other people might disagree with him, but that really didn't matter, because he was the sort of man he was. He had always been like that since quite a kid. "The fact is," he said, putting his hand on my shoulder and shaking his heavy sides at me, "that I am not quite like other fellows here. I know exactly what I want and why I want it. I attribute my success in life," he went on quite frankly, "to that very thing. You may not believe it about me, but many people have noticed that in my whole make-up, if I may say so, I never hesitate, but go straight for a thing and take it. And when I have got it, I keep it," he ended with a roaring laugh, gripping my shoulder with so tight a hold that he almost lifted me from the ground. Our lunch was all like that. Neither Meaning nor I said very much, but we listened and admired and remembered. By the end of the meal, I had conceived a plan. What attracted me, quite frankly, in this case was neither Meaning nor Pritchard, nor the addition of £100 to our yearly income. We were doing very well now, and might pick and choose among our clients. The point was that I saw here an opportunity of settling an interesting question that had for a long time past intrigued me. The point was just this: can a human being, if sufficient persuasion is brought to bear upon him, be led to believe that he is not himself, but somebody else? And I mean, of course, a quite normal human being, not in ill health in any way, and in full possession of such faculties as God has given him. 3. Within a week after my first meeting with Henry Pritchard, I had evolved my plan. This case was different from any others we had had because it needed, for its successful issue, the collaboration of several of our friends. We had always considered it rather a point of honor that our office should, so to speak, do its own dirty work, and Chippett and Borden and I had generally found ourselves equal to our task. But in this affair, outside help was inevitable. I had better, perhaps, describe events just as they occurred. One afternoon about tea-time, Pritchard was relaxing his enormous body in an enormous chair in the Rococo Club, reading a newspaper, when a man whom I will call Brown came up to him and said, "Hello, Forrester. I am glad to see you. Where have you been? I haven't seen you for ages." Now, Pritchard had never seen this man before. He was a nice-looking, ordinary Englishman, just the sort of man whom Pritchard would naturally like. Pritchard, as I already have said, was the most genial of men, so he looked up, smiling from his paper, and remarked amiably, "Sorry, you've got the wrong man." Brown laughed. "Oh, my dear Guy," he said, "what's the matter with you? It's true that we haven't met for 18 months, but don't be silly. I want to talk to you." Pritchard said rather more brusquely, "I am very sorry, sir. You've made some mistake. I have never seen you in my life before." Brown also stiffened. "Look here, Guy, are you tight or something? Don't be a silly ass. I want to thank you for all you did for Everett. You're really wonderful, the way you take trouble." Pritchard's sense of his own dignity began to suffer. He rose slowly from his chair, and, looking Brown full in the face, said quite sternly, "You are wrong, sir. You are mistaking me for somebody else," and walked, with great dignity, away. He was, I think, made a little uncomfortable by this episode, because, as it appeared, there was somebody else about the place very like himself, and he had always fancied that there was no one like himself anywhere. Next morning, passing the derelict ruins of Devonshire House, just where the busses stop, he felt himself tapped on the shoulder. He turned round and found himself confronted by a little dapper man with an eyeglass, a complete stranger. "Hello, Forrester," said this little man in a shrill, piping voice. "I am glad to see you. Where on earth have you been all this time?" Pritchard looked at him very haughtily. "I beg your pardon," he said. "You've made a mistake." But the little man clutched his arm. "Don't be an ass, Forrester," he piped. "You haven't forgotten Monte Carlo. I'm Bennett." "I don't care the devil who you are," answered Pritchard. "I have never seen you before in my life, and I—" But Bennett did not relax his hold. "Look here," he cried, and his voice was one that in its shrillness should always attract attention in a public place. "I've got to speak to you. I've been wanting to see you for weeks. That business of Emily Clay is all settled." Pritchard roughly shook him off. "I tell you, sir, I don't know you," he almost shouted, and turned fiercely away down Piccadilly. He was angry. He was furious. There must be somebody in London exactly like him. Twice in 2 days. What an extraordinary thing! And why had it never happened before? And how could there be anybody exactly like him? He had never seen anybody in the least like him anywhere. He brooded about it all day. That night he was dining with the Pritchard family. He gave them a full account of the affair. They couldn't, of course, understand it. "You know it's awful," he cried to his mother. "If there's a fellow going about London just like me, he may be buying things at shops, leading a disgraceful life, or anything. No one's ever heard of such a thing, and it isn't as though I was just like anybody else." "No, dear, it isn't," his mother assured him. All the family assured him of the same thing. 2 nights later, finding himself unexpectedly free, he dined at his club and went to that amusing musical comedy, The Girl with Bobbed Hair. During the first interval he went out to have a drink. There was rather a crowd at the bar, and a man, pushing past him to order something, turned round and cried, "Hello! Why, if it isn't old Guy!" This was serious. Pritchard looked at the man. He looked a very nice fellow indeed, thick-set, clear-eyed, jolly, with no nonsense about him. The thing was past a joke. Pritchard took his drink and led this stranger gently aside. "May I have a word with you, sir?" he said. The man stared at him in amazement. "A word with me? My dear Guy, don't touch that drink. You've had enough already." Pritchard stood over him, gazing into his face with intense seriousness. "Will you listen to me for a moment?" he said. "My name is Pritchard, Henry Pritchard. I have chambers at Half Moon Street. I have never seen you in my life before. Within the last week, 3 men, complete strangers to me, have addressed me as Guy Forrester. They apparently know me well. There's obviously someone in London who is exactly like me. I am sure you will do me the courtesy to believe that I am telling you the precise truth." The other man stared back at him, his face absolutely bewildered. "Look here, Guy," he said, "don't be an ass. I know you were annoyed with me at Wimbledon the other day, and I suppose you've got some game on now to pay me off. I am sorry about the other day, but it was a crazy thing to double on that hand of yours when you knew that I hadn't any hearts." Pritchard, holding himself in control with great difficulty, replied, "I assure you, sir, that I have never seen you in my life before tonight. Would you mind telling me who you think I am?" "Who I think you are?" the other man answered. "Well, if you want to go on with this silly game, I'll inform you. You're Guy Forrester, and I am Anthony Bellows, with whom 3 winters ago you went out to St. Moritz, who gave you some good shooting last autumn, who wrote to you 10 days ago asking where you were, whose letter you never answered, and who, weakling though he is, will give you the rottenest hiding in your life if you don't drop this silly nonsense and come to your senses." He was laughing, obviously a charming fellow, and he meant every word that he said. Pritchard, in an agony, began, "I assure you," when another man came up, touched Bellows on the arm, saying, "The bell's gone, old man. We've got to trample on millions of people to get back to our place, so we'd better go." "You'll hear from me in the morning, Guy," Bellows said. "It's a poor joke, not a bit funny," and he went off. Pritchard went back to his chambers. This was the most awful thing that had ever happened to him. There were several letters for him on his dining-room table. He felt a great sense of relief when he picked them up. They were all addressed to Henry Pritchard, Esquire. He walked up and down the room, thinking the whole thing out. First, there was somebody in London exactly resembling him. This somebody was plainly a very agreeable fellow, whom people were delighted to see. Pritchard was no fool, and he realized that these 3 men who had spoken to him had addressed him with an eagerness and a cordiality that was not the manner with which his own friends greeted him. We go on from year to year so thoroughly accustomed to our own habits and ways of life that it is very difficult to realize that they could ever be otherwise. Pritchard was at heart, like most Englishmen, a sentimentalist. He adored to be liked, and at one time, in earlier days, he had been extremely popular. But he had known, although he had never confessed it to himself, that of late years the increased geniality and heartiness of his own manner had covered up a little the absence of heartiness in the manners of others. All great egoists are subjectively suspicious of themselves. They have built up a great wall of defense around their personality and conditions, and at all costs this wall has to be kept absolutely intact. Let the tiniest hole appear, and the whole edifice crumbles instantly, and then has at once feverishly to be built up again. Every post, every little implied criticism, every chance encounter is a desperate danger. Pritchard, although he would never admit it for a moment, had during the last few years been feeling the loneliness of the middle-aged man, whose value to the outside world is diminishing. It was, in fact, quite a long time since anybody, whether in the club or the street or the theatre, had addressed him eagerly with excited anticipation. Alone in the silence of his room that night, he faced several facts about himself. He had liked extremely the look of that man Bellows at the theatre, just the sort of man he did like. It seemed a shame that here was the opportunity of a friendship exactly of the right kind offered to him in London, and yet at the same time forbidden to him. Why did not men of the Bellows type come up to him, Pritchard, in that sort of way? Could it be possible that there was something wrong with him? Let the true egoist once start on the broad road of self-suspicion, and there's no end to his horrible discoveries. Could it be that his own dear family were sometimes bored with him and wanted him elsewhere? Could it be, a worse suspicion of all, that he sometimes talked too much about himself? He had, he told me afterwards, very little sleep that night. For a man of Pritchard's habit, that means a great deal. There next occurred a piece of marvelous luck for our firm. I had, as I think you will agree, laid my plans very carefully, but my final crowning success does not lie to my credit. Towards 7 o'clock one evening, soon after these events, I was walking down the Haymarket when I encountered a great friend of mine, Miss Helen Freed, one of the prettiest and nicest girls in London. She was a girl who had one of those modern independent lives at which our most up-to-date novelists are always hinting terrible things, whereas there is nothing terrible about them at all, but only a pleasant freedom and an independent disregard of Victorian silliness. I asked Helen where she was going. She told me that she was intending to have a bite of something somewhere, and afterwards would join a girl-friend at the theatre. At that very moment, and surely these things are arranged by an all-watching and often benevolent Providence, Pritchard passed us, stopped one instant to look at the posters outside His Majesty's Theatre, and then vanished down the steps into the Carlton Grill. It was then that I had my inspiration. "Do you want to have a little fun?" I asked Helen, "and to do some good at the same time?" Of course she did. Without being at all priggish about it, these were her two objects in life. Then I quickly explained things to her, told her about Bellows and Brown, informed her of the imagined Guy Forrester's supposed position and attributes, assured her that Pritchard was, behind his absurdities, a thorough gentleman, that no harm could possibly come to her, and that much good might be the result. Of course, she hesitated, and I think that if the evening had not been lovely, the Haymarket crammed with that spirit of romance and adventure that London, in spite of its grime and the County Council, continually provides, she would not have taken the risk. In the light of after events, there was, I fancy, one other inducement. She had looked at Pritchard as he stood for a moment near the theatre. You know how quick women are to make up their minds. I think there was something about him that she liked from that very first glance. She went into the Carlton Grill. She had often been there before, and was ushered with much friendliness to a table. She looked at Pritchard for a quarter of an hour. That decided her. She told me afterwards that, in spite of his health and ruddiness, he looked helpless and desolate. She was touched by him, in a way, of course, that no man ever would have been. It was her maternal instinct. Just as Pritchard was finishing his soul and wondering gloomily why it was that in these days he was so often alone, he heard a charming voice. "Guy, my dear, how lovely to see you, and alone, too! You, the most popular man in London! What a piece of luck!" So it had happened again. A shiver ran down Pritchard's spine, but he was not now unprepared as on the other occasions he had been. Moreover, looking up, he saw one of the prettiest girls ever constructed by nature, in the main, but also with a little assistance from art. He had the wildest temptation to succumb to the whole thing, to allow himself, just for half an hour, to be this charming forester, the most popular man in London, and to ask this girl to sit down beside him, and to continue to smile at him in that perfectly charming way. He did stammer, "Oh, won't you sit down?" And then, when she did so, because he was a very honest man, he tried, half-heartedly, to explain. "You've made a mistake," he began, his heart thumping as he spoke, "but never mind, at least never mind for a moment. I think you'd be interested to hear about the mistake. It's a most extraordinary thing," he went on, stammering a bit. I don't want you to bother about that. At least what I mean is that if you do bother about it, you won't talk to me any longer." And then he broke off because a waiter approached, and Miss Freed gave the waiter to understand that she would have the rest of her meal at this table. She had met an old friend. "My dear Guy," she said, "I don't know what you're talking about. You look quite upset. But it is the luckiest thing in the world that I should get you alone like this, with a chance of telling you that I think you were simply splendid about poor Lance. That you should have taken all that trouble about a man whom you scarcely know, simply because you've got a certain liking for me, I suppose, is flattering, to say the least." And then, as Pritchard tried to interrupt, "No, don't say anything about it. I know, I've heard from lots of people. It's the hardest thing in the world to get a job for anybody these days, and the trouble you must have taken about Lance is simply marvelous, and I'll never forget it." This was indeed awful for an honest man. Oh, how he wished, how fervently he wished, that he had taken trouble about Lance, whoever Lance might be. But indeed it was a long time, as he now too clearly perceived, since he had taken any trouble about anybody. "Look here," he said, urgently, staring at her beauty, and dreading the moment when that light of pleasure and gratitude must fade from her beautiful eyes. "Do believe me. Do listen to me. I can't let you praise me for things I haven't done. You've made a mistake. It's happened to me several times lately. There's some man going about London who's exactly like me. He must be my image. I'd like to be him if I could, but I can't if I'm not, can I?" Helen Freed laughed so that several people at tables near by looked up and smiled. She was extremely charming when she laughed. "Guy," she said, when she'd recovered a little, "are you doing this for a bet, or are you trying to tell me that you want to be by yourself this evening, or what is it? We've always been honest with one another, and we may as well go on being honest now." "Oh, I am being honest, I am indeed," he cried. "I tell you what I say is true. My name is Henry Pritchard, and I live in Half Moon Street. I have never seen you before, although I wish to heaven I had. I don't know your name, nor anything about you, but I'd be Forrester or anyone else you like. I'll take credit for any good deed in the world, if only you'll stay for a little and talk to me." She looked very serious then, and answered in a voice full of tender kindliness, "I don't know what your game is, Guy, but whatever it is, I'm with you. You've got some reason for this, I suppose, and if you like to be a mysterious man in Half Moon Street for the rest of our meal, why, go ahead. As a matter of fact," she went on confidentially, "I have often thought what fun it would be to take on somebody else's character for a while. I have imagined myself all sorts of people at different times. So while I eat my chicken, you shall pretend to be somebody else. And if I like the person you pretend to be, I'll pretend to be somebody else, too. It will be most refreshing for both of us." How delightful he was! How eagerly he began to tell her all about himself, what a famous footballer he had once been, how cleverly he had made his money and kept it, instead of losing it, as most people did, of how nice his family was, but of how strangely during the last few years things had seemed in some odd way to go wrong with him, of how he was very often alone now, and of how he was beginning to wonder whether, after all, in some mysterious way, it might be his own fault. And then of this extraordinary thing that had happened to him, of how 4 people had spoken to him in the last 10 days as though he were somebody else, and how pleased these people had been to meet him, more pleased, he was beginning to think, than anyone had been for a long time to meet the real him that was Henry Pritchard. They sat there for an hour at least, Helen Freed treating him with a wonderful mixture of attention and kindliness, with just a hint in her smiling eyes that, of course, this was only a game, quite an amusing one, and entirely novel. Then she had to go. She was late as it was. She must meet her friend. "You'll see me again?" he said. "You will, won't you?" "See you again?" she cried. "You're really extraordinary tonight, Guy. Is there ever a time when I'm not delighted to see you? Come and lunch with me tomorrow. You know, the same old rooms at Walpole Street, Chelsea, 1 o'clock. "But I don't know your name," he said, in an agony. "I don't, really. It isn't a game. I've told you nothing but the truth. I have never seen you in my life before, but heaven helping me, it isn't the last time I do." She turned to him as she was about to go up the stairs. "Well, you shall have your way," she said, laughing. "We'll play the game to the end. My name is Helen Freed, with 2 E's, not with an A, as you once spelt it. Spelling was never your strong point, Guy." And then she was gone. 4. Poor Pritchard had no sleep at all that night. He walked his room trying to invent pieces of poetry, and when he could see through the thick, intoxicating haze that surrounded him, puzzled again and again as to how he could keep her, as to whether he couldn't in reality continue to be this strange Guy Forester. Impossible things seem so possible at 3 o'clock in the morning. He arrived at Walpole Street half an hour too early, walked down as far as the Town Hall, and back again, turned off towards the river, and then back once more, and then, at last, trembling with a deep and really humble excitement, he climbed a flight of stairs and rang a bell. Her room was very pretty. He knew nothing about pictures, but here, in love as he was, the water-color drawings and the orange sofa, the amber bowl with its roses, enchanted him. He was in a land of enchantment. She came in, happier to see him than anyone had ever hitherto been. A moment later he was kissing her. He did not know how it had happened. He did not think that he had ever seen her before yesterday, and she did not know it, and she did not think it either. "And now," he said, standing away from her, "it's Henry Pritchard who is asking you to marry him. It's Henry Pritchard. It's Henry Pritchard. It's Henry Pritchard. I don't know anything about you, except that I love you, and that I believe that you love me, and surely whether my name is Pritchard or Forester doesn't matter. If it's Forester's character you care for, then I'll have Forester's character. I'll be just what he was, and then I'll be better than that, because he isn't married to you, and I shall be." "Wait a moment," she cried. "We can't go as fast as that. I don't know you at all, and you don't know me." "You don't know me?" he returned fiercely. "Why, you told me yesterday that you'd known me for years, that I was the best friend you had, that you were terribly grateful. If you don't know me, what about Lance, for whom I got a job the other day? Why were you so glad to see me, if you don't know me?" "I was glad to see you," she answered, "because I'd never seen you in my life before, and you'll never want to see me again, because I behaved disgracefully, and am ashamed of myself. And glad, too, because if I hadn't behaved disgracefully, I never would have spoken to you, and never would have had the happiest hour of my life. And now you'd better go, and I shan't be surprised if you cut me the next time we meet." He asked her then to explain, and she did. She didn't know, of course, the whole of the plot. All she knew was what I'd told her in the Haymarket. At her mention of my name, he was more than ever bewildered. He knew me scarcely at all, and he could not conceive what I had to do with his affairs. But dimly he saw that there was a plot. He realized, at least, that there was no Guy Forester, And mixed with the relief at that, there was, as he tried clumsily to explain to me afterwards, an odd sort of regret. He was beginning to like Forrester. At least, he was beginning to like the attitude to Forrester that other people had. But it says, I think, a great deal for his amiable character that he bore no malice against anybody. How could he? He was so terribly in love that he could think only well of all the world. If somebody had played a practical joke upon him, perhaps after all he had deserved it. He explained to her that he had been too much alone lately, and that perhaps that had forced him to think too much about himself. With the naivete of a child, he declared, "It isn't about myself that other people want to hear. They want to talk about themselves." "I want to hear you talk about yourself," she told him, "for weeks and weeks." "Yes," he answered, with, for him, amazing perspicacity, "but when we've been married a year, you won't want to." "Well, let's get married and see," she said. It is scarcely necessary to add that little meaning paid our firm the second £50 without a murmur. On Pritchard's mantelpiece there is a photograph of a man, a pleasant, smiling face he has. When people ask him as to who this is, he says, "Oh, that's Guy Forrester, my best friend," but he doesn't know who it is. He found it one day in a photographer's shop, but it has just that kindly, good-natured, jolly expression that Guy Forrester is certain to have had. End of Story 10.